Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Alhamdulillah, this is the second year running that we are holding Invest in Pakistan conference. This is the pre-session. This is not the actual conference itself, but we're trying to actually build that momentum, which is going to ultimately culminate to a point where we're going to have the, inshallah, physical one, provided that the COVID situation subsides and we all would be able to actually travel, and a lot of overseas Pakistanis would be able to actually come to Pakistan and visit Pakistan and eventually invest in Pakistan. So the Invest in Pakistan conference is all about actually bringing in that missing wealth. And we think it's going to ultimately actually start fixing the problems of Pakistan if that wealth is created. And today's session is all about that. But before we actually continue with our programming for today, which is going to last for about 8 hours, and we're going to go on till midnight, according to the Pakistani time. And there are like some amazing sessions being lined up. We're going to be focusing on today some SME startup pitches, which we're going to be listening to. And the verticals we focus on is the education, healthcare, technology, finance, funding, agriculture, and tourism. Those are the 6 sectors we're going to be covering today, which we have requested some of the really pioneers and the leading experts in those particular sectors are going to be actually talking today. So before we proceed with that, we are going to start with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's name and how much he has blessed us in this world. So this is amazing. Just pay attention to some of the words that is being spoken directly from the creator, and inshallah, let's just listen to that.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. رب المشرقين ورب المغربين. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ بحرك الأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شأن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يرسل عليكما شواظ من نار ونحاس فلا تنتصران فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فإذا انشقت السماء فكانت وردة كالدهان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
पाक सरज़मीन शाद बाद कश्मीरे हसीन शाद बाद तू निशाने अज़्मे आलिशान अर्ज़े पाकिस्तान मरकज़े ज़मीन का निज़ाम क़ुव्वते अख़ुव्वते अवाम मुल्क सल्तनत पाइंदा ज़िंदाबाद शाबाद मंज़िले मुराद परचमे सितारा रहबरे तरक्कियों का तर्जुमाने माज़ी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल साये खुदाए ज़ुल्जलाल
Celebrating 10 years of Coke Studio.
Sai Khudai Zul Jalal. And that's what we work for. That's why we are actually working for Pakistan and making sure that whatever is missing out there, how can we actually help bring this country to a level where it truly deserves to be. So today's Invest in Pakistan conference, and just listen to, I think, one of the promos.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we'll blast. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
So what is Jumpstart? Jumpstart is basically a movement to change Pakistan, but through entrepreneurship. And we believe, very strongly believe, that entrepreneurship would ultimately start fixing problems of Pakistan and create enough wealth, which is going to create enough employment, it's going to solve problems. And overall, the issues we face at this point in time is going to take us out of those problems. But how can we actually do that? While we looking at the TV, watching all those programs, while we actually walking on the streets, while we going about doing our work, but at the same time, we have this urge to solve problems of Pakistan. We want to actually see it flourish. We want to see things which we don't like get removed. But what we do, we actually sort of look towards the government, look towards the politicians, and look towards the people who are in the corridors of power. They need our help. We are the ones who are going to be ultimately solving those problems. So just to look towards people who have got the power, I think it's unfair to ask them, because the task at hand is such a huge that until we actually come together and start solving those problems and help them in any sphere of life, that is what ultimately would change the landscape. And entrepreneurship actually gives us a path. And that's what Jumpstart has done over the years, since 2014, that we gave this mindset to the youth that they can actually earn their own living and create more employment for those people who really need it, who would ultimately get empowered because they're going to be launching their own initiative. We have tried to convince SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, that the real value they actually bring it to Pakistan, the place they live in, is going to be scaling their companies. If they employ 100 people right now, in 3 to 5 years, if they are able to employ 900 more, that would be the real addition. If they employ 1,000 people and they are going to be employing another 9,000 people, that would be the real value they'll be creating. And that's how the problems will get solved. So today is all about problem solving, and specifically to the Pakistan through entrepreneurship. At this point in time, I'll ask our chairman, Jumpstart Pakistan, Amjad Parvez Saab, to actually come and say a few words. Assalamu alaikum, Amjad bhai. We can't hear you. I think your voice is a bit.
That'll be fine now.
Yeah, I think we can hear you fine. So over to Amjad bhai. He's going to say a few words, a welcome note to you all.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. It's been an extremely tough year across the globe. We've lost loved ones. Economies have been shattered. But thanks to good governance and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy, Pakistan has come out shining as an example of how we manage these things. As Khurram has aptly said, Jumpstart Pakistan is a movement that empowers individuals to take charge of their destiny through creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurialism. Our journey started in 2014. And when we first started, our aim was to create awareness about how people should take their own destiny in their hands through entrepreneurship. The second part of our journey, once we had actually stimulated that debate and started that conversation in Pakistan, particularly in the universities and institutions that develop human capital, our next aim was how we could change the image of Pakistan across the globe. So in 2018, we launched a concept called Lift Pakistan, where from across the globe, we invited thought leaders, captains of the industry from both Pakistan and across the globe, just to physically let them know what the opportunities of Pakistan are and how friendly people are. And we're not just about terrorism and corruption, etc. That actually went on in 2019 when we had two conferences, one in Islamabad and one in Lahore. Over 25,000 people came and participated. It was shown globally. So that was about how we mitigate the image of Pakistan. But that doesn't really solve the key problem, how we create wealth and lift people out of poverty and give Pakistan the opportunity and the capacity to realize its potential. So in 2020, we created a concept called Invest in Pakistan. Now, this actually is a concept where we look at the sectors where Pakistan, we believe, working with global thought leaders, think tanks, to find out where we have the comparative advantage or the possible advantage. And you know the 12 sectors that we have picked. That includes health, education, green technology, precision engineering, there's green technology, etc., etc. You can view them on our website. And the aim is, inshallah, in the next 10 years to add $100 billion to the economy. Now, some people, when they hear that, they're shocked. They say that's impossible. To be honest with you, we've done our sums, we've done the calculations. This is the worst case scenario, 100 billion. I think we can do, inshallah, a lot more when the overseas Pakistanis and Pakistanis in Pakistan work together. I think we can do a lot more. So when we actually did the conference in 2020, it was virtual one because at that time COVID was wreaking havoc. 250,000 people connected with that concept across the globe and in Pakistan. So there's the hunger and thirst, A, because we love our country, and B, we want to transform it. And what we've done now is to look at these sectors and see which are the most disruptive, innovative, and global-minded companies in those sectors. And from those sectors, we're going to pick the 20%, which normally accounts for 60 to 80% of the market share in Pakistan. and connect them in the first 3 years. So 2021, 22, and 23, we wish to connect them with our global chapters across the globe where overseas Pakistanis are thriving in their businesses. Because A, they have the love for Pakistan, and B, they wish to see it transform. And through the institutions of Pakistan, like our commercial secretaries, our ministers of trade, and the institutions, I know they have challenges, but believe me, I've been working with these institutions now for the last 3 years, and particularly this year here in London and Manchester and other places. Shafiq Bhai, who's the Minister for Trade and Investment, Tariq Saab, who's the Councillor General at Manchester, and Akhtar Saab, who are Commercial Secretary, and our Ambassador Saab. Believe me, these excellent civil servants are now listening and acting. I think we're at a point where we can transform Pakistan through the goodwill of our institutions, our bureaucrats, our politicians, and our entrepreneurs. What has happened in the past, we've got to learn from it. We can't be in a perpetual cycle of just talking about that. We've got to move forward. And I think we've created a movement which is open, which encourages collaboration. So Said Saab from Idea Gist, Umar Bhai, aapke NIC hain, all these other institutions, we are open and our arms are open to negotiate with them and collaborate with them. Because unless we collaborate, we will not move forward. And we have a motto at Jumpstart Pakistan, which is stronger together in building a great nation. Inshallah, I think we can do it. We can do it very quickly if we go to action rather than just talking about it. I hope you enjoy these global shows that we're putting on. The actual conference is going to be in Pakistan, inshallah, 4 days. And thank you so much for always encouraging us and participating. Allah bless Pakistan. And Allah bless you all and keep safe in these terrible times. Thank you very much.
So at this point in time, I would like to ask the Shafiq Shahzad. He's the Minister in Trade located at London High Commission. As Amjad Bhai said earlier on, that government is listening and taking some wonderful steps. And we have witnessed that for the past couple of years. So at this point in time, I think it would be amazing to actually hear them out, exactly how much work they have done. And they are actually facilitating the businesses. They're listening to their pains, which would ultimately help us to actually grow our businesses, which would ultimately help Pakistan. So, Assalamu alaikum, Shafiq Saab.
Ji, Wasam, Prem Saab, how are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Thank you for taking out time. It was a pleasure to have you. And thank you on that, your day off, Saturday, you took taken out a time for us. Pleasure to have you. Over to you, Amjad Bhai.
Thank you so much, Khurram. First of all, I am utterly indebted, Shafiq Bhai. You're a lot younger than me. And, I've been interacting with the Pakistani embassy and its consulates and commercial secretaries for the last 30 years. And alhamdulillah, everyone who comes to UK, you are our brethren and sisters who come here to serve Pakistan. And as overseas Pakistanis, it's a pleasure to get to know you, learn from you, and hopefully learn a little bit from us because we live here. As you know, Jumpstart Pakistan is now in its 7th year. We're a movement, a global movement, predominantly of overseas Pakistanis, but we're integrated into the institutions of government and private sector in Pakistan. Like I said in my introduction, I'm not into blame game, and I'm sure you're not because I've been working with you and the rest of your teams. I just want people to understand out there because pichle, for 72 years plus, we've been hearing from KPMG, Grant Thornton, Rothschild, जितने भी बड़े बड़े institutions हैं कि Pakistan represents a huge potential. And sadly, we've not, captured it to the extent that we have. But I think we're at a cusp of history where I think we can, with people like you at the helm of trade and industry policy, and the sectors that we've picked. I just want you, for the viewers and the investors out there, particularly, and the entrepreneurs, particularly the young people, जो यहाँ पे हैं और दुनिया भर में हैं, उनके लिए मैसेज आपका क्या है कि पाकिस्तान में क्यों आके इन्वेस्ट करें? प्लीज, थैंक यू. Over to you, bhai.
Thank you so much, Amjad Bhai. First of all, I'd like to express my personal gratitude to yourself, Puram Bhai, and your team for inviting me on this occasion. Uh, I must appreciate the work that you have been doing, Amjad Bhai. You're just a call away whenever we have to consult or any idea, any new initiative. You have always been very forthcoming, and I can see the passion that you have to work for our country and our common cause, which is really commendable. Uh, to start with, as Amjad Bhai, you said that we have experienced uh, a colossal challenge of COVID last year, the entire 1 year, and the challenges are immense socially, culturally, politically, and more so health issue and economic in particular. Global economy has slowed down to the extent of being called as a recession or depression, whatever you call it. Uh, we, being in UK, have experienced the same situation in UK. GDP has massively gone down. Investments outward and inward, that's gone down, and trade, of course, has massively been affected due to shrinkage in demand. And all countries across the board, they have been affected because of all these challenges. But the good thing I would like to state on behalf of, Pakistan, that we, despite all this challenge, I think we as a nation have shown resilience once again, and we must be grateful to Almighty Allah that when other countries have been suffering massively through this COVID-19, we have performed very well. Yes, the concern is with the third phase of COVID, that is slightly alarming for us. But in the first two, we have done very well. Our uh, industry have been working with smart lockdowns, and that is manifested by the statistics, trade statistics, and other economic indicators that any country can show. That whenever I was having a look at the Economist report, and except 2 3 countries, every country's growth has gone down. We are one of the countries with a positive growth, and I'm happy to share with you that in UK, as I said, that despite the contraction in demand and suppressed economic activity, our exports have increased by 22% during the last this 9 months period, as we call it, a fiscal year. Our remittances have grown by 56%. So these two signs are very good signs, and if we continue with the same pace, I'm sure we'll be able to touching a remarkable figure of $2 billion exports, which has never happened before to UK. Remittances, the trend that we are going in just 9 months, we have touched 2.5 billion US dollars, which is a tremendous performance given this COVID challenge. Now coming back to why to invest in Pakistan, why Pakistan is destination. Now, I would first of all say that I have seen a lot of passion in overseas Pakistanis, in particular the young generation, that they are really keen to work for Pakistan. They look towards Pakistan as their ultimate, homeland, and they want to contribute in whatever manner they can. Now, coming to the domestic side, the present government has undertaken massive reforms, and economic diplomacy and economic reforms have been a priority of the Prime Minister and the government of Pakistan. Uh, this is manifested in many of the reforms that has taken place, be it the trade policy, investment policy, tourism policy, education, or other some sectors that Amjad Bhai you just mentioned. In almost every sector, government is going for a reform program. They have undertaken new initiatives in order to improve the confidence of the investors, the confidence of the businessmen, and that is being acknowledged by the international rating agencies, by other international institutions. They have acknowledged that government of Pakistan has been doing a lot on many account. Uh, I would suggest a few things that ease of doing business we have improved by 28 points. We are touching now the 100 position. We used to be 130th globally. We aim to even go much below down in the coming years as the reforms are still taking place. Uh, in terms of different sectors, as you see, the construction sector and housing sector is booming in Pakistan. Uh, that has generated a lot of activity. In case of IT sector, uh, digitalization policy, the policy of e-commerce, and other initiatives that the government has taken. You may be aware that recently a special IT economic zone is being established. And likewise, in other sectors, special economic zones, with Chinese massive investment under CPAC of around 60 billion US dollars, the infrastructures have massively improved and will certainly improve in the coming years. It's rail, it's fiber, it's road network, it's other industry, Gawad port. So these are all things that have contributed to the economic activity in the country and has attracted investors. The other day, I was having at the automobile industry. Uh, we have been since many years back. There have been just few companies who have been monopolizing this automobile industry in Pakistan, but we have seen now many new companies coming up with Hyundai, with Kia, with MG. They are coming, and that reflects that there's a huge demand. People's economic activity taking place, middle class is rising. So all these indicators they suggest amply that yes, there's immense potential, immense demand, and Amjad Bhai, with initiatives like of yours, we need to work and sensitize our overseas diaspora enterprises, uh, captains of the industry to to sit down, to look towards the country and contribute in whatever manner they can do that.
Okay. So what I will do, Shafiq Bhai, thank you very much for that analysis and that update. I will also take some questions that people are putting up and some comments as we move on. Naveed Anwar Saab is suggesting that we should speak in Urdu. I have absolutely, as a Pakistani, I've got nothing against Urdu and Punjabi. Naveed Saab, you know me well. So no problems with that. But fundamentally, Invest in Pakistan is about attracting direct overseas investment, not just from Pakistanis, but from across the globe. That is what Jumpstart has been working on. Like I explained earlier on, the first phase was about actually creating awareness of entrepreneurship. The second phase was mitigating the negative image that Pakistan had, that was Lift Pakistan. The third phase, which is a sector-based industrial policy, which we worked with the private sector and the government institutions, is to look at the book of opportunities in each sector and where the bottlenecks are and where the opportunities are. So Naveed Bhai, Urdu and Punjabi, we love, but the purpose is to get investment into Pakistan. And if it means that we have to speak in Urdu or in Chinese or in Farsi or whatever, we give the customer what they need. And Suhail Kiani Saab has said that potential is a potential until it's not delivered. Suhail Saab, thank you for joining us. Thank you for encouraging us like you do. Let me assure you, as an entrepreneur, as a businessman that's been, doing work for the last 45 years, and now obviously working with Pakistan. Without action, nothing will get done. I'm not somebody who actually just talks about paralysis by analysis. So I can assure you that we will do that. So coming back to you, Shafiq Bhai, thank you so much for the update. I think what you we talked about the increase in exports and the ease of doing business, that is most welcome. But from our discussions, we've realized that we need three phases of planning. Number one, the short term. The circumstances have given us this opportunity where our competitors are in lockdown. Companies here in the West and across the world need goods and services. And Alhamdulillah, we're in a position to take that. And people like you and us and other good organizations working together, like UKPCCI and various other organizations here in UK, the Chambers of Commerce, have come together and made this increase in profits possible. But I think my worry, and from the discussions that I've had with you and with your team, I think what we've got to do right now is actually look at the SMEs and their capacity. So this is what Jumpstart Pakistan and the capacity building hub that we've talked about, that we need to get these companies, get them into a phase where we can actually mentor them, look at their SWOT analysis, make sure that when we actually connect them with the overseas businesses, they're fit for purpose in terms of their business model, in terms of their pricing, in terms of them understanding all those kind of stuff. So, you're aware of it. We've been working with you and other institutions. What is the progress, and how can people who are watching, right? I mean, I'm sat in Bradford. 30% of the population is of Pakistani. You're sat in London. Huge amount of Pakistanis thriving. Anil Masarat Bhai and his team is sat in Manchester. There are people sat in Birmingham, Glasgow, Newcastle upon Tyne. Khurram is sat in America. We've got 30 chapters across the globe, right? We need to move fast in terms of this development of the SMEs, but make sure, Shafiq Saab, that the value chain, जहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन हो रही है, जहाँ पे सर्विसेज आ रही हैं, कि उनकी जो कंसिस्टेंसी है क्वालिटी की वो सेम हो. क्योंकि एक जो प्रॉब्लम जो बिजनेसमैन है वो हमें बार बार कह रहे हैं कि एक चीज आती है अच्छी, दूसरा जो फॉलो अप है वो ठीक नहीं हो रहा. So उसके ऊपर क्या काम हो रहा है? डेटाप है, बाकी all these different agencies, are they working together on this? Can you enlighten those people who are watching? Okay, what work is, critical work is being done on that?
Thank you, Amjad bhai. It's a very valid observation, and I come across these kind of observations whenever I meet importers and other business community here. So you have touched basically two things. One is how can we support SMEs, and how can we create that ecosystem whereby the small companies sitting across the globe, and how can they connect with Pakistan side and work together for promotion of trade and investment. The other side is how can we improve our value chains. I first come to the value chains. uh, to be honest, uh, for this economic uplifting growth investment trade, ideally there has to be a whole of the government approach. All of the departments, starting from Ministry of Finance, Commerce, State Bank, Federal Board of Revenue, Agriculture, these are all ministries and departments, and even the provincial departments. They have to work together, and synergize their efforts. That should be aimed at improving Pakistan's export competitiveness and Pakistan's investment competitiveness. Standalone efforts, yes, that we have been doing, but doesn't give the desired results. Uh, in terms of value chains, Ministry of Commerce and GDAP, as you are aware, that we announced trade policy. Initially used to be 1 year, but now we announced 3 year trade policy. And there are incentives, there are some kind of financial support, technical support for these companies to upgrade, to sophisticate their production networks. but ensuring the quality, that's a very important point. And to be honest, we don't have that much leverage, as it's a market-based economy. We let the companies operate in the market because we in the government can only facilitate and create an enabling environment, but we cannot exercise kind of these regulations or some kind of restrictions on the businesses, because that has its own negative impacts and repercussions in terms of creating some pressure groups, or creating some kind of mechanism whereby money is being channeled out. You know what I'm saying. I mean, government intervention, the more the government interventions, kind of a quotas and licenses, and that breeds corruption and bribery and everything. So we let the market forces operate, and the demand side itself creates that environment in the supply to improve their linkages. The good companies will continue to come up, and the bad companies will be wiped out during the course. But yes, there I agree that there has to be some kind of mechanism whereby we can ensure quality, and the quantity, of course, is not an issue, but quality in terms of the food. Yes, we have Department of Plant Protection, and they try to enforce those standards and ensure supplies. But in terms of the normal non-agriculture goods, yes, then the government has no control on that. That is something we have to see how this is a doable option, because doing government exercise control and regulations, that has its fallout. The other side is, if we let them operate openly, then these kind of complaints, they come up. So we need to strike a balance on that we should not strangulate the business initiatives and entrepreneur skills with the government regulations and government controls. With SMEs, as you see in Pakistan's economic landscape, we don't see much of multinational companies, probably hardly any multinational company that we ever produced so far. Uh, so most of the companies, they are middle companies or the small companies, and the focus is, of course, by the State Bank, by the Federal Board of Revenue, Ministry of Commerce and Finance, is to support them in various incentives, be it the financial incentives, some kind of the government support, in terms of, we should not use the word subsidy, but kind of a subsidies for these new companies to come up. But from the overseas, Amjad Bhai, we need your support, maybe to create those kind of venture capital funds whereby we can support these companies, create funds from the overseas, and pick up some good, companies, startups in Pakistan, invest there, because they, lack money. And as you say, in banks, Pakistan markup is very high. The companies cannot have that option of, getting loans and financing from the bank. So maybe we need to create those linkages whereby these startups, they, find and funnel, money from outside, and, improve their entrepreneurial skills. That's what my take is.
Okay, thank you so much again. Again, I'm going to take some of the questions that people are posing. When you talk about the fund and funds and investment, we actually, through huge consultation over the last 6 years, have come to the conclusion that there are three things, critical things, that are needed for companies to grow and for us to transform Pakistan. So what is it that Jumpstart and overseas Pakistanis can give the companies in Pakistan, which are critical to actually delivering what we want? Number one is the overseas Pakistanis, and particularly the businesses and entrepreneurs, can give you access to global markets. That's number one. Number two, you talked about funding. Clearly, if I'm doing business with somebody and they're supplying me, that's one way of funding. But what we're encouraging is the skin in the game. So if there's an SME that's got a potential, that's got a product or a service, what you do is almost do either a joint venture or you invest in that company. Because once you have a skin in the game, you will transfer your knowledge, you will transfer your skills, and through that collaborative approach, you will have that upskilling and you will have that growth potential. And last not least, just funding And just access to markets does not mean that you're going to be successful. I think what is desperately needed for growth is developed human capital. And that's what overseas Pakistanis can give you. Now, Talk Pakistan are saying, what is it that the government of Pakistan does in order to ensure people who invest in Pakistan, whether it's in companies, whether it's in plots of lands, etc. So, what are the guarantees that government gives? Now, I think that really, from my experience, comes. It's a two-way approach. A lot of the overseas Pakistanis in the past have been investing through their relatives or people they know. So there hasn't been a formal engagement, and there hasn't been a proper structured management of their investment through proper channels. What people have got to realize, and I'm talking now about British citizens who are overseas dual nationals. When you invest in Pakistan, you could go to the international department or the British High Commission and talk to their people there and say, look, I'm thinking of investing in Pakistan. What are the dangers? And because you're a dual national, you can go to Shafiq Bhai in London, right? And you're getting two advices free of charge, right? And what we're encouraging overseas Pakistanis to do is first and foremost take the legal and professional route into your investment. But I will allow you to actually explain where is the legality, where is the actual stuff, because me and you and a lot of other people have done a lot of now seminars on Roshan digital account, Pakistan certificates, all that kind of stuff. So people are well aware, right? And over 700,000, nearly a billion, 100 million, no, 700 million, dollars worth of investment has flowed into Pakistan, which is offering wonderful kind of initiative. I myself, just to give you an example, I've invested in Pakistan, and to be honest with you, I've had no problems. So over to you to actually get rid of this dissonance that people have, Shafiq Bhai, that somehow investing in Pakistan, they're just going to be simply robbed, or somebody's going to take their money. This mafia kind of environment and negative image that we have about Pakistan. And what we've got to remember, there are thousands of multinationals, international multinationals already trading in Pakistan and making beautiful, handsome profitability. So over to Shafiq Bhai.
Thank you, Amjad Bhai. I'll touch these things one by one. Uh, First, you said about the market access. That's a good point. One, from the trade perspective, uh, I'm happy to share with you that in the last couple of years, in terms of duties concession in European Union and now after Brexit in UK. I give you an example. In UK, more than 95% of Pakistani products are subject to zero duty. So Pakistan's competitors like China, India, Indonesia, they are all subject to certain tariffs and duties, except Bangladesh, which is having that facility being LDC. Even Vietnam is having duties. So Pakistan enjoys that 0% market access. That's what the government of Pakistan has done with their counterpart, and given that created that enabling environment whereby Pakistani companies have improved their competitiveness and can sell their products at 0% duty. And that is the case in EU. We signed a free trade agreement with China. It's a you know $5 trillion market in terms of trade. So last year their imports were roughly 2 trillion US dollars. 95%, 98% goods, they are subject to zero duty. uh, to manufacture in Pakistan and back to their country. So that's what the government has done, and the SMEs and the small companies need to take benefit of that facility where we have that facility of 0%. Now, the other thing, sir, that glad you said what the government has done. We have been saying that we have created that one window facility for the promotion of investment. The Prime Minister of Pakistan is heading a project management unit. PMU has been established whereby these companies can get access to board of investment, can get relevant information. The company's registration process. I was having a look at the other day. Very nominal fee, and you can get a company registered with SCCP in 2 weeks' time. You can get NTN number, you can get open bank accounts, you can get the brands registered. So these kinds of reforms have taken place for the companies. One thing that I've noticed, and probably that is the easiest uh, bet for the overseas Pakistanis, that they prefer investing in properties. Now, properties in Pakistan, of course, the price is going high. They give very quick returns, but that entail a lot of litigation, a lot of problems there. So, in terms of property, the government, despite all efforts by creating special courts, that still is a problem, and that leads to illegal occupation. Some kind of people here, they have to fight cases in the court. So that's a challenge. And the overseas, I would request that instead of investing in properties, they should invest in other areas. They should, IT, in manufacturing sector with this booming population, good economic growth indicators, with having access to the big markets, as I said, and being located at a very strategic position next to Central Asia, South Asia, and East Asia. They should invest in the manufacturing sector, in the services sector, in the IT sector. These are the sectors whereby at least there are certain regulations and controls. And the people, kinds of these, as you alluded to, that there are mafias. I think by investing in these are relatively safer instead of investing in properties. Um, you also alluded to this initiative that the State Bank of Pakistan has recently launched, a very welcome initiative, uh, and very much appreciated by with your support, and many other chambers and trade bodies, Pakistan High Commission. We have disseminated this information across diaspora that please come and open their accounts. You don't need to physically visit Pakistan and have their accounts open. You can open your accounts by sitting here. You can buy near Pakistan certificates whereby the returns are massive, 5%, 6%, 7% in terms of dollar and pounds, which are very attractive returns. You can remit the money back whenever you like. So these kinds, and this is the one that's just been announced last year, September. So some good things are taking place. Yes, I agree that we need to work a lot, many issues that we have to address. We are cognizant of that, and the people like you, they raise all these issues at all forums. We need to work on that, uh, but things are going in the right direction, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll be able to address these challenges in the course of time as well.
Thank you so much. Shafiq Sab, there's one point that keeps coming up almost in every discussion that I have globally with our stakeholders and partners and investors. That is, there are so many organizations across the globe who, pretend to represent Pakistanis or trade, bodies, and they're all, their work is good in their own manner. So Rashid Iqbal Bhai, who's part of the Pakistani British Council. I've had deep discussions with them. Mirza Saab as well, Umar Ghani Bhai in Pakistan. जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि हसन साहब फ्रॉम आइडिया, ये जितने लोग हैं सभी, परवेज साहब जो एनआईसी में काम कर रहे हैं, they're all doing some wonderful work. But until, जैसे राशिद साहब ने लिखा है कि until we actually come together at some sort of a platform, क्योंकि देखिए आप, हमारा विजन है कि हमने पाकिस्तान को ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है. किस तरीके से करना है? हमने थ्रू एंटरप्राइज उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है. और फिर हमने ये भी अगठे होके ये कह दिया है कि these are the sectors where we think we've got the comparative advantage. So, with your permission and with the discussions with you and Zulfi Buhari Saab, who's been our champion, जहांगीर तरीन भाई साहब और जितने भी मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो उनके साथ हमने दाऊद साहब, रजाक साहब, उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत चलती रहती है. So what we at Jumpstart are proposing, and I've already started the conversations, is that we want to set up a national, what I call a national integrated consortium of entrepreneurs, and particularly the entrepreneur bodies. And what we do is we bring them together, and because we all agree on the vision, which is to transform Pakistan, and then we agree on these sectors more or less. But what we then need to do is give each organization a responsibility for a particular sector. So there is a focus of resources, and we give them through the planning commission, आपकी जो ministries हैं, foreign office है, जो भी है. So there is an alignment of effort of the private sector, the overseas Pakistanis, the institutions, right? So we can have that, leapfrogging and thrusting forward of the improvements that we need, because we must never forget Pakistan, despite all the improvements that are happening, despite all the good news that you're giving us, and despite everything that we're doing, right? Unless and until we actually come together as a nation and work together, it will not happen. So we at Jumpstart Pakistan, I can say to you as a chairman, and all our stakeholders know, we're open, we're ready to negotiate and sit down on that table. This is an open invitation for everybody to come together and work with the institution. So then there is no excuse. But I think that the key thing, Shafiq Sab, that we need to actually have is जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं ना, उनको सामने लाएं. अगर we must have an evaluation criteria. ये नहीं है कि मैं वहां पे बैठ जाऊंगा, अपना फोटो आ जाएगा, मेरा प्रोफाइल बन जाएगी. That period of photo opportunism that needs to finish, and we need to do a lot of work. So I would love to hear that kind of approach. Sometimes you have to be hard, you have to tell the truth, and you have to be brutal, because जो हमारी situation है, Shafiq bhai, it is dire, and we need to get people together. And to be honest with you, most people, vast majority of the people that I have had this discussion with, which are at the chairmanship, CEO level, all agree that we need to do it. So what is your opinion on that?
I can't agree more what you have said. Precisely, we have been having discussions on that as well. And if you allow me, मैं थोड़ा सा इस मौजू पे थोड़ा सा जज्बाती हूँ, so I can speak my mother language as well. उर्दू में अगर बात करूँ तो इस मौजू पे, सर, I agree कि ये जितनी organizations हैं, ये अपनी capacity में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं. But as you said, bits and pieces में वो impact create नहीं होता, which actually we desire.
Absolutely.
I have come across very good leading businessmen, multinational companies में लोग काम कर रहे हैं, different services professions में काम कर रहे हैं. They want to work for Pakistan, लेकिन वो उनके पास कोई ऐसा proper platform नहीं है जहां से वो इकट्ठे बैठ के किसी strategy के साथ, किसी direction के साथ इस मुल्क के लिए काम कर सके. तो जैसे मैंने आपसे डिस्कस भी किया था, और वो हमने एक और मुल्क का जब हमने जिक्र किया कि बिजनेस फोरम बनाया हुआ है, दैट्स हाउ दे इन्फ्लुएंस पॉलिसी मेकिंग इन दिस कंट्री. आई थिंक वी नीड टू सिट डाउन, और ये जो लोग एक्चुअली who can influence policy making, they need to sit down at some platform. देखें, आप लोगों की रीच हमसे ज्यादा है. You are dual nationals, you are paying heavy taxes in this country and across the globe as well. We people come and go, but with the support of Pakistan High Commission, I think we need to create such a platform of the leading business professionals, service providers, to sit down, make that body very effective, जो यहाँ पे policy advocacy करे, पाकिस्तान का जो goodwill है वो message across put करे, हमारी जो अच्छी अच्छी चीजें मुल्क में हो रही हैं वो स्प्रेड करे, और यहाँ की लोकल जो बिजनेस पॉलिटिक्स है उस पे इन्फ्लुएंस कर सके, सो दैट कि कल को हम अपने अपने बेनिफिट्स ले सकें. Now, as we all have been hearing that Prime Boris Johnson had planned to visit India in February, and now maybe this year. Why can't we create that environment whereby we convince them either visit Pakistan or we bring in Pakistani Prime Minister, but we have to have some good agenda for that, some proper outcomes of that meeting or some visit. So I think हमें इस पे काम करने की जरूरत है. मेरी जो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, राशिद इकबाल साहब वेरी एक्टिव, हम उनके साथ राब्ते में भी रहते हैं, and we are discussing various issues. But other players, I would suggest them to अपना जो engagement है with the Pakistan High Commission, with the consulates, वो enhance करने की जरूरत है. अगर आप हमारे पास, हम लोग 2 3 4 साल के लिए आते हैं, हमें शायद इतना टाइम भी नहीं होता कि हम लोगों को रीच आउट कर सकें, बट वी आर जस्ट ए कॉल अवे. आप लोग कम्युनिटी की जितनी पार्ट उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करें, हाई कमीशन के साथ अपना लिजवान को इंक्रीज करें, एंड मे बी वी सिट डाउन समडे और एक ऐसा फोरम क्रिएट कर सकें जहां पे जितनी भी ये बॉडीज और जितने फोरम्स हैं वो एक वन प्लेटफॉर्म की सूरत में बने, और हमारी जो वॉइस है वो ज्यादा इफेक्टिवली वी कैन पुट अक्रॉस एट ऑल अप्रोप्रिएट फोरम्स. एंड और इसका ये भी फायदा होगा सर कि ये फोरम व्हेन दे गो बैक टू पाकिस्तान, their voice will be considered, will be heard very seriously by the top echelons, by the people at the helm of affairs, and that's how we can influence policy making in the domestic side as well.
So Shafiq Saab, just to give you the good news, Khurram and I have already agreed and we've started that consultation. So we will keep you in the loop. I just need to make a quick remark, Khurram, because there are some people who are making some remarks. Bash is saying that it takes 25 days to 30 days to set up a company. That is not true. You can do it over, online, and simply you get it done within 24 hours. I've had my company done. I did it myself with somebody else. I didn't do it online, but I got it done within kind of 7 to 12 days. So that's a myth. There is somebody else saying you can't transform Pakistan without transforming our leadership, which is pathetic. Ab Malik, yaar, I don't want to be abusive or use language like that. In any country, there are good eggs and bad eggs. You can't use one brush to transform and picture everybody like that, right? So yes, there is gaps in capacity, etc. But we need to be respectful when we have a discussion. Yes, we're emotional. Yes, we're passionate about Pakistan, but not everybody is pathetic. So I would, respectfully disagree with you. Khurram, so Shafiq Saab, thank you so much. Time is up, unfortunately. We will continue to have these dialogues, and this is a 2-day event. Thank you so much for taking the time out on Saturday. Your team is on tomorrow as well, and we've got other people. And as we say at Jumpstart Pakistan, stronger together in building a great nation. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you're doing and the passion you bring to your job. We're here, and I'm sure everybody across the globe who's listening to us, are joined together in creating a great nation, inshallah. Khurram, over to you.
Thank you, Amjad Bhai. It was great. Thank you, Shafiq Saab, for such a time, and it was a great conversation. Guys, now we're going to be moving on to another panel, which is going to be about the actual education system in Pakistan. And we have like amazing panel with us. So before I actually move on, I think I would like to actually say one thing about the actual education. I think this is the foundation on which any country build their generations, which ultimately those generations change the country. So unless and until we actually focus on the education itself and then start producing that generation, which is going to be ultimately changing the landscape, that's really important that we pay a special attention to that. So the next session is all about that. Mariam, I have seen join in. Thank you. Samreen, welcome on the stage. Shahid Bhai, assalamu alaikum. Zainab, and I think Mariam is having a little bit trouble about that whole, screen and everything. Until that point, I would like to ask Samreen if you could actually, up to the point when Mariam joins, could you please introduce yourself, and then we can go from there. Samreen, your mic is muted, I think. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's better.
All right. So this is Amin Shah. I'm an assistant professor with Iqra National University in the Business Administration Department. and I'm also heading the Career Development Center at Ikra National University, and I work with job placement of the students, and building industry license is a part of my job.
Thank you, Mr. Marine. Assalamu alaikum, Shahid Bhai. Good to see you. Thank you for taking out time. It's an absolute pleasure to have you and to talk to you. So just a little bit of introduction for our viewers.
My name is Shahid Warsi, and I'm a Chief Executive Officer of AFAG, Association for Academic Quality. AFAG is working in teachers training, curriculum development, and the school system development. And in AFAG, we have more than 600 employees, and we have an office in 30 cities of Pakistan. And also a chairman of Leading Edge Academic Network, the chair of the schools, and also the chairman of Professional Institute of Research and Training, Pakistan. And I'm the chairman of Education Standard Committee of Government of Pakistan, and also the Management Standard Committee of Pakistan. So this is my brief introduction.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. Next, we have Zainab. Zainab, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Zainab Khan, and I'm head of the sub-office UN Women Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where we work for the gender equality and women empowerment, and yes, education plays a very important sector in our work. Prior to this, I was working with the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in the disaster management. Thank you.
Thank you. So now at this point in time, I'll hand over to Mariam, who's going to be actually moderating this panel. So Mariam, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. Very warm welcome to all the panelists. Some of you do know me, like Ma'am Samin and Ma'am Zainab, and we've taken new panelists on board. So basically, I'll speak a little about Jumpstart as to what today's program is all about. Invest in Pakistan is an initiative of Jumpstart Pakistan. They've been in the market for over 7 years, and this special initiative is an annual conference focused on creating a platform where angel investors, private equities, and venture capitalists they have the opportunity to invest in carefully selected high growth potential. We've got several verticals with us today, and all of you have been invited for the education vertical. I would like to sort of welcome you all on board. We've got Ma'am Kameen, who is an assistant professor at Ikra University. She's also heading the Career Development Center at Ikra University. And we've got Ma'am Zainab, who is working for the UN Women. We have got Mr. Shahid Warsi, whom I'm seeing for the first time today. He's last but nonetheless the CEO of our chairman of Part and Lean Private Limited. Part of it deals with education, publishing, franchising. He deals with more than 400 schools network that sort of expands beyond Pakistan. So Samin, if you could introduce yourself and just talk a little about the present day education as to where you think we're at, and then I'll allow everyone else to introduce themselves as well and talk about what they feel the present day education is at, and we'll move forward to the challenges with the COVID scenario, opportunities, and the way forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Mariam. Actually, before you joined us, we had already introduced ourselves, but I'll quickly, talk about what you mentioned before. Post-COVID, I think the skills and expertise that we have acquired because of the lockdown and the crisis in the education sector, that has equipped us very well in terms of handling what lies ahead. And in terms of what is prevalent in education today and what is lacking, I believe that the entrepreneurial system that we need to be developing at the universities and college level, there is an absolute absence of that in terms of our curriculum, in terms of what we're teaching our students, in terms of skills development of the students, exposure and opportunities that they somehow have been missing out on because of the lack of structure at the university level and because of the lack of commitment of the educationalists in the sector. Uh,
Mhm.
the blame could go on and on, but I think what is more important is to focus on what are the future challenges and what are the opportunities that we need to be looking forward to and preparing for. So
Mhm.
I think because I'm involved in research as well, I'm a PhD scholar and I'm doing my research is based on small and medium enterprises and how they play the role of peace actors in the conflict regions. And I think businesses are now way beyond the traditional what they traditionally were and how they were traditionally perceived. It is not just about the economic development of the society anymore. It is about bringing in new ideas and technologies in order to battle the future that is so uncertain. And I think we are now waking up to the fact that the life is so fragile and the uncertainty is so huge that we need to be way more prepared than how we were before. And in terms to do that,
Mhm.
the gap between academia and industry, it needs to be bridged as soon as possible, because what we teach in the classes is quite different from what the students have to face when they go out into the real world and deal with the
Mhm.
jobs and opportunities. So in terms of skills development of the students, in terms of the practical tools that they need to learn in order to survive in the world outside, that is very much lacking in Pakistani educational sector. And I'm sure the policymakers or the people who are into policy advocacy, they're listening to this and they probably agree with me that there needs to be taken some serious actions towards preparing the students at the college and university level for the new um, uh, ventures that lie ahead. And we might be not doing justice with the potential that we have in our country, with the students, the kind of students that we have in our country. We might be letting
Mhm.
them down and not preparing them for the future challenges. So yeah, that
Right.
is something that we need to be able to discuss and talk about.
Thank you so much, Samin. That was a detailed analysis of where we're at, the problems we're facing, in your perspective. Mr. Shahid Warsi, if you'd like to introduce yourself and talk a little about your experience in education and what's your perception, the status update of education in your mind.
Pakistan, uh, around the 64% population of Pakistan is basically living in rural areas in Pakistan, where the facilities is very low. और जो पाकिस्तान में आउट ऑफ स्कूल चिल्ड्रन हैं उनकी भी तादाद चूँकि बहुत ज़्यादा है. तो ड्यूरिंग COVID-19 in Pakistan we are facing a lot of problems related to technology, and because of the lack of technology we are facing the teaching learning process is stopped in Pakistan. और इस टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस को कंटिन्यू करने के लिए टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग में और स्कूल मैनेजमेंट एरिया में खासा गैप था जो पाकिस्तान में फेस किया गया कंपेयर टू अदर कंट्रीज़ के. तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में इस वक्त वी शुड इन्वेस्ट इन टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स एंड आल्सो इन द करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट द स्कूल सिस्टम प्रोग्राम्स एंड आल्सो इन टेक्नोलॉजी साइड भी को इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. ड्यूरिंग COVID-19 in Pakistan, in Pakistan, we have around more than 200,000 private schools in Pakistan. So as far as the public and the private sector is concerned, the schools in Pakistan is 50-50%, 50% in the private sector, 50% in the government sector. In both areas, the public sector में भी और private sector में भी, पाकिस्तान में जो सबसे ज़्यादा जिस चीज़ की लैकिंग है वो ट्रेन स्टाफ की है जो कि नहीं है. और पाकिस्तान में just like Ofsted and KSDA, just like Knowledge and Human Development Authority in Dubai और Ofsted in UK, पाकिस्तान में जो कोई एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं है पब्लिक सेक्टर के पास जो फैसिलिटेट कर सके हमें पब्लिक सेक्टर में भी और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी इनको ट्रेन करने के हवाले से. तो इन आफाक in our organizations during COVID-19 we have trained more than 20,000 teachers in Pakistan through online teaching. But as far as the online teaching is concerned, I think कि ऑनलाइन टीचिंग के नतीजे में हम वो क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड नहीं कर सकते जो कि फेस टू फेस इंटरेक्टिव टीचिंग के दौरान कर सकते हैं. तो COVID-19 के दौरान में एक जो प्रॉब्लम हमने फेस किया वो तो ये किया कि हमारे टीचर्स इतने ट्रेन नहीं हैं जिनको हम ऑनलाइन ट्रेन कर पाते. और सेकेंडली जो है टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग जो है वो ऑनलाइन के बजाय जो है इंटरेक्टिव सेशन के जरिए ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव बनाई जा सकती थी। तो आफाक यानी पाकिस्तान में हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिसमें अराउंड 200 के करीब फुल टाइम ट्रेनर्स पूरे पाकिस्तान में ट्रेनिंग में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। जब हमने इस दौरान में जो फेस किया वो ये किया कि टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग पे पाकिस्तान में बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि फ्यूचर में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को जो है वो इम्प्रूव किया जा सके। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में जैसे लाइक अदर कंट्रीज अगर हमने क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को इम्प्रूव करना है तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए हमें एजुकेशन सेक्टर में पब्लिक और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करने की ज़रूरत है। और इस फील्ड के अंदर वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ पोटेंशियल भी बहुत ज़्यादा है। और इस वक्त भी पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो है वो आप कह लीजिए कि इस चीज़ की अपॉर्चुनिटी मौजूद है कि बहुत अच्छे एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए जाएँ जिसका एक रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट भी जो है वो हमें मिलेगा। तो हमने इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के थ्रू जो 40,000 प्रिंसिपल्स की ट्रेनिंग करके और टीचर ट्रेनिंग के जरिए जो अंदाज़ा लगाया वो ये लगाया कि ह्यूमन रिसोर्स पे हमें बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए। तो वी शुड इन्वेस्ट इन ह्यूमन रिसोर्स और यही पाकिस्तान में फ्यूचर क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को जो है वो सेव कर सकेगा।
So thank you very much, sir, for the detailed reflection, especially the fact that teacher training needs to be taken into account. I'd like to move on to next panelist, Tanzania. He's heading the station UNM. If you'd like to sort of talk a little about your experience and just give us an update about what your views on education right now.
Thank you very much, Mariam. This is Zainab Khan. When we are talking about education and the respected panelists who talked before me, somehow they were touching the digital aspect of it. And it is very important to note that although in investment of the education, to link it with the digital enhancement is very important. And during the COVID-19 public health emergency, we have found that the use of digital media, IT relevant thing to be incorporated in the education has become vital. We are living in the age of a technology revolution that has fundamentally altered the way people, organizations, institutions are connecting with each other. And technology has also transformed the world of work, launching the fourth industrial revolution. And that is characterized by a range of new technologies like financial technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and deep learning. And that are focusing the physical, digital, and biological worlds, impacting every aspect of our lives today, including the education sector. This stage of industrial development is meant to connect people, goods, and services with the aim of increasing productivity, alleviation of hardship for people, and lead to an overall improvement in the human condition. Pakistan exists in the first, second, third, and fourth stages of this revolution stage. Simultaneously, we are at stage one in some, and we are somewhere other in the other ones. So, despite the delayed progress in some sectors in Pakistan, there's no denying that we are living in an age of technology-induced connectivity that is meant to achieve the greatest good for the greatest number of people, communities, and organizations. And it is related to greatest good being achieved to all. Now, it is also very important for us to ponder that are women included in it? Another aspect why we are talking about the need of the digital world right now and incorporating it in the education are especially that the Pakistan is unprecedented social and financial disruption caused by the COVID-19 emergency. And COVID-19 has had a severe impact on Pakistan's economy. It is predicted that the national GDP will shrink by 2.9% in the ongoing fiscal year, raising the employment rate to 11.8%. And the informal sector of the economy accounts for around 1/3 of Pakistan's GDP, according to estimate made in 2019. And this is being impacted severely. And when we look at it, women constituting 49% of the population, as per the national statistic, also contribute to significantly towards the GDP. But the major portion of the women in this and the education sector and the informal sector are not included in that digital literacy, and there's a digital gap. So despite important policy levels advances affirming the principles of gender equality and non-discrimination in Pakistan, and the gradual increase in women's public leadership, women's situation in enhancing towards the development is still very much limited. Gender disparity in Pakistan has a significant low ranking in the global gender gap index 2020. Most of the people have seen us, and we are only ahead of Iraq and Yemen. And with limited economic opportunities for women, despite improvement over time, only half of the female population is literate, compared with 72% of the male population. And that's very alarming figure to us. And we can take an example of some of the government initiatives as well, where the 70% of the KP budget has been allocated to the female education. However, the results are yet to be seen. In the newly merged district, where there are no more female schools, however, they are not non-functional. So, in talking about the female labor force participation, which stands at only 20%. So, only 1% of women are engaged in entrepreneurial activities as opposed to 21% of male. So, majority of women operating in informal sector, and the concentration of women-led businesses is confined to traditional female sectors. These are some of the much challenges that we can see on these things, and it's very important for us to see that how to proceed with a better aim, and in this education sector, where we see that the digital divide must be taken low in order
Sorry to
to.
interrupt.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Zainab?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Obviously, because the role you're in, you work for the developmental sector, we have to sort of look at the positive side as well. And as you said, you worked with a lot of, you work closely with the government. So if you'd like to sort of highlight as to, what productive work has been done, because, the round and round, if we go in circles, the change has to come at the policy level from the top. So if you'd like to reflect, even if the progress is at a snail's pace, but still, I think it's important to highlight what initiatives the government has taken so far in these 2 years, and with COVID, in terms of education and meeting the challenges that we're facing.
If we look at the policies of the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, in their every annual development budget, we have seen that there is more budget toward the female education as compared to the male education. And and also, I mean, like 72, the statistics that I came across were 70% of the budget was allocated to the female education. Now, something that we must consider is this, that how to retain those female in the education system, because when we look at the statistic till class 5, there are more female students in the schools, but then after class 5, when we see there's a dropout rate, and we must analyze that what are the things that are bearing this thing. Do we have proper wash facilities? Do we have proper shelter facilities? Do we have accessibilities of the female? Where in the newly merged districts, we see that there's so much challenge in the mobility for the female that they are not able to go to the school for their education. So we simultaneously, by putting in a lot of effort and a planning and a finance towards the education sector, it is also important for us to enhance that facilitated environment so that the resources allocated are better utilized.
Okay. Thank you so much, Zainab, for the detailed information on your work in the developmental sector and also the government initiatives. Sameen, we move forward to our topic for today, which is opportunities within. It was very important. I know that we need to be positive, but it's important to know where we're at, what are the challenges, and then sort of move on towards the opportunities. So I think earlier on we were talking about the government or us not having enough data in terms of education to move. So if you'd like to sort of talk about that as well, and in your view, what are the opportunities and what's the way forward?
Okay, so as I said before, the gap between academia and businesses and industries, that has to be addressed in terms of the required skills in the industry and the ones that we are teaching at the universities. So what happens is that we at the university level, we although higher education commission has devised a very comprehensive curriculum program for all the universities to follow, but even then, even with all the regulations, I think it is not enough. It is not enough in terms of preparing students for the industry, and therein lies the problem, because when we send out these students after they graduate from the universities, they are not well equipped to deal with the challenges that lie ahead. So in terms of developing a sort of database for skills that are current and relevant and required in the industry, I think universities, both private and public sector universities, should come together and work towards making sure that their curriculum has evolved to meet up with the standards in the corporate sector or in the industries, because until unless we do that, we will not be able to bridge that gap. And secondly, because universities are places where we conduct a lot of research, but none of that research is action based research, as in none of the research is actually answering the questions that the industry is asking or trying to solve the problems that the industries are facing. So we are not contributing productively. We are not able to give solutions to the issues that exist in the industry. So I think it is important for all the universities that are part of conducting research through their academic programs. They need to be able to sort of do a reorientation and to try to figure out how to do action-based research through their students and scholars to see what contribution they can make towards the betterment of the industry and economic conditions of the region. And in that, the incubation centers are providing great services, because so many entrepreneurs, the third most important thing is development of entrepreneurial culture in the universities and in the society in general, because so much of guidance and so much of opportunities, they go missing because there is no connection between the students and the industry. And because there's not enough training of the students to sort of help them identify their potential and put it to use in terms of entrepreneurial ventures. So that, I think, we must be able to work on at the university level, where we can prepare students with the skills that are relevant in the industry, or prepare them so that they can be good entrepreneurs for the future and bring out more opportunities for others to join the industries. So that is important in terms of skills development, in terms of reorganizing, redesigning our curriculum to fit the challenges of the future, and to use the new acquired digital skills of that comes with the lockdown and the digital and online classes, and all these skills that we have acquired over the last 2 years, last 1 year. I think that can be put to use, because so many universities abroad are now launching long distance programs, because things are happening online, classes are happening online. There is a new era of collaborations between universities and industry to partner up and sort of provide ways for students from different cultures and countries to come together in a culturally diverse environment and learn from each other and help develop each other's expertise in different fields. So the opportunity of collaboration of universities in this era where online classes have become so common, and people have gathered a lot of knowledge about how to use digital technologies to sort of conduct their classes and businesses online. I think that is a wonderful opportunity for Pakistani universities to sort of collaborate with other universities and institutions and business partners to have a better reach for the students who may not otherwise be able to have a culturally diverse experience with the people from other nations and countries. So that is one of the few opportunities that we can deliberate on and sort of find ways through.
Right. Thank you very much, Samin. And Sir Shafkat, I would want you to go into as much detail as you want in terms of opportunities for an investment in the field of education.
Hello.
Jesus, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I think there's a bit of a... Can you hear me,
Are you
sir?
asking about Shafkat, please?
Yes.
Sorry.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Maria.
Shahid bhai, please go ahead.
I think, Sir Khurram, there's a bit of a problem with your voice.
Shahid bhai, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Mariam is asking me or Shafkat? मरियम मुझसे कुछ पूछ रही है. अच्छा, आपने शफकत कहा, मैंने कहा कोई और है उसमें.
Sorry about that.
अच्छा. Are you asking about the investment in education sector?
Yes, sir. I would want you to go into as much detail as possible in terms of foreign investment, in terms of education and the opportunities in the education sector in Pakistan.
Okay. अच्छा, in Pakistan, you know, the number of private schools which we have discussed earlier is around 200,000 schools in Pakistan, and I think this is the biggest school chain in the world. But in education sector, the return on investment is around 50% if you have a building. And return on investment 50% means it's a huge investment return. The basic thing is Pakistan, due to the lack of quality of education, so there is no competition in Pakistan as far as the quality is concerned. पाकिस्तान में जो कि क्वालिटी में कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है, इसलिए एजुकेशन सेक्टर में जो इस वक्त क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के बेस पे जो रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो अराउंड 50% के करीब. A lot of पाकिस्तानी was come in पाकिस्तान और उन्होंने मुझसे कॉन्टेक्ट किया, वो पाए पाकिस्तान में, उन्होंने स्कूल इस्टेब्लिश किया, एंड नाउ he earn around $4,000 to $5,000 per month in Pakistan in education sector. Why? The reason is due to the lack of quality education. पाकिस्तान में इस वक्त more than 200,000 schools होने के बावजूद खासा गैप है, और इस गैप को फिल करने के लिए we should focus on quality education. For example, we should focus on teachers training, curriculum development side पे, school system पे, technology पे. इन areas में हमें invest करने की ज़रूरत है, और international जो assessment के जो bodies हैं उनके साथ पाकिस्तान को affiliate करने की ज़रूरत है. For example, like PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment, is a global platform for student assessment. पाकिस्तान इसमें बिल्कुल भी पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर रहा, पाकिस्तान टीम इसमें पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर रहा. तो पाकिस्तानी स्टूडेंट्स को इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जो ग्लोबल टेस्टिंग होती है उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने की ज़रूरत है. पाकिस्तान में बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट करने की ज़रूरत है स्कूल सिस्टम की साइड पे, कि जिसमें जो है खासा कह लीजिए क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के हवाले से अवेयरनेस है. आई हैव स्पेंड मोर देन 25 years इन एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री फ्रॉम प्री स्कूल टू हायर एजुकेशन. इन प्री स्कूल टू हायर एजुकेशन में एक जो स्कोप है वो अपनी साइड पे, लेकिन कंटेंट राइटिंग और करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट साइड में ह्यूज इन्वेस्टमेंट है. एसोसिएशन फॉर एकेडमिक क्वालिटी आफाक, जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से मैं बिलोंग करता हूँ, हमने लास्ट 20 years पहले जब इस फील्ड में स्टेप हमने रखा, तो नाउ इस वक्त हम पाकिस्तान में जब इसका बिगेस्ट शेयर ले रहे हैं, तो उसका रीजन सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो है वो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की वजह से है. जस्ट लाइक द KSG इन दुबई, लाइक नॉलेज एंड ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी दुबई और ऑफसेट UK, पाकिस्तान में इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूशंस को ओपन करने की ज़रूरत है जो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को मॉनिटर करने के लिए बनाया गया. ये सेक्टर प्राइवेट सेक्टर से भी हो सकता है, ये पब्लिक सेक्टर से भी हो सकता है. तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि इस वक्त बाकी दुनिया के मुकाबले में आई हैव विजिटेड फॉर मोर देन 30 countries अराउंड 5 continents ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और इस एजुकेशन सेक्टर में विजिट के दौरान में मैं ये समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में इस वक्त एजुकेशन सेक्टर में जितनी ज़रूरत भी है और जितना इसमें रिटर्न है उतना शायद बाकी दुनिया में कहीं और मौजूद नहीं है. हमने पाकिस्तान में फर्स्ट टाइम ISO 21001 2018 जो एक ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड है एजुकेशन सिस्टम का, मैं बल्कि ये ऑडियंस को भी बता रहा हूँ, जो लोग सुनना चाहते हैं उनको भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान उन कंट्रीज में शुमार होता है कि जिसमें 21001 का जो एजुकेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का स्टैंडर्ड डेवलप हुआ, اس اسٹینڈرڈ کی ڈیولپمنٹ میں ہماری پارٹیسپیشن رہی، اور ساتھ ہی ساتھ پاکستان میں سب سے زیادہ اویئرنیس سیشن ہوئے ہیں اسکول سسٹم کے اس اسٹینڈرڈ کے اوپر، جو شاید دنیا میں کہیں اور نہیں ہوئے. تو پاکستان میں وی شوڈ انویسٹ ان ایجوکیشن سیکٹر، اسپیشلی ان پرائمری ایجوکیشن. پرائمری ایجوکیشن میں، پری پرائمری ایجوکیشن میں، کیونکہ ہائر ایجوکیشن میں انویسٹمنٹ پاکستان میں خاصی ہوئی ہے، پرائمری ایجوکیشن میں کوالٹی ایجوکیشن کے حوالے سے ابھی بھی جو ہے یہاں پہ خاصا گیپ موجود ہے. لاسٹ ایئر ہم نے ایک ورکنگ کی تھی کہ پاکستان میں اس وقت اگر 5000 اسکولس پاکستان میں کھول لیے جائیں، اور وہ 5000 اسکولس پاکستان کے کن کن لوکیشنس میں کھولے جائیں، اور ان کے یہاں کوالٹی کا اسٹینڈرڈ کیا ہو، کریکلم کس طرح کا ہو، تو اس کے نتیجے میں ہم نے 288 بچوں کے اوپر ایک پوری ریسرچ کی تھی کہ اگر ایک اسکول اراؤنڈ 288 سے 300 اسٹوڈنٹس تک اپنے پاس لے لے، اور اس کے بعد ایک رینٹل بلڈنگ اپنی موجود ہو، تو ان کو ان کے ریٹرن آن انویسٹمنٹ جو ہے وہ اراؤنڈ 50% تک جو ہے وہ پاکستان میں مل سکتا ہے. یہ دونوں لحاظ سے کنٹریبیوشن ہوگی. ایک کنٹریبیوشن تو یہ ہوگی کہ انویسٹر کو ان کی انویسٹمنٹ کا ایک ریٹرن اچھا ملے گا، اور دوسری طرف جو اس میں ایک ایز اے نیشن جو ہمیں بینیفٹ ہوگا، وہ بینیفٹ یہ ہوگا کہ پاکستان میں ایجوکیشن کی کوالٹی جو ہے وہ امپروو ہوگی. نمبر آف پرائیویٹ اسکولس کے پاکستان میں زیادہ سے زیادہ اسٹیبلش ہونے کا جو ایڈوانٹیج ہوا وہ یہ ہوا کہ پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کے اندر جو ہے وہ کمپٹیشن بڑھ گیا. اس کمپٹیشن کے نتیجے میں اسکول کی بلڈنگ بھی امپروو ہوئی، اسکول کا کریکلم بھی امپروو ہوا، اس کی میں ٹیچرس ٹریننگ کا کلچر بھی انٹروڈیوس ہوا. 20 ایئرس پہلے پاکستان میں ٹیچرس ٹریننگ کا کوئی کلچر نہیں تھا، 20 ایئرس پہلے پاکستان میں پرنسپلس کی ٹریننگ کا کوئی کلچر نہیں تھا. لیکن اب آپ دیکھیں گے کہ پاکستان میں اگر کوئی پبلشنگ کا ادارہ بھی کام کر رہا ہوتا ہے تو وہ انویسٹ کرتا ہے ٹریننگ کے اوپر، اور انویسٹمنٹ ٹریننگ پہ کیے بغیر ان کے لیے پاسبل نہیں ہوتا کہ وہ اپنی پروڈکٹ کو مارکیٹ میں لا سکیں. تو یہ جو پاکستان میں کوالٹی ایجوکیشن کی ایک اویئرنیس پیدا ہوئی ہے، یہ اویئرنیس ایک کمپٹیشن کے نتیجے میں پیدا ہوئی ہے. تو اگر اوورسیز پاکستانی پاکستان آنے کے بعد ایک اچھے بلڈنگس پہ انویسٹ کرنا شروع کریں، کوالٹی ایجوکیشن پہ انویسٹ کریں، اچھے کریکلم ڈیولپرس یہاں پہ موجود ہوں، ٹیچرس ٹریننگ کے پروفیشنل ڈیولپمنٹ کے پروگرامس یہاں پہ اناؤنس کیے جائیں، تو اس کے نتیجے اسکول انسپیکشن پروگرامس یہاں پہ شروع کیے جائیں، تو ان جس سیکٹر میں بھی آپ جائیں گے، ان جس سیکٹرز میں بھی آپ اسکول ایجوکیشن انسٹیٹیوشنس پاکستان میں اسٹارٹ کریں گے، چاہے آپ کو انسپیکشن باڈی بنا لیں، پروفیشنل ڈیولپمنٹ کے ٹیچرس ٹریننگ انسٹیٹیوٹ بنا لیں، کریکلم ڈیولپمنٹ کے انسٹیٹیوٹس بنا لیں، اور اس طرح لائسنسنگ کے پروگرام شروع کر دیں، تو ان تمام ایریاز میں پروگرام شروع کرنے کے نتیجے میں جہاں ایک طرف کوالٹی ایجوکیشن ہم امپروو کر پائیں گے، وہیں انویسٹر جو ہے اپنا ریٹرن آن انویسٹمنٹ بھی جو ہے وہ خاصا لے پائیں گے. تو میں اس وقت اس پلیٹ فارم سے، جمپ اسٹارٹ کے پلیٹ فارم سے، جو اوورسیز پاکستانی بھی ہیں جو پاکستان کو کنٹریبیوٹ کرنا چاہتے ہیں، انہیں اس پلیٹ فارم سے یہ میسج دینا چاہوں گا کہ پاکستان کی ایک ڈیٹیل فیزیبلٹی ہمارے پاس موجود ہے. پاکستان میں جو ایک اسکوپ ہے ہر سیکٹر کا، اس کی بھی پوری ایک ڈیٹیل ہمارے پاس موجود ہے. تھاؤزنڈز آف اسکولس کا ڈیٹا ہمارے پاس موجود ہے. تو پاکستان میں پبلک سیکٹر کے ساتھ، پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کے ساتھ کولیبریشن کے نتیجے میں وہ اوورسیز پاکستانی جو پاکستان کو کنٹریبیوٹ کرنا چاہتے ہیں، یہ ان کے لیے ایک آئیڈیل ٹائم ہے جس میں ان کو انویسٹ کرنا چاہیے. یا لیٹ می گیو یو ایگزامپل، ایک ایگزامپل میں آپ کو دینا چاہتا ہوں کہ 1968 میں ایک لوور مڈل کلاس فیملی سے بلانگ کرنے والی انڈین فیملی نے دبئی میں ایجوکیشن سیکٹر میں انویسٹ کیا. 1968 میں دبئی میں انویسٹ کیا. ناؤ اب وہ لوور مڈل کلاس طبقے سے بلانگ کرنے والی جو فیملی ہے، وہ اس وقت ایجوکیشن سیکٹر میں گلوبل لیڈر ہے. اور ایجوکیشن سیکٹر میں گلوبل لیڈر کے ساتھ ساتھ کلاس پری اسکول سے گریڈ 12 تک کے اسکول کے اندر اگر صرف یو اے کی آپ بات کریں تو صرف اس اسکول ایجوکیشن کے نتیجے میں یو اے کے ٹاپ 10 جو رچ پرسنس ہیں ان میں اس فیملی کا نام آتا ہے، جس کا صرف اور صرف ایجوکیشن میں کوالٹی ایجوکیشن کا کنٹریبیوشن ہے. اور گلوبل اگر آپ اس کو دیکھیں گے تو ٹاپ 1000 میں ان کا نام ہے. کیوں؟ میجورٹی آف دی پاکستانی اسٹوڈنٹس جو ہیں وہ ان اسکولس میں پڑھتے ہیں جو پاکستانی مینجمنٹ رن نہیں کر رہی، اور میجورٹی آف دی پاکستانی جو ہیں وہ انویسٹ کر رہے ہیں پیرنٹس یو اے میں ان اسکولوں میں جن کی مینجمنٹ پاکستانی نہیں ہے بلکہ انڈین ہے. تو اس لیے میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ پاکستان کے اندر اگر اس وقت کوالٹی ایجوکیشن پہ انویسٹ کیا جائے تو اس انویسٹمنٹ کے نتیجے میں پیرنٹس کی یہ کیپیسٹی ہے. کووڈ-19 کے بعد بھی یہ کیپیسٹی ہے، کیونکہ ڈیورنگ کووڈ-19 بھی ہم نے اپنی آرگنائزیشن میں اراؤنڈ 20% گروتھ کی ہے. تو کووڈ-19 میں بھی یہ اپرچونٹی موجود ہے کہ پاکستانی پیرنٹس کوالٹی ایجوکیشن پہ انویسٹ کرنا چاہتے ہیں اور لیکن ان کو کوالٹی ایجوکیشن نہیں مل رہی ہے. تو ایسے انویسٹرز، ایسے گلوبل کہہ لیجیے ایجوکیشنسٹ، ٹیچرز، پروفیشنل ڈیولپمنٹ سے تعلق رکھنے والے لوگ اگر پاکستان میں اس وقت آئیں گے، کوالٹی ایجوکیشن کے لیے فوکس کریں گے اربن ایریاز میں اور رورل ایریاز میں، تو میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ پاکستان میں جتنا ان کو ریٹرن ملے گا شاید اتنا ریٹرن ان کو دنیا میں کہیں اور نہ مل سکے. تو اس لیے میں جمپ اسٹارٹ کے پلیٹ فارم سے खुरम साहब से भी और उनकी टीम से भी ये कहूँगा कि पाकिस्तान का जो एजुकेशन सेक्टर का पोटेंशियल है टेक्निकल साइड पे भी और दूसरे एरियाज में भी, इसको पूरी दुनिया में इसमें अवेयरनेस पैदा करने की ज़रूरत है। थैंक यू। आवाज़
For
नहीं आ
the
रही
opportunity. Zainab, can you hear me?
जी।
Zainab?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mariam. Yes, I mean, like about the opportunities in the field of education and then investment we can make. Again, I'll align my answer to the area of technology. And as I'm working in for the women empowerment, so will also incorporate some segments in that direction. So we know that the technology provides unprecedented opportunities for growth and innovation, and it has the potential to propel a country out of the poverty, and can make to the other many social ills. However, despite the potential, we see that the women in less developed countries are unprecedented and marginalized in the field of information and communication technology, and facing restricted, limited access and challenge. So we it's very important for us that we need women in this field so that they can design, innovate and plan in an inclusive manner. The education sector should design its way that it is very addressing their specific needs, and also addressing the constraints they are facing. The empowerment, while digital space in countries like Pakistan is necessary to bridge the gap that creates a void in economic opportunities that actually go forward through formal education in the sector. Um, if this field, the field of information technology, is well planned, it can not only improve the governance of cyberspace, but also can create an ongoing sphere in digital innovation to improve the education, and to improve the other areas as well. Global digital empowerment also has potential to narrow the wage gap and create opportunities. Like, for example, if during the education sector they are more their digital literacy is more enhanced, they will be able to make more results in their future world. Like, for example, imagine a world where a woman who has just had a baby and is looking for a greater flexibility while she's taking care of the baby with the digital education, how uniquely and in a good way she can work. So the digital skills offer an opportunity. We must put it as an opportunity in our education system, that in the remote areas where there are women with the skills and the other, they must make use of it, and a more equitable and prosperous world can be created to access their space in this world. Thank you.
Would anyone else want to sort of add in anything else? Just last minute views or points from your end, Samin?
Yeah, it was very interesting listening from Mr. Shahid and Ms. Zainab, and some very, uh, you know, valuable insights into what they're doing and how they're contributing towards this cause. And I think
Mhm.
when Ms. Zainab says that the digitalization of the education sector has, proved to be revolutionary, and we need to be able to take up this opportunity and sort of find the way forward with the students and the education sector. That is amazing, and I think this is very, very true, because digitalization of every sector is the future, and we are almost already
Mhm.
there. And that is this is the time to sort of make the expand it, and train ourselves, and bring it to our um, doorsteps. And as Mr. Shahid says, the opportunities are immense in the education sector, especially in the private education sector, where many investors may be interested in terms of developing quality education system in Pakistan. And I would like to say that the opportunity is there, but we also need to be able to prepare the teachers in terms of teacher trainings, to be able to carry that forward and to be make sure that the awareness is available for the parents who might be able to become a part of this entire process. Because the quality of education is a subjective term where quality for one party may translate differently from the other party. So what is the quality education that we're talking about, and how are we going to make sure that everybody is on the same page when it comes to quality education? Because Pakistan, where there are so many systems of education available, and I think there is a debate about single and national single curriculum or single national curriculum. I'm confusing
Yeah.
the term. I'm not sure, as a parent myself, I'm not sure how that is going to impact the future of education in our country. And I would
Mhm.
really like to hear what Mr. Shahid has to say about this single national curriculum and how it is going to impact our education system in Pakistan, especially in the private sector. If it
جی
is
جی
not, yeah, if it is okay, if I can ask a question.
Mhm. Yeah.
جی جی میں یہ ایکسپلین کروں سنگل نیشنل کریکولم کے بارے میں.
Yes, please, sir.
جی
Mhm.
جی اچھا, سنگل نیشنل کریکولم کے بارے میں کنفیوژن بہت زیادہ ہے. اس کی وجہ یہ کہ ڈسکس بہت ہوا ہے. نیشنل کریکولم ہمیشہ سنگل ہی ہوتا ہے, کبھی بھی ڈبل نہیں ہوتا. وہ کسی بھی ملک کا نیشنل کریکولم 1970 سے پاکستان کا نیشنل کریکولم ایک ہی رہا ہے, اس میں کبھی کوئی چینجز نہیں رہی. صرف ڈفرینس یہ ہے کہ پہلے جب کریکولم ڈاکومنٹ بنتا تھا تو پبلیکیشنز کی جہاں تک تعلق ہے, وہ پرائیویٹ پبلشرز اپنی بکس لکھتے تھے, اس کو این او سی لیتے تھے اور وہ پروسیس کمپلیٹ ہو جاتا تھا. لیکن این او سی پہ بہت زیادہ چونکہ چیک نہیں تھا, تو اس مرتبہ چونکہ سنگل نیشنل کریکولم بہت زیادہ ڈسکس ہوا ہے, اس لیے اس کی وجہ سے کنفیوژن پیدا ہوئی ہے. ورنہ یہ نیشنل کریکولم ہمیشہ سے اسی طرح سے رہا ہے جس طرح سے ابھی رہا ہے. بس فرق صرف اتنا ہے کہ گورنمنٹ نے اس سال جو ہے وہ ٹیکسٹ بک پہ زیادہ فوکس کیا ہے, این او سی پہ زیادہ فوکس کیا ہے. ٹیکسٹ بک پہلے بھی وہ لکھتے تھے, لیکن این او سی پہ زیادہ فوکس کیا ہوا ہے. تو صرف فرق یہ ہے, اور میرا خیال ہے کہ وہ اسٹیپ اچھا ہے. این او سی پہ فوکس کرنا چاہیے, اور این او سی کے بغیر بک پبلش نہیں ہونی چاہیے. تو اس حد تک یہ ٹھیک ہے, باقی اس میں اور کوئی چینجز نہیں ہیں. اس لحاظ سے جو پاکستان میں خاص طور پہ کریکولم, میں بار بار چونکہ اس کو ریپیٹ کرتا رہا ہوں, کیونکہ کریکولم کی سائٹ ایسی ہے کہ جس پہ خاصا انویسٹ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے, اور اس میں اتنا زیادہ ریٹرن ہے کہ میں اگر آپ کو صرف ایک ایگزامپل دوں کہ اس وقت ایک انڈین کمپنی جو ہے جس کا نام QBS ہے, یہ کمپنی اس وقت گلوبل کنٹینٹ پرووائڈر ہے دنیا کے بڑی بڑے لیڈنگ پبلشرز کے لیے. ان کا نام کہیں نہیں آتا, لیکن دنیا کی جو لیڈنگ پبلشرز ہیں, چاہے وہ اس میں گلوبلی دیکھیں آپ, PSN دیکھیں, آکسفورڈ دیکھیں, نیلسن دیکھیں, ان کے کنٹینٹ رائٹنگ کے کام, ڈیزائننگ کے کام, السٹریشنز کے کام دیگر میں انڈین کمپنیز جو ہیں وہ انڈیا میں اس میں سروسز دے رہی ہیں. پاکستان کے اندر اتنا ہیوج پوٹینشیل موجود ہے کہ ہم نے خود اپنی آرگنائزیشن میں مور دین 100 کے قریب آتھر ڈیولپ کیے ہیں, جو آتھر پہلے نہیں تھے. ان آتھرس نے کوئی مور دین 500 بکس لکھی ہیں, اور ان بکس کی ہم نے صرف 1 ایئر کے اندر جو ہے 2 بلین روپیز کی سیل کی ہے. یہ پہلے سے آتھر نہیں تھے. یہ میں صرف آپ کو اگر صرف 1 ایئر کا آؤٹ پٹ بتاؤں تو پاکستان میں آتھر کو ڈیولپ کر کے, ان آتھر سے بکس لکھوا کے, ان کو مارکیٹ میں پبلش کر کے, ہم نے جو ہے پاکستان میں صرف 2 بلین روپیز جو ہے وہ ہم نے اس کا ریونیو جنریٹ کیا ہے, اور اس سمے اینول 10 to 20% گروتھ ہے. اس لحاظ سے پاکستان میں اگر ایجوکیشن سیکٹر کے اندر انویسٹمنٹ ہوگی تو پاکستانی کنٹینٹ رائٹرز, پاکستانی السٹریٹرز, پاکستانی ایڈیٹرز گلوبلی پوری دنیا میں اپنی سروسز کو سب سے لو کاسٹ, آپ کہہ لیجیے کہ کاسٹ کے اعتبار سے سب سے کاسٹ افیکٹو پاکستان ہوگا. پاکستان میں ڈیزائننگ سب سے لو کاسٹ ہوگی, پاکستان میں ایڈیٹنگ آپ کریں گے اس کی کاسٹ سب سے کم پڑے گی, پاکستان میں آپ جو ہے کنٹینٹ رائٹنگ جو لکھیں گے اس میں آپ کو ایڈوانٹیج خاصا ہوگا. تو پاکستانی جو ٹیچرس ہیں ان میں اتنا پوٹینشیل موجود ہے, پاکستانی ایڈیٹرس میں اتنا پوٹینشیل موجود ہے, پاکستانی کنٹینٹ رائٹرس میں اتنا پوٹینشیل موجود ہے کہ یہ صرف اپنی ان انٹلیکچوئل جو یہ اسکلس ہیں, ان اسکلس کی بیس پہ پاکستان کے لیے گلوبلی پوری دنیا سے جو ہے وہ خاصا ریونیو جنریٹ کر کے لا کے دے سکتے ہیں. اور پوری دنیا میں جو ہے وہ پاکستانی یہ جو ہیومن ریسورس ہے ان کو ڈیولپ کر کے ہم خاصا ریونیو جنریٹ کر سکتے ہیں. کیونکہ میں لاسٹ 20 ایئرس سے یہ ایکسپیرینس کر رہا ہوں کہ ہم کبھی بھی ہم نے اپنی آرگنائزیشن میں کسی آتھر کو ہائر نہیں کیا, ہم نے اسکول ٹیچرس کو ہائر کیا, ان ٹیچرس کو ٹرین کیا. ٹرین کرنے کے بعد آج آپ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ میں چلے جائیں, آپ پروونشل گورنمنٹ میں چلے جائیں, آپ کو ہر جگہ جو آتھر ملیں گے وہ آتھر ہماری آرگنائزیشن ہی کے ملیں گے کہ جنہوں نے لکھ کے دیا, اور یہ سارا ہیومن ریسورس ان ہاؤس صرف اور صرف ٹریننگ سے ڈیولپ ہوا ہے. اسی طریقے سے جو اسکول پرنسپلز کا معاملہ آتا ہے, اگر کیپیسٹی بلڈنگ کو ٹھیک کر دی جائے تو پاکستان میں اتنا گیپ ہے اس وقت کہ اسکول کے پرنسپلس اگر جو ہیں اگر اچھے پروفیشنل ٹرین مل جائیں تو ان کو جو ہے ان کا ریٹرن جو ہے فائنینشیل ریوارڈ جو ہے وہ بھی خاصا زیادہ جو ہے وہ ان کو مل سکتا ہے. تو میں چونکہ بزنس آرگنائزیشنس ایک نہیں کئی رن کر رہا ہوں, مجھے اسکولس کا ایکسپیرینس ہے, ہائر ایجوکیشن کا ایکسپیرینس ہے, پھر آفاق کے ساتھ فور لاسٹ 20 ایئر سے جو ہے وہ کام کرنے کا اتفاق ہوا ہے. تو میں نے گلوبلی جا کے جتنا اسکول ایجوکیشن سسٹم کو سمجھا ہے تو میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ پاکستان کے اندر ود ان پاکستان اتنا ٹیلنٹ موجود ہے کہ پاکستان نہ صرف پاکستان کے اندر سے خاصا ریونیو جنریٹ کر سکتا ہے بلکہ پوری دنیا میں اپنے سروسز کو جو ہے وہ دے سکتا ہے. ہم نے گلوبلی صرف انڈونیشیا جیسے ملک کے اندر جو پاکستان کے مقابلے میں خاصا بہتر ہے بعض معاملات میں, وہاں ہم نے پورے انڈونیشیا کے کوئی 20 پروونس سے جو ہے وہ لوگوں کو بلا کے جو ہے وہ اسکول سسٹم کے اوپر جکارتا میں ٹرین کیا. تو اس وقت 17 کنٹریز میں یہ پاکستانی آرگنائزیشن جس سے میں بلانگ کرتا ہوں اس نے 17 کنٹریز میں اپنی سروسز دی ہے, ٹریننگ میں سروسز دی ہیں, پبلیکیشن میں سروسز دی ہیں, اسکول سسٹم میں سروسز دی ہیں. تو یہ پاکستانی آرگنائزیشن ہونے کے باوجود اگر یہ جاپان میں جا کے اپنے سروسز دے سکتی ہے, یہ ساؤتھ افریقہ میں اپنی سروسز دے سکتی ہے, فار ایسٹ میں جا کے سروسز دے سکتی ہے, تو پھر پاکستانی جو باہر بھی موجود ہیں ان کا اور ان کا ریلیشن شپ آپس میں موجود ہو, ٹیکنالوجی وہاں سے یہاں شفٹ ہو اور یہاں کا جو ٹیلنٹ ہے یہاں سے انٹرنیشنلی ایکسپورٹ ہو, تو پاکستان کو ہم سمجھتے ہیں کہ بہت زیادہ اس کا ایڈوانٹیج ہوگا. اور یہ وہ ایریا ہے کہ جس میں ابھی بہت گیپ ہے اور اس گیپ کو ابھی تک جو ہے وہ فل نہیں کیا گیا ہے. آپ انٹرنیشنل بک فیئر میں جائیں پاکستانی اسٹال نظر نہیں آئیں گے, پاکستانی پرنٹر نظر نہیں آئیں گے, لیکن وہاں پہ آپ کو انڈینس, وہاں پہ آپ کو ٹرکش, آپ کو سارے نظر آئیں گے, لیکن پاکستانی نظر نہیں آئیں گے. میں لاسٹ 15 ایئر سے فرینکفرٹ بک فیئر میں جا رہا ہوں, لاٹ آف آئیڈیاز, بے شمار آئیڈیاز ہوتے ہیں, لیکن پاکستانی چونکہ وہاں نظر ہی نہیں آتے, ان کو گلوبل مارکیٹ کا چونکہ پتہ نہیں ہوتا, ان کو اپنی اسٹرینتھ کا پتہ نہیں ہوتا. اس لیے ہم اتنا زیادہ پوٹینشیل رکھنے کے باوجود جو ہے وہ ہم بینیفٹ نہیں لے رہے. باہر کے ملکوں میں آپ کو خاصی رائلٹی پے کرنی پڑتی ہے, آتھر کو اتنا ایزی نہیں ہوتا ہائر کرنا, لیکن پاکستان میں آپ ان کو صرف ٹریننگ دے دیں تو ٹریننگ دینے کے بعد آپ پری اسکول سے لے کے ہائر ایجوکیشن تک کے جس طرح کے کانٹینٹ لکھوانا چاہیں گے, میرا پرسنل ایکسپیرینس ہے کیونکہ میں نے پرسنلی ٹرین کر کے میں ورلڈ بینک کا کریکولم کنسلٹنٹ رہا ہوں. میں لاسٹ 20 ایئرس میں اراؤنڈ 200 کے قریب آتھر خود ڈیولپ کر چکا ہوں. ان آتھرس کو ڈیولپ کر کے میں بلینس آف روپیز کی کتابیں جو ہیں وہ لکھوا چکا ہوں, اس کو سیل کر چکا ہوں. تو اس لیے میں اس ایکسپیرینس کی بنیاد پہ یہ کہہ رہا ہوں کہ پاکستانیوں کا جو باہر بھی ہیں اس وقت ایجوکیشن سیکٹر میں, وہ پاکستانی جو پاکستان میں ہیں, ان کے درمیان آپس میں کنیکشن ہونا چاہیے, ان کے درمیان میں آپس میں نیٹ ورکنگ ہونی چاہیے. اس کے نتیجے میں جو باہر سے پاکستان آنا چاہتے ہیں ان کو شاید وہاں سے زیادہ فائنینشیل ریٹرن پاکستان میں ملے گا, انہیں پاکستان کے بارے میں پتہ نہیں ہے. میں خود برطانیہ انگلینڈ میں جا کے دیکھ چکا ہوں, امریکہ کی میں نے 14 اسٹیٹس کے اندر جا کے اسکول وزٹس کیے ہیں. پاکستان میں اپنی سروسز کو میں نے کووڈ-19 سے پہلے 2019 میں آسٹریلیا میں مارکیٹ کیا ہے, تو مجھے پرتھ سے رسپانس ملا ہے, مجھے میلبرن سے رسپانس ملا ہے, مجھے سڈنی سے رسپانس ملا ہے. وہاں کے انسٹیٹیوشنز نے ہمیں کہا ہے کہ جی آپ ہمارے نیشنل کریکولم کے مطابق ہمیں چیزیں ڈیولپ کر کے دیں, ہم آپ کی چیزوں کو اڈاپٹ کریں گے. خود یو ایس میں نے 14 اسٹیٹس کے اندر جا کے اس کی بریفنگ دی ہے, امریکن آرگنائزیشن کے ساتھ ہم نے پارٹنرشپ کی ہے. تو میرے کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ پاکستان میں اس سیکٹر میں کام کی بھی ضرورت ہے, اور اس میں بہت بڑا پوٹینشیل ہے, اور فائنینشیل بہت بڑا ریوارڈ ہے جو لوگوں کو اندازہ نہیں ہے اس وقت, اور اس gap کی وجہ سے یہ gap فل نہیں ہو پا رہا.
Thank you
May
so
I
much,
add a
sir, for the.
bit towards this,
Yeah,
please?
sure.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, like the single national curriculum is a debate in current timings in Pakistan. And again, as what Samin said, that as a
Sorry,
mother,
guys, just quickly wanted to step in. You guys have 3 minutes over, so if you could wrap it up, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Yes, Zainab, just if you could just end it.
Yeah. So it's just that curriculum is always thematic wise. We're not talking about the textbook, but we are talking about the curriculum, and the ideas and the contents never change. I mean, like if it's physics, rules of laws of motion will remain laws of motion. Wherever you take any reference book for that. So I think so. We need to understand more about the information on the one national curriculum. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. It's been a wonderful webinar. Samin, thank you for highlighting the issues as you work in higher education. Sir Shahid, you've really given us a wonderful insight into international markets, foreign investment in education, and the wonderful work that you're doing. Zainab, as usual, thank you for always supporting me and coming on board. The wonderful work that you're doing for women in the developmental sector and telling us a little about the collaboration between government and the developmental sector and the work that you've done. So I want to thank all of you for taking out the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Shahid Bhai. Thank you, Samin. It was great. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Zainab. It was great to have you guys. It was a great discussion. And I really hope that from this discussion, we'll be able to actually go to the next level and have much more, conclusive and inclusive and conversations, which would ultimately transform educational system of Pakistan. We have another very important session lined up, which is going to be on healthcare. But before we actually do that, this whole initiative of Jumpstart Pakistan is about actually removing this, perception out there in the world that what is the Pakistan is about. It's been, about just 2-3 years ago, it was about terrorism. It was about unrest. It was not about consistency in the business. But alhamdulillah, things are very well improving over the time. And now is the time to actually sort of move forward where we can actually build that country which we all aspire for. So inshallah, listen to this message and then we'll move on.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we're blessed. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
Welcome back, everyone. Now we have a session on healthcare, and we have Humaira Qureshi, who's going to be actually doing the, the moderation. So, Humaira, over to you. Please go ahead and introduce your guests.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So, from education onto healthcare, and we're here, to discuss opportunities in the healthcare sector in Pakistan. And I thought that video was really apt. And where are we now heading? And I'm actually very humbled and privileged to be in great company. Hopefully, Heather Chima will join us, but let me introduce our panelists for today's discussion. So first and foremost, we've got Dr. Suhail Chugtai. So Assalamu alaikum, Suhail, good to see you again. And Dr. Chugtai is actually an orthopedic surgeon based in London. He's got over 20 years experience in both orthopedics, trauma. But you're a great model for demonstrating agility because you've got additional feathers in your cap. You're Microsoft certified specialist and also, amazingly a global key opinion leader in the world of medicine. Also a medico-legal examiner and a faculty lead in health informatics and telehealth. And artificial intelligence at the University of Health Sciences in Pakistan. And that's something I definitely want to have a coffee with you after this and find out more. Chairman and founder of Medical City Online and CEO of Citrus Telemedicine. And one of the wonderful institutes here in the UK, the Association of Pakistan Physicians and Surgeons here. I know you're Director of Digital Health. So welcome and thank you, Dr. Chugtai. And also I am joined by Yogi Bakar. So lovely to see you as well. Again, Yogi, we met, I think, 2 years ago at the previous Lift conference. But Yogi is a well-known, reputable individual in the healthcare arena, in the fitness industry, and you're training in Twin Cities since 2005, teaching Ashtanga yoga, Hatha yoga, and hot yoga. And I know you are someone that everyone speaks very highly of in terms of professionalism, dedication, but also in your journey and your desire to promote well-being in Pakistan. And that's both mental and physical well-being for us all. So I'm definitely looking forward to learning more about how we can grow that market for well-being in Pakistan to support healthcare in general. For example, holding us accountable for all of that well-being in our bodies, reducing incidence rates of obesity, heart disease, diabetes, back pain in Pakistan. So welcome to my panelists. So opportunities in healthcare in Pakistan. And I think what for me would be apt is really, before we go into the opportunities, it's important to celebrate the strengths that we have already. And again, I know both of you have been pioneers and also advocates for that. But let's talk about maybe what do we have that is good and leading today in our healthcare industry? And then, on the flip side of that, what do you think we can do more to develop certain areas further? So perhaps, Sahil Bhai, perhaps we can start with you first.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a second year running for Jumpstart Invest in Pakistan, initiated by Mr. Amjad Parvez and then Khurram Zubairi and the team. It's phenomenal. It's a process now. It's a phenomenon which is now engaging Pakistanis outside Pakistan, within Pakistan. So I think it's first of all, my hats off for that good work. Regarding what we have achieved so far, I mean, just imagine that before, let's talk about pre-COVID time. I'm sounding like I'm talking about BC, before COVID time, but it's actually reality. In that 1 year, the mankind has traveled not 1 year, more than that. It is a longer journey than 1 year. It's the culture change I'm talking about. Before that, technology was an option. Now it's not. It's the need. So the conversion of mindset from taking technology as something as an option to relying on it, so much so for healthcare, for education, for business, that is the change we've got. And that single big change is the precursor to many other modifications in lifestyles. Nowadays, if you say somebody, I saw a doctor, whether you say it online or whether you're being in physical, that is taken as same in many places in Pakistan. Before that, if you say I've seen a doctor on video, that is not taken as a consultation. Okay, so when are you going to see the doctor? So ये जो फर्क है, ये जो difference है from the point of taking technology as something light, हो गया तो ठीक है, नहीं हुआ तो कोई बात नहीं. अब ऐसा नहीं है. Now we have technology inbuilt into our life systems. I mean, we know that banking, online banking came into Pakistan at a very good time, but the online healthcare was yet to mature in our country. And the very reason was the very old notion that जब तक डॉक्टर हाथ नहीं लगाएगा मरीज को तसल्ली कैसे होगी. That thing has changed. And I regard this in healthcare industry that as a big change. I can explain more as the time flows in the conversation. But to me, that change of culture, the culture of telehealth, the culture of digital health, is probably one of the biggest revolution. And COVID has necessitated that. COVID has done so many bad things to our country. But if you find one good thing out of this adversity, this trouble we had, that was the change of the culture. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think Homera is having a trouble in terms of the connection. And I think it's, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
please go ahead. Yeah.
So I think this culture, you were witness of last year event.
Right.
Before in 2019, I came to PC Lahore when you had the in-person event as well. That time, when I was talking to people, it sounded a bit alien. That what is telemedicine? How can the doctor see a patient on the internet? But now people are becoming scholars in that. They're actually telling that why do we have to go to a physical doctor when I can see him online? So that shift of mindset, that paradigm shift is a reality. And that is what we have achieved out of adversity, out of trouble. So I welcome this change because it opens the horizons for investors. Because now investors see health industry as a profitable industry where they can monitor everything. They can invest into a project online, healthcare, and then they can see the results, and they know the outreach is far bigger than one city. You're talking about country, you're talking about a continent, you're talking about the world. That is where we stand now in terms of digital health. Amara is back, so I give it back to her.
Thank you so much. Issues there. No, and I think you're right. And I want to speak to you a little bit more about COVID being a catalyst, but perhaps we can, and forgive me if I've missed this, Rubai, have we gone to talk about the strengths that we have in today's healthcare system? In those 2 minutes I was away.
No, we didn't have much conversation on that particular topic where just Dr. Saab actually continued. So yeah, carry on, please.
Fantastic. So let's talk about COVID a little bit more detail. Following your journey, massive journey that we've had COVID-19. So we've had COVID as a catalyst change, but what can we learn from this? I mean, I've sat here in the UK. मेरे लिए तो फख्र की बात थी that we were pioneers and actually leaders. We were doing it right with telemedicine. So what can we learn from that? But also, what can we take from that experience to continue to excel, continue to become?
I think, where do I start from? I mean, I'm talking about this is exciting because I've been very much in the middle of all of this change. I'm talking about 12th of March, when the lockdown was announced. I was in Lahore at the Pakistan Society of Internal Medicine conference, where Professor Javed Akram and Dr. Soumya Tada invited me. And that press conference, where I suggested in Pakistan we should use telemedicine as a tool to fight pandemic, was somehow heard by the governor of Punjab. And the governor of Punjab, I was flying back the next morning because the lockdown, the flights are closing. So I wanted to reach back London. And I got a call that we want this telemedicine helpline set up. And I was at the airport. So I spoke to my developers, and this was instructed that strip down my main software into a hotline pattern. I drew some sketch, showed on the WhatsApp to my developers that I'm flying back to London, and in 8 hours, I want to see a draft as I land on the airport. And I saw the draft as I landed Heathrow. And then on my way back to home in a taxi, we designed the structure. And the next morning, we were trying the pilot in University of Health Sciences. Professor Dr. Javed Akram did an amazing job by giving us a place. And then in 2 days after, Governor of Punjab came down to University of Health Sciences to inaugurate that on 18th of March. That is, those 5 days changed where Pakistan stands. I'm saying it because I was asked to publish a book, The Health Story of Pakistan. This book was published on the request of a British publisher to share the story after it came on BBC and other news channels, the Voice of America. What's happening in Pakistan? How are they fighting COVID so good? If you remember the first wave of COVID, Pakistan was one of those 7 countries that fought COVID so efficiently that WHO said that. And then they wanted to know what's happening in Pakistan. So it was smart lockdown by the Prime Minister, many other things by SAS Foundation, and then telemedicine by us. The way we structured it, that we didn't want the patients to travel to hospitals. So from the University of Health Sciences, 17 other medical institutions were engaged in the next 10 days to set up multiple hubs, to get the service across 500 doctors all over the country. 1.1 million patients got seen in the next 8 months. Even President of Pakistan Dr. Arif Alvi came 4 weeks later
Yeah.
to take a briefing on that what's happening. Show me all that process. So he was in University of Health Sciences on 8th of April, about 3.5 weeks after the initiation of his website, Doctors 24/7 online. And I can even, I didn't know that I was going to talk about that. I would have shared otherwise. But this book tells you all about this. This 280-page book is the Pakistan's health story across the world.
Yeah, no, fantastic. And about that, and let's maybe pull in Yogi in this. I mean, there's two key areas to just build on what you said. Again, looking to the future. So first thing, I mean, Yogi, take this to you. How do we now hold individuals accountable from what we have learned about COVID for their own mental and physical well-being? Because we all know, you know, the data that we've been collecting through repositories that we've been building through telemedicine, there are some factors going to influence vulnerability and place individuals at higher risk. So how do we now promote fitness, well-being? It is my first question. And then going back to you, Sohail Bhai, how do we now build on these repositories that we're building? Because the more efficiently we collect data, the greater we have to analyze, and subsequently, the more informed we become, help make quick decisions on what we need to focus on and how we react. So perhaps I could put those questions to my guests.
I'll let Yogi answer this first.
Sure. We may have lost Yogi.
Okay, so in that case, well, the disease burden in the last 12 months in Pakistan healthcare system was enormous.
Mm.
When you talk about disease burden, you're not talking about only a person getting ill. You're talking about the whole family getting involved. Like a person who has to take the patient from home to hospital, the person who has to pay for that consultation, the person who has to leave the job to take the patient, take care of at home. That disease burden, logistic, social, economic, every burden was enormous. So that challenge was, I mean, remember in Pakistan, the number of ICUs and the ventilators was very limited. So my concern, which I spoke in my press conference on 12th March, that people gasping of air on the roads, not getting admission in hospital. And I thought that's a nightmare. If that happens, somebody gasping on the outside the hospital building because there's no bed in hospital, we would all be guilty. We need to do something now. That was my motivation to really in those 5 or 6 days. And then Dr. Khurram Shahzad, I want to name him, Dr. Humayun Taimur. The team was brilliant in Pakistan. Governor Punjab was so phenomenal. So all of that, the political will, the healthcare machinery, the bureaucratic support, all of that got together. Young doctors especially. This is what change in the teamwork has been brought to us. Then the mental health. Now, mental health strain has started showing now or recently. Initially, you were coping well, but now I see a lot of reports of suicidal tendencies, and we are talking about a mental health line very soon as well. We have one with the help of Farmigo company called Safira Khushi, but we want to develop that network even larger to support the mental health framework where people can talk to doctor in privacy without leaving home. Because, you know, it's a stigma. लोग कहते हैं वो साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास क्यों जा रहा है, उसको भी सारी उम्र के लिए लेबल कर देते हैं कि यार वो गया था, उसका ज़हनी हालत ठीक नहीं है. तो ये जो स्टिग्मा है, इसको टेलीमेडिसिन भी बाईपास करती है.
No, absolutely. And I think, again, let's just continue on that theme. I think we've still got some issues with getting Yogi Bhai, and Heather Bhai unfortunately wasn't able to join us. So going back to my point about exactly where do we go from now? What are we going to do? How are we going to learn from this? Because right now, in my mind, I know that I'm also in the healthcare industry, and I'm supporting the vaccination programs for both Pfizer and AstraZeneca. So how are we going to, and staying with the COVID theme, but I'm keen to move from that shortly. How are we going to learn from this? How are we going to prove to them that we're able to, in real time, collect data in Pakistan, in our demographic, with our medical background, make an informed decision, be that a dispenser, be that a prescriber, be that a physician, a nurse, or be that हम उनको कैसे aware?
देखिए उसके लिए हमारे पास एक प्रोजेक्ट ऑलरेडी इसकी मैं एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं बाय शोइंग यू ऑन द स्क्रीन सम प्रोजेक्ट ये गवर्नमेंट पंजाब का प्रोजेक्ट है जो टेलीमेडिसिन हम कर रहे हैं आई डिजाइन दिस वेबसाइट फॉर द पंजाब पॉपुलेशन 110 मिलियन पीपल ऑफ पंजाब सेहत घर के नाम से ये प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें पाकिस्तान पंजाब के 9 डिविजन्स इन्वॉल्व हैं और इसमें हर डिवीजन के अंदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और फिर उसके अंदर तहसीलें हैं तो बेसिकली बेसिक हेल्थ यूनिट जहां पे स्पेशलिस्ट नहीं होता वी वांट टू कनेक्ट दैट बेसिक हेल्थ यूनिट टू द टर्शरी हेल्थ सेंटर और हेडक्वार्टर और द डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर हॉस्पिटल थ्रू टेलीमेडिसिन दैट मीन्स कि जो पेशेंट वहां जाता है if he is referred he or she is referred to a specialist and the patient cannot travel and the condition is not urgent that patient can be sorted through telemedicine there and then. Now that's a learning point. That this is the trust building. Before that, I presented this idea back in April 2019 to the highest authority in healthcare in Pakistan, in Punjab, and it was kind of taken as okay, dekhenge. But then I was asked to do it a year later because of the success of the telemedicine helpline I set up. So we moved on. मैं कहने की जो बात कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि by example they saw the benefit of telemedicine और जो चीज पहले शेल्फ पे रखी जा रही थी उसको वहां से हटा के उसको मट्टी साफ करके उसको वापस लोगों के सामने लाया गया. So that change of mindset by proof of concept is critical. And the good thing about us is that we are learning. We are not dumb. We are learning.
And we're not done yet. Always learning. This is an ever-evolving landscape. And talking of the landscape, and you talk about healthcare, I think many people would associate healthcare with doctors and nurses. Whereas now, if you look in the medical industry, telemedicine, you're looking at epidemiologists, looking at biostats, looking at technology, you're looking at algorithms. So tell me, when we look in Pakistan today, I mean, there's a massive talent pool. There's huge potential there when I look at individuals. And I look at my own company and I work with physicians who are leaders, have businessmen, have got business management degrees, who are technology experts. How do we close that skills gap in Pakistan? I mean, do we have a skills gap in Pakistan? Arena that we need to meet the timeline that we're in it now, because it's obvious we need more than doctors and nurses, right?
देखिए स्किल्स गैप की मैं आपको मिसाल दूं कि अभी जो मैंने आपको प्रोजेक्ट दिखाया है सेहत घर we are training vaccinators who are using tablets to go to people's homes and take patient data and work as telemedicine coordinators. Now these people are not doctors, but we train them to connect and facilitate a medical consultation from distance. That is skill building. So in the process of that training, they learned how to show empathy to somebody who is in pain. That was not their job before. They were trained on empathy. फिर हमने उनको बताया कि patient data की sensitivity क्या होती है. Before that, they had no concept of patient data sensitivity. फिर उनको टेक्नोलॉजी आई कि यार ये टैबलेट है इसके अंदर डॉक्टर छुपा हुआ है कैसे यूज करना है उसको. फिर उनको मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड की स्टोरेज आई कि मेडिकल डेटा इज वैल्यूएबल इनको स्टोर करना चाहिए. So that is the gradation, upscaling of common man's power. Telemedicine is not a service anymore. It's a culture. It's a socio-economic healthcare culture. That changes not the mindset. That changes the way you think about other things as well. So it's a fluid learning. It's a fluid intelligence. आपकी एक स्किल बेहतर हुई है. अगर आप पियानो अच्छा बजाते हैं तो हो सकता है आप साइकिलिंग जल्दी सीख लें। अगर आपको स्विमिंग आती है तो हो सकता है आप स्काई डाइविंग अच्छी सीख लें। अगर आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं तो गोल्फ भी अच्छा खेल लेंगे। That fluid intelligence will trickle down the way, and the skill set will improve. That's the change which I'm keen to bring more.
Let me build on that. You talk about the common man, and अक्सर जब पाकिस्तान हम जाते हैं हम कहते हैं चाहे आप अमीर हो या गरीब, got a mobile phone. Everyone's got data. There's internet. Tell me, how you see the role of a man with his mobile phone contributing to the strengthening of healthcare, be that in medication, intake, reporting of adverse events, asking about information, dispensing. How do you see this common equipment, which is readily available, readily used in Pakistan, contributing to the evolution of our healthcare system?
इसकी बड़ी अच्छी मिसाल है मेरे पास के I was in January and December. I was, in fact, in December, January, and February, I was in Lahore every month for a week. And there were some projects of NHS, UHS, University of Health Sciences and Governors of telemedicine. One of that projects, I went to Ghaziabad and Chicha Vatni and small villages near Sahiwal. And there was no computer available for setting up telemedicine there. So I spoke to the Chaudhary of the गांव. मैंने कहा चौधरी साहब आपके पास मोबाइल फोन बड़ा अच्छा है, हाँ यार बड़ा अच्छा फोन है, तो मैंने कहा इस पे आप हफ्ते में एक दिन क्यों नहीं करते कि इस पे मरीजों को यहाँ बुलाएं, उनके पास लैपटॉप नहीं, फोन नहीं है, तो आप इस मोबाइल फोन के थ्रू अपनी चौधराहट भी कायम करें, become important, आपके वोटर बनेंगे, कल को आप इलेक्शन में खड़े होंगे, and then you connect the patients to चीचावतनी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल या राजनपुर जगह है वहां पे, या जो है वहां पे चीचावतनी में, हाँ वहां पे हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहां जो डॉक्टर बैठा है वहां वो बैठा है, लेकिन ये पेशेंट पहुंच नहीं पा रहा उस तक, तो आपके मोबाइल फोन के थ्रू पहुंच जाएगा, मैं सॉफ्टवेयर दे दूंगा आपको. So that is how he started using it. And the idea is that people don't realize what they can do with this smartphone.
Yeah.
They just want to watch YouTube पे video देख ली या Skype कर लिया. That is a very basic use. They can really help people. So that's not something which I'm giving example. I had seen it very, very recently, and that Chaudhary got converted for his own means. उसके अपनी उसकी बाबा हो गई.
And you know what, Suhail Bhai, again, working in both clinical and commercial arenas, अक्सर I'm working with pharma companies, तो हम बात कर रहे हैं, okay, let's look about how we can have wearable devices, we can encourage tracking of vital stats and so on and so forth. तो अक्सर जब पाकिस्तान के बारे में बात होती है ना, there is a perception that we are not ready to go into Pakistan, because maybe, so I think one is misinformation, that it's a developing country, it's too much work to get there. But I think you tell me, I mean, there is a lack of infrastructure for quality regulation. I mean, you talked about patient privacy. Everything we do is about making sure we protect the patients, right? Be it their identity, transfer of data from one continent to another. So my I think there's two questions. Is that right? And if it is, what do we need to do about it?
देखिए इस वक्त जो सिचुएशन है वो प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने बहुत ज्यादा है. For example, the accuracy, relying on data requires accuracy of data. अभी पाकिस्तान में एहसास फाउंडेशन और उनकी सब्सिडीज के साथ हमारा एक प्रोजेक्ट है, and we had a chance to look at the data, and we thought there's a lot of improvement required while people collect data. कोई भी आप स्टडी करते हैं, अगर उसमें डेटा एक्यूरेट नहीं है, then you cannot get the results out. और अगर आपने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे को ट्रेन करना है उस डेटा के ऊपर, if the data is not accurate, you can't train artificial intelligence. अभी जैसे ये कैमरा जिसमें मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, I see my patients here. I have got around a database of 1,000 patients who've gone through in the last 6 months in my practice in London. I move, the camera will move. It's a gesture-locked AI camera. That means I'm never away from my patient, whether I lean back or go forward. That's a gesture-locked camera. I can lock the phone, gesture like this. अब ये सारी चीजें जो है ये हमारे सिस्टम में डेटा रिक्वायर करती है. To get the technology further better, we require more data collection. And that is what we need, to have people at the front end collecting data with some education, with understanding how important is that to collect the data accurately. जो आदमी भी पेशेंट को रजिस्टर करता है काउंटर पे, वो प्रॉपर उस फॉर्म के थ्रू गुजरे, और जो डॉक्टर उसको फॉलो करता है, डॉक्टर्स भी उस थोड़ा टाइम लें डेटा को एंटर करने में, ये उनका फायदा है. जैसे मेरे पेशेंट जब दोबारा मेरे पास आते हैं, they are surprised how much I know about their last visit. And that is where we are winning. अगर हमने डेटा से कलेक्ट करना शुरू कर दिया, तो हमारे पास ना सिर्फ स्टडीज के लिए आएगा रिजल्ट, बल्कि हम अपने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के जो डेवलपर्स पाकिस्तान में काम कर रहे हैं, they can start making more sense. Right now they are struggling. We can't find data to train their machine learning. So ये important point आपने raise किया, and I really endorse के पाकिस्तान में educated data collectors होने चाहिए, front end पे receptionists ये वो वगैरह. People should take special, जो employers हैं, they should make special effort to have people with responsibility and sense collecting the patient information.
Again, I mean, and you make a very good point. The more data we have, the more machine learning we can introduce, the more, I guess, compatible and the more stronger our technology become. And I think my experience suggests कि हमारा पास वो skill set है. We have the skill set in Pakistan to develop the technology for the future needs of healthcare in Pakistan and globally. But how do we introduce that data? I mean, and the data I'm thinking about are, how do we promote and increase the number of clinical trials in Pakistan? How do we promote and encourage patients to use, amazing kind of like telemedicine? How do we encourage them to provide their information? I mean, medical records to a common man in Pakistan, I don't think they even believe they exist, right? I mean, most people here, when you look at the old medical records, when you're going for a doctor, they pull out a package, itna sa bada hota hai, life documented in the medical record. How are we going to kind of come out of this bubble to help us almost have a clean slate? Your healthcare 2025 onwards, it's very different to what we're living in today and what we've seen 10 years ago. So how do we now start? There's no point in us building something that is fit for purpose for now. In my opinion, we have to do something which is fit for purpose in 2025 and beyond. कैसे करेंगे हम ये?
देखिए, पाकिस्तान में medical organizations, I think more than 20 तो registered है. जैसे Pakistan Society of Internal Medicine है, Chest Society है. There's a huge number of doctors under one platform. And these people can start trials independently and working with foreign doctors, Pakistani doctors like us here in the UK. हमारी यहाँ पे अपनी organization है, Association of Pakistani Physicians and Surgeons, जिसका आपने जिक्र किया है. And we have run several programs. We are doing some programs. So on their own, the medical organizations should do trials and studies, which will not only help serve patients, it'll also prepare material for research and get Pakistan's work known outside of Pakistan, out of the country. दूसरा क्या कि हमें जो foreign में बाहर डॉक्टर्स बैठे हैं पाकिस्तानी, we have definitely a soft corner for the country. हम engage करें, बल्कि मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि किस तरह से ये engagement एक डायनामिक प्रोसेस स्ट्रगल करती है. बीबीसी ने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री की है इसके ऊपर, उसका 1 मिनट मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ आज के प्रोग्राम में. किस तरह से पाकिस्तान में एक प्रोजेक्ट हमने शुरू किया, टेलीमेडिसिन ऑन आईसीयू वार्ड. जब कोविड बहुत ज्यादा फैला, तो मैंने यहाँ से कुछ आईसीयू कंसल्टेंट लिए, कुछ पाकिस्तान में जिना हॉस्पिटल में मैंने एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया कि जो यहाँ बैठ के कंसल्टेंट है वो पाकिस्तान में राउंड कर सके, इफेक्टिवली राउंड कर सके, टेली वार्ड राउंड. अब उस चीज को बीबीसी ने फॉरन पिक किया. Yes, this is something happening interesting. Tell us how this can be used in other countries. अब ये चीज ना सिर्फ लोकली हेल्प करती है, बल्कि पाकिस्तान से बाहर टैलेंट को लेके आती है पाकिस्तान. अब देखिए, अगर एक शॉर्ट सा क्लिप है, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ।
Thank you.
ये देखिए, हाँ।
In London, this doctor's helping treat a patient in the hall. Holding a tablet, a doctor there shows him the intensive care ward for coronavirus patients via video link. Hospitals in the country have been stretched. Through this software, they can share case notes. Dr. Akhtar helped lead the COVID-19 response in this part of Britain. Now he wants his experiences to help his country of birth.
We're very proud of the NHS service we're giving here, and because of our relationships both in medicine and otherwise in Pakistan, it was very important for us to help our colleagues and to help the people of Pakistan.
The healthcare system in Pakistan has always been under-resourced, and whilst in some cities the number of new cases now appears to be decreasing, coronavirus has highlighted its weaknesses. To ease the pressure, this London-based doctor created a series of telemedicine portals. Through this one, doctors here can hold consultations with coronavirus patients in Pakistan.
We haven't got resources there to really plug the gaps of service. So any skill, any special skill from UK will be warmly welcome in Pakistan, where doctor and patient can speak the same language. We can create a bridge, no matter where they are, through telemedicine.
So far, recorded deaths in Pakistan have been far lower than in the UK. The doctors taking part in this scheme hope they can do their part to save lives in both countries. Sikandar Kamani, BBC News.
So अभी आप देखिए कि ये चीज क्या है? This was one example. There are many more. This showed that UK doctors, Pakistani doctors got hand together. The patients benefited eventually, and then a new product came in the market, which can help many more people. And Pakistan's image got better even in the healthcare industry. This kind of ventures we should be doing more and more.
Absolutely. So who do we partner with? Public or private, within Pakistan and outside of Pakistan? You've built a good foundation, Karen. There are many others also done similar things, which are a foundation and also crush perceptions, or should I say, misconceptions from the outside world. But where do we go now? And I assume there's probably private partnership. There's some kind of financial budget that we need to get, which helps us determine how do we get to where we need to be fit for 2025. How do we support that regulation and quality and standards, which we know, as you said, we're starting to educate folk in Pakistan. And how do we now use this platform, use this foundation for data collection, data analysis? And I'll say one thing, I guess, spearhead is this. As I say, part of the vaccination implementation program and looking at the safety profiling. तो एक मौका मिला जब one of the top 3 global pharma said, Hamera, look, I need to get 100 resources. I need 600 physicians and scientists to support us in the risk-benefit assessment. उसी वक्त मैंने सोचा ना outreach देखते क्या होता है. And it's sad to say we weren't moving at the pace to for this company to get through the door. It was an open door, an opportunity to get this. And I had to bring that somewhere else in the world. So you tell me, what do we need to do? What are the tools that we need now to help us break through the door and build on the excellent work you and many others have started?
I hope this conference is being listened by people who are in the healthcare business as well. And that is important because now we are talking of scaling up an existing microstructure to benefit from 100 patients to 1,000 patients. We're talking about 100,000 patients. So that will require not only additional resources, but technology development and technology scaling. So those people, those companies, those businessmen, those investors who have a predilection or interest in healthcare, or maybe overall in venturing into a profitable business, they should look into healthcare industry because now it's digital. अभी आपको माशाल्लाह फार्मासिस्ट हैं बहुत जानती हैं कि टेली फार्मेसी क्या होती है, ई फार्मेसी पोर्टल्स कितने बेनिफिट करते हैं. You know it very well yourself, and that how can e pharmacy change the structure of a country. And in our neighboring country, India, they have changed their private venture, and the private investment in e-pharmacy is huge. So in Pakistan, investors should isolate those who are champions of technology. They should invest in people whom they can trust and then let them lead the technology of healthcare in digital medicine. Let them develop their microstructure to megastructure. And then government will buy from them. That's private-public partnership. Government will buy something like, take example of vaccine. What happened in vaccine? Somebody, private investors got in and with the support of government, they're benefiting people. Same way, telemedicine technology. Develop a strong brand for a larger scale of population and sell it to the government. So the benefit of the private investor is that he or she will make money by selling it to the government while staying in the private sector in B2C business. So B2B business is to government. B2C is you can have your brand strength in the public. So the private investor will benefit from both by taking equity in the business. And then let the person with technology flair lead this. 220 million people. It's a huge market. With mobile phone, smartphone penetration of approximately कितना है हमारे पाकिस्तान में? 5.5 crore smartphone. That is 5.5 crore patients, people who can be your clients, who can pay into your business. If there's some investor, listen to this. Listen to my words. This digital health medicine is the future. Medicine is going to be telemedicine is going to be medicine.
नहीं, absolutely.
No matter आप जो मर्जी ये बात मैं 400 पहले करता था लोग कहते थे यार ये अजीब सी बात है अब लोग बिलीव करना शुरू हुए हैं but I'm telling you more telemedicine is going to be the medicine.
नहीं, absolutely.
And I'm not saying this as a technologist, as a doctor I'm saying because मैंने देखा है मैं एक चीज आपको शेयर करूँ एक्सपीरियंस अपना यहाँ पे इंग्लैंड में कोविड की वजह से हम गिवन लॉकडाउन फॉर गॉड नोस लगता सारी उम्र लॉकडाउन में गुजारी इतना पुराना हो गया एक साल से लॉकडाउन में है इंग्लैंड में अब मैंने अपनी फिजिकल प्रैक्टिस को टेलीमेडिसिन प्रैक्टिस में कन्वर्ट किया एंड व्हाई आई वाज मोर सक्सेसफुल देन अदर माय कोलीग्स बिकॉज आई वाज मोर फेमिलियर विद द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑफ टेलीमेडिसिन कि कैसे तो पेशेंट को फील ही नहीं हुआ एक और कीजिएगा बात इस पे पेशेंट को फील नहीं हुआ कि मैं उसको फिजिकली देख रहा हूँ या विजुअली देख रहा हूँ बिकॉज आई वाज कॉन्फिडेंट ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड दिस इज वेयर द गैप इज गैप पेशेंट की साइड से नहीं है पेशेंट तो बड़े बड़े कॉम्प्लेक्स ऐप यूज कर रहे हैं गैप डॉक्टर की साइड से है डॉक्टर को टेलीमेडिसिन यूज करनी नहीं आ रही ना उसके पास ना वो इसमें टाइम इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता है बिकॉज वी डॉक्टर्स बिकम लेजी आफ्टर सर्टेन इयर्स ऑफ लाइफ वी डोंट वांट टू लर्न समथिंग न्यू तो डॉक्टर की साइड से ये गैप है जब डॉक्टर कॉन्फिडेंट होगा पेशेंट को नजर नहीं आएगी टेलीमेडिसिन पेशेंट तो कहेगा मैंने डॉक्टर को दिखाया टेलीमेडिसिन क्या होती है मुझे नहीं पता डॉक्टर्स गेव मी एग्जामिन मी मेडिसिन तसल्ली की अगर डॉक्टर बेचारा टेक्नोलॉजी में खो गया है कि पहले वो बटन दबाना है ये करना है वो करना है तो पेशेंट क्या डॉक्टर साहब पहले कंप्यूटर सीख लें पहले मुझे बाद में देख लीजिएगा आप
नहीं absolutely I was reading a book and I can see Harun Bhai coming in let us know it's time soon but just to conclude there's a gentleman Dr. Tha who's known as the futurist who talks very inspirationally about telemedicine and the future of medicine and healthcare. Now, if I were to sum up, I mean, there's probably 4 words which I associate with my personal experience of healthcare in Pakistan, which is probably more so about the potential, not necessarily about the actual. Lekin, I would suggest communication, agility, technology, and skill sets. These 4 things exist in today's Pakistan. What we need to do is nurture, feed, grow, and tap into these 4 pillars. And what we can then unlock in terms of potential would be phenomenal. If I could, and what I
it's a good summary. Good summary. It's a good
absolutely,
summary.
and that's how I wanted to conclude this. And I have to say, you know, meeting Pakistanis like yourself is inspirational and humbling for myself, and I'm sure for the audience. It's inspiring, and we need more of, you know, more individuals like yourself. But to our audience, all I say is I hope you feel that you've learned something new. As I said earlier, you know, we never stop learning. But I hope what we've done is started to unlock ideas and get more and more people thinking, you know, moving away from some of the things that we associate, but also, you know, underlining the importance of quality, standards, efficiency, because it's one thing that we see it within the closed walls of Pakistan, but what's really important is that we subconsciously promote that as well, outside eyes, which are only influenced by media or by the small incidences. And you're absolutely right. We have the demographic, we've got the skill set, we have everything. We've got all the ingredients to actually make something very special in Pakistan. And dua ye hai that we all come together and make that magic in the middle work, inshallah, very soon.
Inshallah.
With that, I want to thank you for giving up some of your time on Saturday for this amazing conference. And Rimbai, I want to thank you for allowing us to have this duo. It was supposed to be a 4-man panel, but it's turned into 2. So I hope we've kept our audience captivated, engaged, and inspired as well, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you.
So thank you. It was great, Dr. Sohail and Humaira. It was a great conversation. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. By the way, Sohail bhai, thoda sa zara dobara karke dikhaएं. So really love that element of responsive.
Right now it's unlocked, right?
Oh, right. Okay.
It's unlocked. I'm going to lock it now.
Sure.
I'm going to lock the gestures. It's zoomed out. Okay. It's a gesture locking. Now it's still not following me. Now I'm going to lock it more. Just follow it now. See that? It's a gesture locked, so I can use my gestures. If I'm examining a little child who is running around, I can still follow him. If I'm filming a person on the stage, I can use this camera to follow his movements. If I can stand, it will stand with me.
Yeah.
If I sit, it will sit with me because I've gesture locked it. And I'm going to now unlock it. Now it's unlocked. It's not following me anymore.
Fantastic.
So that's great. It's pretty much like in drone. You have the similar sort of technology that actually locks on the object and just flies with it. So thank you, Dr. Star, for giving the actual demo for that. I think for the broadcaster is also quite key that you actually buy that. I'm just going to look into it. But thank you. Thanks for taking our time on Saturday. It was great conversation. So
thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. And next session is about the IT. Everybody loves IT. Everybody wants to actually be in IT. Now it's about the e-commerce, about selling things online, and Pakistan being the 4th on the list for the freelancers. A lot of people are actually looking at it as a viable option to sort of like start earning their living. And I think they're doing a fantastic job in terms of actually bringing in the revenue into Pakistan for this. And also, there's a lot of talk about the AI and blockchain and, IoT. It's just amazing that we are talking about all these technologies, but sometimes we have these issues that, we don't get to actually find the right human resource. But we are not talking about that. What we are talking about here today is what Pakistan has to offer, what Pakistan can offer to the international investors. What sort of opportunities are in Pakistan? How can we utilize that human resource? Maybe some big companies, MNCs, can actually come into Pakistan and then really fertilize that land and ultimately is going to start producing that industry-ready human resources, which we all talk about. A lot of people are earning a lot of money on the e-commerce at this point in time. A lot of people are selling on the Amazon. We have a lot of stores, e-commerce stores, but they're like future technologies as well. We are looking into crypto now. Pakistan, it was banned, but recently I have actually met the KPIT minister, and he assured that he's looking into it, and in KP province is going to start transacting in crypto. So that was a kind of a relief for me at that particular point. But there are a lot of things happening in that technology sector in Pakistan, and this is why we are here. So Assalamu alaikum, Shahriyar. Thank you for joining in. I think his picture is frozen, but before we actually come to him, we'll listen to this.
Pakistan is a country with great potential. Now, Pakistan, in my opinion, is ready. Right now is the best time for investors to come to our country.
Now, Pakistan's stock market is booming. Stock prices are at their highest level ever, and investments are pouring in.
Spending more than $50 billion on energy and infrastructure in Pakistan.
So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today we have a very distinguished panel. Assalamu alaikum. Shahriyar is still frozen. He's supposed to be actually doing, the moderation. So, hope he'll be able to actually fix his internet connection. Assalamu alaikum, Atif bhai. Assalamu alaikum, Waqar bhai, and Abdul Rauf and Adnan tuning in all the way from London. So, Shahriyar, are you able to actually hear us? I think, you have to actually fix your connection. I think it's really bad. We can't, your picture is frozen, and also your sound is like sort of like really staticky.
Shahriyar, you need Starlink.
Okay, so whatever we need at this point in time, let's move on. Could I please ask Atif bhai to actually start with you, introduce yourself, and then we can move on to Adnan and Waqar bhai and then Rauf.
So I'm Dr. Atif Fareed Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum salam. I am an artificial intelligence professor at UNC Charlotte in adjunct capacity, a senior research scientist with a behavioral health concern, and a NASA research scientist at Columbus, North Carolina, in an observatory where we find NEO, near-Earth objects. I'm done speaking, Khurram.
Thank you. That's great. We're going to be talking about the satellite in our other panel, but inshallah, we'll see. Adnan, please go ahead.
Thanks, Khurram. So yeah, my name is Adnan. I'm the chief exec of Sears. As per education, I'm the chartered accountant. I'm a founding member of a company which valued $1 billion called Smart Pension in my previous life, and then worked for PwC as well, where I was as a senior finance partner, was helping businesses to comply with various regulations, but most importantly also fundraising as well. So I was a founding member of RAISE program in the UK. So moved to London 20 years ago, and now currently I'm heading Sears, which is B2B privacy and compliance solution providing throughout the world.
Thanks, Adnan. Waqar bhai, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, Khurram. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good to see you. So I call myself a corporate executive turned entrepreneur. Been with companies like NCR, Nokia Siemens, Comptel Corporation at senior executive positions in Pakistan as well as in the Middle East region. Last 7 years, thought I should join the bandwagon of being an entrepreneur. So 7 years down the road, run few companies as either chief executives or being a director. One of them is Java Business Systems, which is amongst the largest system integrators in the country, director at Intel, president and director at Touchpoint. We just acquired another company, which is ENA, so a director in there, founder of a product that we've come up with called Hisab Kitab. So been in the technology industry for 35 years. So yeah, happy to be here.
That's great. Karbhai, it's always really a pleasure to actually learn from you all the time, and that's what we're going to be doing here. Over to you, Rana.
Yeah, this is Rana. I am Canadian. I have been to US recently. I live there as well. I'm an entrepreneur, a technologist. I solve problems for the corporations. I have my own company, Big Data Consultants. And along with technology, I'm interested in sports in Pakistan, and I'm working on a project on those lines as well. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll start with Waqar Bhai. Going through all this corporate experience and then finally actually looking into, getting involved with the startup as well. We are talking about here like opportunities, and all this time, past 30 years or so, it feels that Pakistan was on the downward trend, and because of that downward trend, we over the time was kind of like disheartened over the time. And during this time, we actually produced this Gen Z, generation, and they look up to us and say, they want to do something, they want to find their way around. So, is this an opportunity, or we are just really failing behind, and we have to do something about it? What's your take on it?
So my take, look, I'm now 58-year-old, and I'm not trying to say things just to motivate people or inspire people, but I've seen it, right? As they say, been there, done that. I have never felt more optimistic about Pakistan than what I do now. And I say it with a lot of sincerity. And proof of the pudding lies in eating. I came back to Pakistan for 7 years, started more or less a new career as an entrepreneur, not necessarily new for me because, of course, I had a lot of experience before I came into it, but nonetheless was new as an entrepreneur. And in 7 years, I run multiple companies, created them, founded them, grew them, created employment, and interacted with a lot of them across all sectors. One of the advantages of being in the technology industry these days is that you're not limited in your interactions. I mean, you interact with multiple industries, public sector, etc. So let me tell you a few things which excites me about Pakistan. Now, some of it, or many of it, depending on which side of the fence you are in, is driven by the desire for us to improve, and that's a good news. But some of it, we have no choice, and we need to move towards progress and next stage of our development. And there is no way in hell we can avoid it. So let me tell you what excites me. What excites me is that 3 days ago or 2 days ago, I heard central bank governor talking about bringing in digital currency in this country. Now, hearing a central bank governor talking about future technology is not something we are used to in this country. And this was music to my ears. I get excited because since the inception of this country, more or less, or since the inception of corporatization, if you like, total number of companies registered in this country were 97,000 or thereabout. In the last 2 years, close to 38,000 companies have been registered. And you know what? Almost 90% of them in the last 1 year digitally, online, no paper. This never happened in our country. Now, it says two things. It says, one, the entrepreneurial scene in the country is improving. Second, the quality and documentation in the new entrepreneurial or existing entrepreneurial scene is going up. Both amazing news, right? I see companies like Uber, Careem, Food Panda, growing like crazy at the back of technology platform, using modern technology and disrupting in this country the brick and mortar structure. I saw cabinet meetings, and since I've lived in Islamabad for 17 years, so I know the mood of that city quite well. I could have never imagined a public sector of this country can actually adapt to virtual working, virtual thinking, virtual, communicating with each other. And I even saw cabinet meetings on Zoom, forced by COVID, yes, but this is something which we thought can never happen in this country. I saw in last few weeks equity shares using sweat equity. My word, I mean, I've gone through it myself in last 7 years. Sweat equity is a nightmare in this country, and these problems are solved. I mean, I can go on. I'm seeing new plants being set up. I'm seeing a lot of excitement in the business sector to come up with new ways of doing things. So the way I see this country moving forward, and as I said, some of it or many of it is self-driven, which is a good news. But the other is people are beginning to realize there is no choice, and we have to move in that direction. And so all in all, as I said, I have many reasons to be excited, and of course, the biggest of all is to see a generation coming up where 64% of our population is less than 29-year-old. They are not dependent and should not be dependent on my generation. I'm not a big fan of my generation. We are leaving behind a devastated, destroyed, broken country to them. But I'm absolutely convinced that 25 years down the road, when they will leave the country to their next generation, this will be a better Pakistan.
Thank you, Agar bhai. This is like really heartening to hear all that. It's just, amazing. Yeah. I couldn't travel back for almost a year. So literally about like 3 weeks ago, I was in Pakistan, and, things are improving greatly. We'll move on to Atif bhai. So, do you see this happening, moving from e-commerce, logo designing, content writing, all of that, the human resources actually, do you see that happening, that it's moving to AI, blockchain, and all that in Pakistan?
I have been contacted by several entities in Pakistan. I was on an Express TV interview about the NASA discussions of the launch towards Mars and the near Earth objects crossing Earth. So that's where I started getting contacts from several organizations asking about the artificial intelligence and utilization. There have been 2 entities. One is in Faisalabad, one is in Islamabad, and they are in the stealth mode. They're bringing in the robotics within the school system. And robotics needs artificial intelligence to make a decision whether, if there is a black circle around a robot, it should not cross that line for any given reason. It should stick within the boundaries. So it is happening. Blockchain, people are excited since the restrictions are getting off. And I remember we were talking about that. And when you came back from Pakistan, when you brought this news that they are now open to the discussions on the blockchain specific. So there is an organization, Apps Janai, in Pakistan, in Lahore, Pakistan. They have worked with me on literally 2 solutions. There is a community ledger that I was researching for my second PhD, And that entire team dedicatedly worked on it and came up with a proof of concept with a minimal viable product. And they are looking into potentially utilize that in the area of supply chain management to create the hashed assets and track them from the genesis of the block to the end where it ends. Because in the permission blockchain, there are no specific bars that here the buck stops. So that is happening. Supply chain is getting into it. The school system is getting into it. And since you had been in the university, and I mean, several universities when you were in Pakistan, and our discussion actually was giving me a hope that we will be heading into that. University of Lahore actually contacted me, their rector, Nasir Mahmood, potentially start collaborating with the computer science department to establish the AI level, since I was a faculty at Harvard for an executive program, and Berkeley in the review of their blockchain course, because the very first blockchain system architecture course in the United States and Canada, I was the one who got approved at ABET for University of North Carolina, and I will be looking forward to Pakistani universities to approach and start opting that for undergrad, grad, and PhD level. So yes, there is a commotion happening. Thank you, Khurram.
Thank you, Atif Bhai. I think Shariar is back and with a stable connection. Shariar, over to you. I think your mic is muted, Shariar. No, I think I was quite optimistic that things are resolved at his end. So we are optimistic, but we are optimistic about Pakistan more so. This is a temporary issue. Shariar, can you hear us? We are having a problem. We move on to Adnan. So Adnan, basically, you worked in a corporate sector. You moved around on the trading floor, like worked in the hedge funds and all that. And I mean, this is like an entirely different life. I've actually spent some time on the floor as well, and it's just it's a different world altogether. And from the corporate sector, I mean, you move on to launching your own initiative. This is like entirely different life. So doesn't matter whether it was a middle life crisis or whatever it was, but you did so, and you chose to actually build the team in Pakistan. So tell us about that. How did it go?
Yeah, so I mean, SIA is my second one. So the first one was a smart pension, which we did reasonably well, but that was all based in the UK. And SIA is we decided at a very early stage to move to Pakistan or start our the backend office in Pakistan. So yeah, given that working in a more structured and organization, one of the largest consultancy firms in past as well. So starting something in a country where we still do not have that much structured way of working, right? So that was a bit of challenge. But having said that, what really brought us in, or me in really, was a reasonably priced labor, resources, easy to get resources, because it's very, very hard to get resources, especially in the tech side, engineers in the UK. So let's say if you have to hire 70, 80, 100 engineers, is a nightmare sometime here. Then I think also the enthusiasm as well, which I saw in the team as well. So they really were hungry. They wanted to learn. So they did realize that they're not up to the skill, up to the mark where they should be. So that's another thing which really brought us in. But fast forward 4 years now, we build the whole team. We build the company. We are doing fantastically well. We have 50,000 plus businesses, customers in 100 plus countries, and all the magic is happening in Pakistan, and most of it, especially the back end side of it. But of course, the front side is there's certain part which we have to hire the team in the other areas. So yes, what I really see Pakistan is an opportunity there, especially for the back end offices, because what really you require for any country to grow, or any company to grow, is really, number one is infrastructure. So yes, we do have a fast internet, 4G and so on and so forth. 5G is coming as well in this year. Resources, yes, we have 20,000 every year new IT people coming out of the universities. We have 300,000 IT staff in total in engineers, so it's quite decent kind of pool to play. Then also from the government side as well. So we have seen various initiatives were taken, whether it's Digital Pakistan, whether it's working on the infrastructure side of it, or investment and so on and so forth. Is really wherever we were 5 years ago, we are not there now. So we are far better, and we have seen that in terms of increasing the export by 40% in eight months time. In IT sector, still the IT sector is still way below in terms of export. We're only 4% of our total export is IT export as compared to India, which is 49%. But having said that, we have seen all the right kind of trajectory. So we are pleased that we are here in Pakistan. We did look into the India we did look into the Eastern Europe as well and the UK, and we decided, and it's paying off so far.
That's great, great story. And I think setting an example as well, because a lot of people can actually learn from it. I've been doing that for a while, like almost now 15 years. I had my company, even though I think similar sort of, trajectory or like journey, what you just started. I think I started way back, but, over the time learned quite a few lessons in terms of like actually managing it. Shariar, by the way, is it fine now?
I think it's better now. Talking about technology, you cannot run away with the glitches, right? So,
right, exactly.
So there's always a room for investment in the infrastructure side. So last time when I was,
I don't know which computer are you using. Is it the PC or the Apple?
It's Microsoft Surface.
All right.
So
this guy Kawasaki turns up, and he said. If I was, if I had the PC, it would have been actually taken half of the time just to set it up. So all I have to do is to actually switch it up. So, that's the issue with the technology anyway. But yeah, switch to Apple. Even though with the less connection, it switches great. Sorry, over to you. Yeah, you were supposed to.
Okay, as long as technology allows me. So, I mean, first of all, thank you, Khurram Saab, to
just to quickly update you, Waqar Bhai has to step away in next 10 minutes or so. So,
sure.
Yeah, you can get benefited from him before he leaves. But we haven't introduced Rana yet. So, yeah.
No, definitely. Please. I'll give the floor to Rana Saab to please, me, I can always take time to introduce myself later on, online or offline. But I guess to utilize the availability of the limited time resource that we have. So I'll give the floor to Rana Saab to please at least give a brief intro about himself and what he's doing in this and what he sees as an opportunity in technology in Pakistan.
Yeah, definitely. I just woke up and I'm still my computer is starting as well. But I will give Waqar Bhai some time because he has to leave, and then we can talk about it. So this is, you're talking about Apple and Microsoft, and this is God-created creature, which is slow in the morning. So I take some time to warm up. So Waqar Bhai, please continue.
We can't just give the floor to Waqar Bhai. I mean, we have to pose a certain question to him. So
sure,
I think,
I'll
let's get benefited from him while he's here. So if anybody has the question for him, because he's...
Maybe I can ask the question. I've been in the industry for about 12 years. So I did IT investment side advisory for a development bank over the past 12 years. We see, especially I'm normally based in Sydney. So I had the Jumpstart Sydney chapter while being based in Sydney. But at this point of time, I'm in Islamabad. So hopefully when I join next time from Sydney, you won't have these technology glitches. So basically what I wanted to ask, everybody is talking about cybersecurity, especially in terms of online banking transaction. What kind of opportunity do Waqar Saab and other panelists see that as an opportunity, and how to go about it? Because we have been seeing, Pakistan government or private sector talking about different initiatives for financial payments. What do you see as an opportunity, and what are the things that could be done to fix it?
So Shreya, look, I'm a salesman by profession, right? That's what I did for living. I think everyone is a salesman, just that many people don't like to accept it. So I heard a story when, as I was growing up in sales, I'm sure many of you have heard it. So at the expense of repetition, let me repeat it. Two salesmen were sent to Russia to sell suits, right? And one of them was given half of the territory to explore, and the other one was given rest of the half to go and check if there is opportunity for the company, suit manufacturing company, to sell their product. So one guy covered half the territory 4 days later, and this story is, of course, 35-year-old. So he sent a telex message saying, I've covered my territory. Nobody wears suits, no opportunity taking the next flight coming back. The second guy who covered rest of the half, he sent a message 3 days later, and he said, nobody wears suits. So both of them came to the same conclusion. He said, nobody wears suits. Amazing opportunity. I'm staying back. So this is a country where it is just at the beginning of transformation, very, very early stages. Yes, right? We should have started decades ago. Yes. But the good news is, and as I mentioned in my intro, that some or more, depending on which side of the fence you are, because we want to transform, and many because we are being forced to change by the turn of the global event. Interestingly enough, I see COVID as one of them. I mean, COVID has transformed life not just around the globe, but we may not realize it. It has transformed our lives as well. In many ways, which we could have never imagined in this country. So be it cybersecurity. So look, the whole world is now connected. I mean, that we know. The fact that we are connected here, some with not that stable connection and others with stable connection, is a testimony that we are in this connected world, including Pakistan. And the more you are connected, the more there is reason to have security, because the more vulnerable you get, and the more vulnerable you get, the more market forces will force you and turn of events will force you, because everything is moving digital. And I gave the example earlier of 90% of the companies which are being registered in this country are now digital. So if everything is going on the cloud and in the digital space, then you've got to protect it. There is no other way. So as far as I'm concerned, we are in that remaining half of the territory where nobody cares about security, immense potential. Come join us.
Waqar bhai, I would like to add something here. So my first PhD is in cybersecurity. And I have been involved extensively with there is a Canadian consortium. Being a Canadian citizen and living in States, there is foundational work that had started 4 years back in Canada. It's called Forward 50. So for last 3 to 4 years, we are involved in a cybersecurity consortium there for next 50 years, how we will progress. I would like to propose here with Shahryar and all of these, that if I can do for that, being a Canadian citizen living in States from Pakistan, we can have Forward 50 to go with cybersecurity as a main agenda, because I was informed, and when I started digging in, we found that every third computer or fourth computer in Pakistan is sitting patchless. And when I say patchless, whether you're using Microsoft, whether you're using Apple or Linux, any Linux flavor, that needed patch updates accordingly whenever they are released. If you don't do that, the MITM or the middle man attack can happen. And that is happening a lot. And usually the organizations which work with freelancers in Pakistan, the concept of NDA needs to be established from us in Pakistan for anyone who's getting services. And that NDA means that if you're going to use any program snippet that has been done by any individual contributor who's a freelancer or a smaller organization, you are bound to sign that NDA, non-disclosure agreement, that you will not be able to use that. That's the first step to create that. And Waqar, I totally agree with you. The reason I moved on from the cybersecurity PhD because I got an opportunity from National Science Foundation in the United States, and I did my second PhD in artificial intelligence and scientific computing. However, I am a strong advocate, and if there is any initiative that Jumpstart would bring in for any level in Pakistan cybersecurity, Forward 50, we can use the same name. I would be glad to assist, because I know I have been looking at the reports of the vulnerabilities that are there, and they are very serious. Thank you. I'm done speaking.
Thank you very much. I think what I wanted to maybe further raise a question on this is, I know cybersecurity and these kind of systems are very important for financial sectors like for the banks, but maybe because technology has several domains. What I wanted to focus on is, let's say, in addition to
Shahryar, can I just, my sincere apologies, can I interrupt? If anyone has a comment or question to me, if you can please ask. My sincere apologies that I need to leave. I feel extremely bad. But if anyone has a quick question or comment for me, I'll be happy to respond. Otherwise, I'll need to leave because I see a few raised hands. So if any comment is for me, let me know.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
I mean, what I wanted to say was that we have different domains of technology, but let's say if we just focus three: cybersecurity, IoTs, and blockchain. If we focus on these three, what are the sectors do you think that has an opportunity in addition to the financial sector? Let's forget about the financial banking. Let's talk about other sectors. What do you feel where these three technology domains can be explored and is a big opportunity for any investor in Pakistan to explore?
Waqar bhai, I have a question for you. Before
please.
you leave, since you have been entrepreneur and you have spent some time lately, I mean, I'm not far away from you in the age gap. I would like to sit down with you and come up with this FWD 50 for Pakistan. And don't forget the InsurTech. There is insurance that is like getting a hit. Zan Bhai from California has just sent him a note. So would you be willing to work on that? And if let's connect offside of this also.
So to first, let me respond to Shahryar quickly. Look, the cybersecurity aspect, I see it as ubiquitous. So I honestly don't want to distinguish, because everyone is getting connected, and the more connected you are, you need cybersecurity. So it's about each company, each investor, what sort of space he wants to operate in, and there will be opportunity there. We are actually getting into a network security area as well, because in one of our vertical that we work in, IoT, again, it's about connectivity. Since traditionally, we are not connected per se, just like rest of the world. So hence, again, we are at the beginning of the curve. Some sectors are more advanced than others. So, for example, the financial industry, the telecom industry, and to some extent, some of the manufacturing industries clearly are more ahead of the curve. So you can start from there, but I'm sure others will catch up. Look, any technology, as far as I'm concerned, it is right at the beginning of the curve. And the more people are interested to invest, learn the way businesses are done here, are able to grind it out, you will eventually get to the success mark. But it is not an easy country to do business with. So let's not, oversimplify it. One of my dear friend says doing business in Pakistan is exactly like extreme sport, right? So it's not child's play. It's not for faint-hearted, and that we all know. right? But if you're willing to grind it, if you are willing to hang in there, I think there is a lot of space for new entrepreneurs and new investment. The way I see, of course, around the world, it's already happening, but also in Pakistan, the way I see, next 5 to 7 years, there will be only two types of industries that will exist. One, which are based on technology or which are, pure technology focused. Second, those are technology driven. You won't see third type of companies. And this disruption you will see in next 5 to 7 years actually happening in this country, despite the fact that we are behind. But, we will leapfrog on many fronts. And that's just my thinking based on many things that I'm seeing.
Oh, thank you very much for the information. I guess you get to need to leave, so please feel free to do so. I think Mr. Adnan has a point to raise. I guess it is a question to.
Yeah, so not really a question. I just wanted to talk about cybersecurity. We were just talking about it. So CIS is a privacy and compliance company, and we've been doing it for 4 years. When talk about, so I'm not expert in cybersecurity, but there is a connection between the compliance and cybersecurity, because what we are doing is really helping businesses to comply with the new regulation. GDPR is one of those, and in CCP and so on and so forth. The other regulation around the world coming, securing personal data. That's where we are helping businesses to comply with. And talking about the cybersecurity and Pakistan. So first thing is, because one of the biggest issues in cybersecurity is your personal data. And your personal data leak and people utilize it for their own mean and so on and so forth. And our regulations around that in Pakistan are still behind. I know there are certain bills which people are talking about, discussing, and by the time it come in, probably another 3 years, 4 years. Till those regulations are not in, the stringent kind of regulation, till then, cybersecurity won't be taken seriously, at least I would see internally. Other things, of course, we talk about transformation as well. So still we're behind in terms of transformation. The other like cracked software and so on and so forth, which Atif Bhai also had discussed as well. There's so many other things which need to be sorted before we really jump into having something more around the cybersecurity as a business. But one thing is good as well, that there are quite a few companies, especially the back-end offices, around the cybersecurity, people are running from Pakistan, and they're providing these services for rest of the world, especially in the US as well. So we already are kind of in quite advanced stage in terms of working in the cybersecurity, whether it's infrastructure point of view or networking and so on and so forth. So we already are in the front, but I think there's not a real business case to really any business to really get into cybersecurity and make a living out of it till the regulations are in place. That's kind of my thought at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, as said, I tend to agree with you, but the way the ecosystem generally works, and those of us who've been in the field for many years would also know that many of the time, things happen because the policymakers or decision makers, they somehow are more forward thinking and they start to work on some things and then make an impact. But majority of the time, especially in countries like Pakistan, but even otherwise, it is industry driven. So once the industry comes in, they start to create awareness, they start to raise level of thinking in the policymakers and start to move the needle in their mindset to get into that area. Right. So I personally, and this is where you get an edge. And I would give you an example, and I'm so happy to hear about, and my sincere apologies, I didn't catch the name, about this company in Canada doing data analytics and business intelligence, etc. Look, I brought data warehousing in Pakistan in 1999. And when I started talking about the concept of data warehousing, many policymakers, and they used to be in Islamabad actually, they actually thought data warehousing is about taking physical files, those green paper, usme jo feete sheete lage hue hote hain, and storing it into a big storeroom. And they actually went out in public talking about data warehousing because they suddenly thought it is fashionable to talk about data warehousing. That's how we started. And today I run one of the business analytics and big data company as one of the company that I'm part of, right? And Teradata did exceedingly well to the extent that they have a global delivery center in this country with 400 plus people. So the point I'm trying to make is you're absolutely right. But as players come in, as the world continues to get connected, the pressure on the policymakers will continue to increase to start accelerating coming up with these regulations, and they can't get away from it. So think about it, that if a central bank governor on international media is coming and talking about digital currency in next few months, he didn't talk about years, he said next few months you will see progress in that regard. How would you do it without security framework in place? So these things will put pressure. So hang in there. I completely agree with you, but hang in there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Would love to connect with each one of you offline. One of my interests, and let me do a bit of a sales spiel to all of you. One of my interests as an entrepreneur is to take Pakistan Technology Company international. And one of the things we are aggressively working towards in my portfolio is to create an ecosystem outside Pakistan where we can take and showcase our portfolio to them, create a partners network, especially with Pakistanis who are passionate about growing the IT industry in this country, and would love to connect with each one of you offline to see if there are synergies that we can work and we can bring some dollars into this country as well. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies again for leaving the show.
No worries. And just wanted to remind the remaining panelists that we just have 5 minutes in hand, I guess. So maybe quickly, I'd like to, give the opportunity to Rose Saab. If you wanted to add on the question that I raised, same question again to you as well. What are the opportunities that you see?
Yeah, absolutely. My system has started a little bit now. I can speak. So it was great listening to all of you guys and seeing where things are going in Pakistan. But I want to just step back and look at the bigger picture and see what we are basically in what context we need to have this conversation. We have talked about cryptocurrency, we have talked about IoT and other things, but for me, we haven't identified the sectors. We haven't identified where exactly in Pakistan there is a demand for these kind of solutions. But personally speaking, what I see clearly in Pakistan that is going to be the future, and it is already the future, and that is the gig economy. And there's a reason behind it, because culturally, traditionally, we are pretty good when we have to do something individually. And that's where the gig economy has thrived. And I think we need to focus on more on the gig economy where we can train young people, because we already talked about there's a huge youth population in Pakistan. Somebody needs to train those that human capital and make it ready for the freelancing world, for the gig economy, to create a huge impact. And that's the easiest and quickest way to get the dollars in Pakistan. And once we have the economy going, then we can talk about the other challenges. Because Pakistan, as we already know, it's not easy to work with, right? I mean, there are a lot of challenges, government support, physical security, and other factors which come into picture. Also, the challenges of, if you invest capital, what is the guarantee? What is the security against that capital? But one thing that is pretty straightforward, pretty easy, and that is the gig economy. And we need to, flourish this. We need to support this. And the best way is to train the human capital. And I'm seeing an opportunity where somebody like myself or any one of us, they get new people who are not trained, who are not educated, train them, educate them, and then make them ready for the freelancing world. So that's what my quick thought is about how we can create impact and bring the dollars home.
Well, thank you very much. I guess we just have 1 minute left, I believe. So I would take this opportunity to sum up our conversation, and I would like to personally thank all the panelists, Dr. Atif, Tan Saab, Rauf Saab, and of course, definitely, it's just not the end point of our discussion. It's basically the beginning of our discussion. and hopefully, we'll continue. I'm sure there must have been several questions, but I don't see any question at this point of time. But I guess we'll be happy to respond to these questions in our latest sessions or offline as well. So people who have any questions, who are watching us or who may watch later on, please write to Jumpstart platform, and we are all here to address, because our main objective is to promote entrepreneurship in Pakistan and in technology domain. I see a lot of opportunities. We have a lot of freelancers, and the domains, the areas that we've talked about. So let's connect, let's talk about it, and let's see how we can collaborate together and grow together, and ultimately bring the ultimate objective of Jumpstart to establish new businesses in Pakistan, scale them, and make Pakistan a better economy for others. So thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. And I hope we are done with the time. So thank you very much, Param Sir, for the opportunity. And I hope the session was useful. And we look forward to working with you and the other team members again. Thank you.
Same here.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks, Shahriar.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was great discussion. I think I was just hooked up on to pretty much like whatever the points were raised. I think we're going to have later on much detailed session, and I think we'll plan it for the next weekend. And I think it needs a lot more time to actually discuss all those areas what you have actually highlighted. So thank you very much. Now we have a session with SME pitches. So I have Hira with me. Hira, if you could start, would love to hear what your startup is doing and how it's been progressed, and we go from there. So I believe you would have like your pitch ready. If you could start with your presentation.
And salam to all the panelists also. I'm just going to share my screen.
So just before you do that, in the meantime, I'll introduce some of the people who are actually joining us. We have Zan Bhai, all the way from Valley. And then we have Shafat Bhai from Lahore, Amjad Bhai from Bradford, and Asif Bhai from Chicago. So before you actually set it up, please go ahead and share your screen. But in the meantime, like I'll quickly take a minute intro from each one of them. Zan Bhai, please go ahead.
I'm Zain Jumaji. I live in the Valley. Been here about 40 years. I run about 9 companies right now, and I am in the third phase of my life, just helping people like you to invest in your company and see if I can help in any way at all. And I'm very much big on Pakistan. I think Pakistan is on a crossroads. We are just going to propel up if we do it right, and we must do it right.
That's great.
Nice to meet some other people that I already know. Amjad Bhai and other people. Thank you. Good to see you all here.
Shafat Bhai, please go ahead.
Well, Assalamu alaikum ji. I'm Shafat Hashmi. I'm the chairman for Stallion Gates Asset Management. We're based out of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and also have advertising agency, a technology firm. Through Jumpstart Pakistan and Invest in Pakistan, we have partnered with about 5 different startups in the last year, and looking forward to some great pitches this year as well. So thank you, Khurram, and thank you, Amjad.
Now we have Amjad Bhai. Everybody knows about him, so you can go ahead, Amjad Bhai, if you want to.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Well, I've lived overseas for 50 years. A serial entrepreneur, have interest in cash and carry, food services, packaging, financial services, technology, health sector, education. But in Pakistan, I'm kind of very traditional sectors. Some people may be surprised. In farming, horticulture, and livestock management. That's what I'm focusing on at the moment. But bulk of my time is taken up, obviously, with Jumpstart Pakistan and Invest in Pakistan and Lift Pakistan, because that's where my passion and my heart is. So looking forward to the beautiful pitches that are going to come.
Thank you, Amjad Bhai. Next, we have Asif Bhai. Please go ahead.
I'm settled in Chicago for the last 37 years. I'm very interested in Pakistan and doing work in Pakistan. I've already invested in an education venture and an IT venture in Pakistan, and would like to invest in more ventures. My goal is to partially move to Pakistan also and serve the people over there in whatever ways I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Asad Bhai. And next we have Asad Hussain. Asad Bhai is based in London. Asad Bhai, please go ahead if you could introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Pleased to meet you and have this opportunity to invest in SMEs in Pakistan. I've been in the UK for, well, basically was born in the UK. We've got e-commerce retailers, partners such as HP, Dell, Asus, Oppo, and so on. Offices in 4 different countries. Got a very successful office in Pakistan, which runs our e-commerce business, and also sit on the board for Zik Oil, which is an IPO in Pakistan.
Thank you, Asad Bhai. Great. In addition to that, Asad Bhai is also a board member at the Jumpstart and has been a great supporter for the last couple of years. Alhamdulillah, we have done great, taking the movement to the next level. Hira, I would ask you to actually share your screen and start your pitch. Sorry, your mic is muted, so go ahead now.
Can you see the presentation? I've already shared my screen.
No, it's I don't see it. Yeah, just to give you guys a little bit insight. There are times that it takes a while to actually share the screen, but here it is.
Can you see it now?
Yes, please go ahead.
The entire. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Hira Arshad. I'm the CEO of Apris Technologies, which I'll be describing in just a little bit. But we were a group of entrepreneurs, and some engineers, and we thought that we wanted to become Pakistan's first leading high-tech medical equipment developers and global exporters. So that's a vision that, we came up with and we wanted to take forward. Our mission was really to make the 66 million surgeries performed in Pakistan safe by indigenously developing the smartest and safest electrosurgical units and other high-tech medical equipment. And we wanted to anchor innovation, design excellence at the core of each product. Basically, whenever we hear about medical equipment, we feel like Pakistan has a very good footprint in the area, but that is not the case. We're very good in medical tools. So we have.
Hira, just to quickly interrupt you, we only see your screen, which is actually showing us your window, not the presentation. So if you could actually bring that forward, it's showing us your just the window where you're logged in as on the. You probably won't be able to see it because it goes the full screen. So don't worry about that. Just play your presentation and then we'll be able to actually see it.
I have actually played my presentation, but I don't know why isn't it coming to the.
No, it's showing your browser window.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just.
It's just showing your browser window, not the actual, the presentation window.
Hira, you know your story, so just if the presentation isn't working, just do a verbal one. I think most of us will get the drift.
Yeah, absolutely. But is this showing now?
No,
is
it is showing now. Yes, it is showing now. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Right, now it is.
Yeah, so that's what we wanted to do. And then there was a team that we formed and we all came together. There was a startup already in NIC that had made an early version of a product that we were interested in, and we wanted to develop that product line further. So basically, what we wanted to do was that we wanted to become the architects of world's safest and smartest electrosurgical units, which is the flagship product which we wanted to start with. But what is an electrosurgical unit? So what you're seeing on your screen now is a typical electrosurgical unit. It is a must-have in every OT. And as I was telling you already that we only have a very good share in the medical tools industry, but our entire industry of medical equipment is dependent on imports. We don't really make anything in Pakistan which we would call equipment. So we have scalpels, scissors, knives, all of that, but we don't have any electrical medical equipment. So this is a must-have in every OT, and it's used in every surgery. How is it used? I will just elaborate on it. So for example, this is an electrosurgical generator, the one that you see in this picture, the black unit. It basically transfers high-wave electrical energy through a handpiece, and that is translated to the surgical area. That energy basically cuts tissues, coagulates tissues, and seals blood vessels. So we generally typically think that all of the surgeries are performed with scalpels, but actually beyond the first layer of skin, all of the cutting and coagulation of any kind of tissues, of any kind of organs, and sealing of all blood vessels is done through this technology, which is called electrosurgery. The technology in itself, the concept is almost 100 years old, but then people have developed different versions of it. The market is a very big $8 billion, and these are some of the major players in the market. So it's like an oligarchical market. Most of the shares are with Medtronic, and their flagship product is Valley Lab.
Here, the only slide we actually see is the mission statement. That's the only one we have actually seen. So maybe like you have to actually use the cursor or like left and right arrow, and that would help.
Yeah, I'm actually.
So you may want to you may want to try slideshow instead of looking at what your slide is. You opened it, but you haven't done the slideshow. If you do slideshow, then that slide will show.
I have done the slideshow.
Yeah, now it's moving.
Is it moving now?
Yeah. Yes. Now we see the US $8 billion.
So now, if you go on the slideshow button on the top bar, you know where it says log out. Yeah, just go and try and say start from where you are. Take your cursor up to the slideshow, drop it down, and just say start. And don't worry about us. I think we're good. Let's continue because I think we are damaging your flow, and your rhythm was very good. So we want to keep you on track.
In case you can't see the slides, then I will make sure that I am more elaborate. So basically, I was explaining that an electrosurgical unit is a must-have in every OT. And what it does is that it transmits high-frequency electric waves through an accessory to the surgical site, which can be any tissue beneath first layer of the skin, and it cuts and coagulates the tissue. The technology is 100 years old, but there have been a lot of improvements in the technology, and we're on that bandwagon as well. Then I was explaining that it's an oligarchical market. It's around $8 billion of market, with Medtronic at the top. It holds around 30% of the shares. Then we have Johnson & Johnson, we have B. Braun, we have ConMed. And so these are just the few players who are holding the entire market. After that, so the average price of these units that these players are producing is around $15,000, but we have brought it down to $3,000. I really wish you could see this slide alone, because I want to show the difference that we have with the competitors. Can you see this one?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can see.
So this is a small experiment that we performed at our own factory, and we compared it with a Valley Lab unit, and we did this on chicken breasts. So basically the idea is to have a clean cut like the one that we're showing in Alpha, because in the other one where there are tissue burns, these tissue burns is something that are not required, because this is damage to the healthy tissues, which means longer recovery periods and a lot of complications. I actually went to a cardiac surgeon, and he told me that, do you know that people have these pains after cardiac surgery for 6 long months and all, and they'd come back and say, ki yahan dard ho raha hai, yahan dard ho raha hai. And he said the reason for that is because healthy tissues are damaged during the procedure. Then this is just a slight comparison with the features of different other brands. I hope you can see the slide as well.
Yes, we can see that.
Yeah. So the most important feature in electrosurgery anyway is to minimize the thermal damage. And I believe that is what we have achieved. We also are very, very low on the cost. So that also is an edge. And we are bringing in, different different technologies, as in all of these electrosurgical units, even till now, if they go back, if something goes wrong with it, it takes around 3, 4, 6 months to get repaired. But we have, come up with a plug and play system in which we have different modules for the entire electronics, and the distributor can actually take out a module and replace it with a new module. This then is some of the value proposition that we have. So we have an AI-based robust instant response technology, which ensures the minimum damage to the tissues. Our machines are very, very precise. The recovery time for patients then is very low. Our price also is very low. And if you see other electrosurgical units, they are very cumbersome and huge. So we have designed it in a very compact way. Apart from this, as I said that, we took the startup out from one of the NICs, and then we got an initial investment. A local investor came on board and we raised some seed fund, after which we developed this product. We now have 5 different product lines in the R&D. We won the DG Health tender for last year, but we made very little sales because there was Corona. All of the budget went to Corona. We won that tender this year as well. We now are CE certified, and we also have all of the ISOs. By CE certified, I mean that we can actually export these units to everywhere in the world, but not America, because for that we need a different certification. We believe that we don't need it right now. Also, the certification is pretty expensive.
You have a last minute.
Yeah. So this is just slightly the overview of the team. And recently, Pakistan Institute of Cardiology has performed an open heart surgery with our machine. So it was a very huge moment for us as well, and we were very skeptical of what they will say. So it was a 7-8 hours surgery, and after that, we received a letter from them, the surgeon, saying that it was a very efficient machine. So that was really a very commendable moment for us. We now are also collaborating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we'll be exporting around 100 units to Sri Lanka, to Maldives, and to Indonesia.
Thank you. Great, Hira. That was a great pitch, and it's a great product. I think, especially coming out from Pakistan, something like that, it would just like a wave. So excellent. We'll start with Zain Bhai. Please go ahead. We have only 15 minutes, so we have to distribute that like in about 4 people. So yeah, please go ahead.
Absolutely. One question is that you said the general competitor's product is about $15,000 US. Yours is at $3,000. My question is that retail price or is that manufacturing cost on both ends?
No, that is retail price.
Okay, so and why are you able to do it at 3,000? Is it that you have no risk involved? Because just one second. The other party probably has liability exposure, all that covered on that. Does yours also cover all that exposure?
In this cost right now, we are spending minimum money on marketing and all of that, so our costs are pretty low. And I believe their cost is very, very high because the companies are gigantic. I believe their teams are humongous, and we have a very small team. So I believe that is how we cut all the costs.
Okay, so
I mean, Medtronic is gigantic, so I'm sure they will have a lot.
Usually, when the team gets bigger, the cost of production per unit gets lower, not higher. So it should not. There must be something missing in there to me. Such a big differential in quality. Now, I do know R&D is better in that original customer, because I'm sure you know Mir Imran. Mir Imran's a very close friend, one of the world scientists and inventor of many medical devices. I'd love you to introduce you to him and see what you can do. And I would also suggest, and I'll be done, this is just a comment, Do not disregard America's. Get the certification, get into America. That's where you will really break into. Sialkot is one of the largest manufacturers of medical devices, those little things we use. But unfortunately, they go to Germany and get exploded, which means the people in Sialkot don't get the benefit. I would be happy to introduce you to Mir Imran. Times cover put him the scientist of the century. He's a very close friend, and he's all into medical devices and stuff. He's the inventor of the heart defibrillator, the SafeView guide that you go through the airport and those S-cream. He's the inventor of all those things. He's here in Silicon Valley. I'll be happy to introduce you to him. And see.
We would love to get in touch, and we'd also love for him to mentor us because we do face a lot of challenges.
And there's only 15 minutes. Last advice I'll give you: never look at the price. You look at the quality and the product. The price will be delivered by the market itself automatically. It doesn't matter if you're 15,000. आप कहो कि मैं 16,000 का बेचूंगा, लेकिन quality उसे 100 times better होगी. There is no way I would pick up this cup of tea from Linux and say that this is $100. अगर कोई $50 में बनाते हैं तो कुछ discount होगा इसमें. It cannot be possible because they also have manufacturing in China and other places in the world. I'm done. Thank you very much, and thanks, Karam, for this platform.
Thank you, Hira. I'll put you in touch with Zain Bhai, and he'll be able to actually connect you with the right people. Next one is Asad Bhai. Please go ahead if you have any question.
Assalamualaikum, Hira. Good to meet you. Could you tell me, do you have any background, medical background? That last slide was a bit faint. Or any of the founders have got any medical background?
So interestingly enough, we do not have medical backgrounds. The founders two of the founders who've actually developed the product have engineering backgrounds. We, however, have a lot of surgeons on board who do all of the testing with us. So it's like an advisory board with different surgeons from different specialities, and then we sit down with them and guide through and go ahead.
Okay, and you said you've got the CE approval, and yes, you've got the ISOs. Which ISOs do you have?
ISO 13485, ISO 9000, and ISO 14001.
Okay, well, the product looks very, very interesting. It's not my field, but what Zain Bhai said is correct. Sialkot is known as a world leader in surgical equipment, and I think this is the next phase up to come up with machinery like this.
I'd actually, show it to you as well. So basically, oops, this is the unit. This is actually a 3D model because all of the units are packed for the order that we are going to deliver to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So that is why I'm showing you the, 3D model.
Oh, fantastic.
It's fully functional.
It does look neat and compact. Tell me, let's go into some numbers. So how many have you sold to date?
To date, in the last tender, we only sold 5 units. Now we have an order for 100 units already that are packed, so we'll consider those sold as well. And we also have one tender this year, so we don't know how many we'll sell. Last year, we did not have a distributor on board. We didn't know how the market works. This year, we do have a distributor on board.
Okay, and tell me, where is it manufactured in Pakistan?
It is manufactured in industrial state Hayatabad in Peshawar.
Okay, mashallah, that's very, very good. And what does it cost you to produce?
Around $2,000.
And you're selling it for?
$3,000.
Well, I think it as good as it looks, I think you're underselling your product. I can actually help you in distribution because we've got a very good distribution network in Pakistan through Zik Oil. We've actually got over 200 depots that we're using already, which are our own. But it'd be interesting, but it's good to have another chat with you about this because I think you're onto something very, very good. And I think there's a potential there, definitely worldwide. I think we'll need to look at the price. And I think you need to raise those margins, definitely.
For sure. Absolutely. Would love to talk about it.
Thanks, Asad Bhai. Hira, I'll put you in touch with Asad Bhai as well. So you'll get all the numbers and I'll take the appointments for you, for them to communicate with you. Shawad Bhai, you're next. Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, thanks, Khurram. And Hira, very good presentation. Good job. I have very simple, straightforward 5 questions. number one, do you have a patent?
No, we have filed for the patent. We haven't filed for the patent in US. We're filing for the patent in Pakistan now.
Okay. Do you have any competition coming in from India and Bangladesh and Indonesia, Malaysia? These guys are doing.
I believe in India, there are a couple of manufacturers, but we don't like to compare ourselves with them because the products are very low quality. There are a lot of manufacturers in China also, and they'll give you the unit in $900 as well. And they'll call it an electrosurgical unit, but it doesn't function well. It doesn't have all the features. So we always like to compare ourselves with Medtronic, Valley Lab, and the 8-9 players that are actually there because our product is that good.
Very good. You missed out GE, by the way. GE is one of the largest manufacturers and very, very close to us. Anyways, I didn't see your go-to-market plan here. If you could elaborate for the next, let's say, 30 seconds. What is your GTM? How are you selling? Is it direct marketing, reaching out to hospitals? What do you do?
So basically, I think that is one thing that we've been struggling with for the past year as well. In Pakistan, it is mostly applying in the tenders and winning those tenders. So that is one thing we're doing. Most of the private sector's hospitals still rely on refurb equipment. So that's a barrier over there.
Right. My last question is, what kind of and what is the threshold of investment that you're seeking, and what kind of partnership, what kind of partners or value you expect anybody to bring into your business?
I really believe if somebody has a bit of manufacturing experience, that would be a great partner, because we have done all of the electronics and all of that, but we still struggle with the bodies and molds and stuff like that. A decent investment, since we have developed electronics for 5 other product lines as well, but we're not putting in more money in the molds because we've...
Can you share a number? How much are you exactly looking for?
Around $15 to $20 million. $15
to $20 million. Okay.
Yes.
Love your product. I think, Khurram, if you could please help us get in touch. I think I love your product. We're in the healthcare space. We're launching an upcoming healthcare application in Pakistan on the 11th of May. So we really do have that kind of access in Pakistan and Australia to push your product across the hospitals and in NHS. Yeah, but good job with the product. Great work. There is something. Thanks.
Just to let you know, they are part of the our Fortune 500 club as well, and we are very closely working with them to scale their company to the next level, inshallah. So would love your support in that, scaling that company and Pakistani company to become the international one. And next one is Asif Bhai. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, Hira. Amazing products, because what I see from Pakistan is less complex products where it's really easy to manufacture. I haven't seen a product like that being built in Pakistan, because everything else is imported in Pakistan. So good job doing that. Just a couple of questions. So where do you see your company in next 4 or 5 years? You have 5 products. So what's your vision?
I believe that if we could come across the challenges and solve those challenges with molding and all of that, I really think that we'd be able to even export these products to at least Central Asian countries, European countries. So that is where I see it. A product line of all the 5 products being exported to different countries as well.
And one thing I would suggest, and I don't have that many questions, one thing I would suggest is, because you have good quality, concentrate on quality. And if you have 5 products or 6 products, don't go for 10, 20, 100 products. Make sure the products you have currently, they're of the best quality. And then, the price has to be competitive. I know it's profits are important, but if you have both quality and competitive prices, then you can win the market, because buyers, they're very smart. They're looking for the best deal, and also hospitals, the users, they are looking for good quality also. So once the surgeons use it, they like it, they would want it, and then if the price is right, the procurement office for the hospitals. I'm talking about more like USA and Western market.
Yeah.
They'll buy it because I've done a lot of procurement myself when I was heading public schools. And if the principals would like something, we would just buy it. So quality and price. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind suggestions.
Thank you, Asif bhai. We have just a couple of minutes left, so quickly moving on to Amjad bhai. Please go ahead if you have any question or comment.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, excellent product. A couple of comments, and then so you've got an excellent value proposition in terms of cost of production. Even though you say that you have problems with manufacturing, I think you've done an excellent job. In terms of you're saying you need 15 to 20 million because fundamentally you want to sort the engineering out. From listening to you, I don't think you've got a problem in terms of engineering. You fundamentally have got a marketing and product market fit problem. I've sat on boards in NHS here in UK. Our technology company does systems that manage hospitals here in UK. So I'm absolutely sure that this, like Jivan Bhai said, for God's sake, don't say $3,000, say $25,000 for the kind of product that you've got. And then in terms of what I simply can't understand, that the market is oligarchical, and you said it's COVID and you haven't got the sales. That completely tells me your whole marketing is, I won't use the word, right? It's all over the place. COVID was the perfect example of how you should have absolutely rocketed, right? And if your product is what you say, and I believe you, right, what you need to do is do the market segmentation, and not just one market segmentation. You need to do different types of market segmentation. And what that does, it gives you a basket of opportunities in terms of where you place yourself. And because of the value proposition that you have, I know hospitals in UK and Europe will wait 6 months for your products. So what you do is you actually market the product, get the orders, right? And you've got, even if you took 25% of the money up front, right, you would be absolutely rolling it in. But I think fundamentally those appraisals that you've got, those testimonials that you've got, get the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Science and Technology to get the best surgeons from Pakistan and overseas Pakistanis. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these people spread across the globe. And all of us, I'm sure, and from Jumpstart, we will get you those testimonials. Finally, there's a company called Brendan Technologies, Health Technologies, which work with Cambridge Innovation Center. The managing director is a personal friend of mine. Right, they're moving to robotics and stuff that you're talking about. I will put you in touch with them. They're a wonderful company, and they'll go. But I think it's not manufacturing. It's your marketing and how you play the tactics. Your tactics are all over the place at the moment.
Thank you. We're going to be working on those tactics exactly. This is what Amjad bhai mentioned about, and we have to actually collectively scale it. So we have last minute left. Quickly moving on to Atif bhai, if you have any question.
So just a suggestion, I would like to see the AI schematics on your system that you export the data to. And I am on a panel at NIH in the United States with those schematics. And if I found the value, definitely put a patent in Pakistan. And with Zain bhai's help, we can go and do a patenting in the United States. Once you have a patent in, no one can stop in the USA. There are 5 Pakistanis who are partners as a CMO, as chief medical officers. I can actually literally call them right after this to look into that. But I need those schematics. Get in touch, Khurram. I would like to see this. And trust me, the Canada and USA is the biggest market we have for you, inshallah. I'm done speaking.
Somebody's asking the question, how much equity for 15 million?
I was going to actually make a comment on that. Hira, you're asking for like too much money at this first round, so 15 to 20 million. Effectively, you're probably going to be giving up 20 or 30% max. So you're already putting a valuation of like 60 plus. So that's what I wanted to find out. Yeah, there is a question on that.
So basically, Khurram, I think not raising enough money in the beginning has significantly slowed us down, and we don't want to move this as a startup where eventually, the founders go out of the company and they raise series and series and series of investments. We don't want to do that. We want to just have enough money so that we can invest in all of the new products that we're developing in their molds, which is a huge cost for us. And we'd like to, set up really nice production facilities for all of those product lines. And then we'd like the investor to actually be able to get his investment back once the company is in revenues, rather than just raising series and series of investments. So that's not the mindset here.
Thank you. We get that. Inshallah, we'll work with you, and then I'll put you in touch with the right people, and we'll work on the valuation as well. But great. Thank you very much for joining. And it was excellent. I think this is one of the products that we can actually take it to the world and say, here's that. It's a Pakistani product. And, the casing, I would say, made in Pakistan, that would be really, and especially built in Hayatabad. That's another, it's not Sialkot, but, in Peshawar. So that's really great achievement so far. Keep going.
Thank you so much.
To you guys. Thank you, Hira, for joining in. We have next Mariam. Now, it's again very unique, just to see these great youngsters coming up on the stage and presenting some great products. Mariam, we don't see you. So whenever you're ready, we want to take you and listen to your speech. So, sorry, you briefly appeared and then disappeared again. I think you're having a trouble. So please line up your presentation. In the meantime, while Mariam does that, if any of you guys want to actually make a comment on previous pitch.
Just one quick comment. What Zain Bhai said and what Amjad Bhai said and Asad, there is a very huge market in the United States, Canada, and Europe for the product that was pitched before. The idea is people are willing live actionable insights getting out of these devices to make a on-time decision using the AI rather than a human. So it's more precise. These are my just two comments. Thank you for being among such stars. Thank you, Khurram.
Mariam is having a camera issue at the moment. Mariam, besides the camera issue, if you want to actually continue or connect back, maybe that would resolve the issue. Asif bhai, sorry I couldn't come back to you because we were running out of time. So inshallah, I'll put you in touch. Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. I'm really sorry that I'm having a camera issue. I cannot share but I can share my screen if you allow me.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah, we could clearly see you. I don't know what happened. I mean, you were there patiently waiting in the backstage the past 10-15 minutes. But
you know that sometimes I have such issues in meetings.
Yes, technology. We yet to have to see your screen.
My screen visible?
Yeah, presentation is not visible at this point.
Is my screen visible?
Showing. Yes, it's coming up now.
Yeah?
Yes, go ahead now. Yeah. You can start.
Okay. So, ASOL AI Solutions. This is my company. And let me briefly tell you that who we are and what we do. ASOL is basically an artificial intelligence company. We are focusing on generating the robotic devices and gadgets for day-to-day use, for common man and for daily use, to make a hassle-full life easier, safer, and more efficient for people working at home and offices. So what's our mission? Our mission is to make everyday life easier for people providing them comfort and assistance through the workforce of future, and that is robots and artificial intelligence. So basically, we are generating robotic devices using artificial intelligence. What are our services? Our services. We are working on two domains. We are providing two solutions: home solutions, where we are generating robotic devices to assist people in daily chores, and home automation. And on the business side, we are providing business solutions that are robotic products to make work easier at office and more efficient for people. And as well as some data science that we integrate to do the repeatable data processes easier for the people. Okay, so when we emphasized and when we analyzed after R&D and research, so we came to know that there are three main problems in daily life of people, because we are focusing on the daily life and the day-to-day use of the gadgets we are providing. So there were three main problems. That was time, that everyone is concerned about the time and they're running off the short of time. And then money, that most of the people cannot afford the assistants or maids or servants to assist them while working. And the other thing, that is energy, that they're putting extra efforts and that drains the energy, and it overall affects the efficiency and productivity of work. So what we do and what we have concluded, and we are here with the solutions, that AI robots are 10 times faster than human, and they can even work in the absence of people, whether they're home or not, they're working wherever they are. And then the second solution is that they don't need to pay salary to the robots or to the people if they cannot afford, whether they can afford or not, but that's just a one-time investment. And then the third solution for the energy is that you just give a voice command to the robot. You don't need to guide them and instruct them or explain them what they have to do. They are intelligent enough because of artificial intelligence that they know what they have to do and how they have to do it. And they are even more efficient than humans in some tasks. So what is the target market of, sorry, I'm sorry, slide. So yeah, the target market is the housewives, whether they're working at home and they need a servant or not. The robot is going to assist them. The gadgets are going to assist them, the products we are generating. And the second is office workers, wherever they are, business personals, any office worker. So our gadgets can help them solve their issues. Okay, competitive advantage is that the local robotic companies in Pakistan that we have seen are working on industrial or educational robots mostly, or devices mostly. So while we are working on artificial intelligence-based robotic solutions, the main focus is on the day-to-day needs of the people to make it easier for the people and safer and more efficient, whether they are working at home or office. Next is okay. Our competitors are Izad Tech, ATM Robotics, NextBridge, Engineering Solutions, and Micropower Labs. That are the robotic companies in Pakistan that are working. But our key differentiators are that how we are different to them. Our devices are mainly focused on the day-to-day use, and therefore the common man, especially they're cost efficient. Our products are affordable as well as save your money by replacing the human workforce. You don't need an extra human workforce because our products are enough to work more efficiently than them. And then energy efficient, automatic energy efficient settings throughout the day, according to the needs of the people, can save a lot of energy. Time saving is another key differentiator for us because our products save time by efficiently doing the work 10 times faster than humans. And then the insights, our products are basically designed like that and programmed like that, that they are able to give you insights and you can analyze your daily habits, behaviors, and consumptions. And then the main key differentiator is that we are providing the comfort to the people for the daily life routine work, and whether they are at work or home, we're going to provide them comfort as well as the convenience. So our products are the main thing that is making our products different, that we are providing the convenience to use them anywhere from home or anywhere they are in the world. And then the control, that they can easily use the gadgets, robotic devices, and everything that we're generating in just single voice command or by just a single tap on the application. And then the main differentiator is the security point of view, because some of our programming and softwares and all our AI integrated stuff is like they can provide a better security for the people at their home and office. Okay, what we have achieved till now is that we have some live introductory products, and that are for the home solutions. We have made a robotic cleaner for people, and then a smart dustbin and smart security camera and smart home system. These are the home solutions that we have made till now, that are the live products that we have. And the other are business solutions, smart attendance system for offices, face mask detection device that is also detecting the temperature of people when they're basically this is a COVID solution for public places, and smart lockers, smart keychain, and smart security cameras for security reasons for business. So these are just the introductory products that are still in testing phase, and we're providing it to the local markets and people to test it stuff. So products that are in pipeline, they are the home products that are in pipeline are interactive assistant robot, curtain and wall cleaner. These are home solutions basically. Smart doorbell, tank cleaning fish, smart bin version 2 that we have generated the live product that I told you, and this smart cleaning robots version 2, and robotic lawnmower and smart switch, and a lot more products that we are planning to build. And the office products that are still in pipeline are office assistant robot, adaptive gripper, touch-free office system, that would be all touch-free system for the offices, and smart canteen, security robot, UV ultraviolet light disinfectant robot, and multi-tier distribution robot. These are in pipeline. Okay, progress to date, that what we have achieved till yet, because we are still in testing phase. So we have live introductory products, as I mentioned before, and we are selling some products in market as well. They are in testing phase, and we are having the reviews before going live officially. And then 40 employees that we have recruited. These are AI experts and working in some other domains as well. And till now, in this 1 year, we have learned decent growth in our sales. Thank you. This is it from my side.
Since Khurram is gone, let me take over this discussion. I would like
I'm
to
right
go
here.
ahead.
How could I leave?
I thought to take over to assist you. So go ahead.
Oh, no. Thank you. I have to run the show. So I had to actually build up my stamina for next 12 hours. So I've been up. I'm just by nose.
I'm going to go to the next presentation. I'm going to do the same what you were doing.
Don't forget tomorrow as well. So you're not quitting tonight.
I'm just by last year. Remember, 40 hours straight each day. It's just was crazy. Anyhow, so thank you, Mariam, for showing us around and what you've been doing and building all the products. So I'm gonna straight go to Zanbhai. Zanbhai, please go ahead.
Sorry, I was mute. Fantastic presentation. I love that space. I was trying to market Rhombas to Pakistan some 14 years ago. So to totally understand, because of the dust that collects in Pakistan, servers can never pick it up. Rhomba will do it in 2 minutes and never leave an edge, right? So do you have a cleaning surface product in production?
Yes.
And what's the price point?
Right now, of the cleaning product, about it, 11,000.
11,000 for
Pakistani rupees.
Yeah. Is that for a floor cleaning product?
Yes, the floor cleaning product.
Does it self-charge and self-go on, so you don't have any maintenance, and takes
No,
out the
it is in pipeline. As I told you, that would be our version 2 that we are working on. It was just an introductory product for testing in Pakistani industry, that how it goes.
Okay, so I would suggest that you get hold of some engineering people on your team, inventors, because that product has evolved over the last 15, 16 years. I've got one in every room in my house.
Yeah,
Every
I
room
know,
in my
but
house.
it's not here in Pakistan. So common here in Pakistan.
And they go for $150. They go for $150 to $175. But it's a massive market for Pakistan and Bangladesh and India. So if you can manufacture it, you make it thinner so it can go under beds and everything, and look at it. But I'd be this is a huge market. Would be very interested to see more and how I can help, and I'll leave the floor for other people.
Next one, Asad Bhai, please go ahead.
Asad Bhai, you're on mute.
Hi, sorry about that. Hira, could you tell us your sales? What have you sold to date?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
Okay, your sales. What have you been selling? So you've told us obviously about the robotic cleaner and the smart dustbin and everything else. What's your revenue, the company revenue? What have you been selling?
That is still in testing phase, as I told you, but still our revenue is 20 million Pakistani rupees yet.
So your sales are 20 million Pakistani rupees?
Yes.
Okay, and could you give me a breakdown of what product lines? What's your top product line?
The top product right now, you're asking me? I'm sorry, I'm having some interruption.
Yes, your top product that you're selling.
Yeah, that has been the keychain, AI keychain that we have made.
Okay, and how long have you been trading as a company?
1.5 years.
Right. Okay, and what is your total revenue for last year?
For last year, it was 10.5 million.
And what were your profits? What was your net profits after your overheads?
Profit is a bit low because we are in testing phase and we are just this is just introductory prices. This is very low, so it was 12% till now.
So you're working on around about 12% margin. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
your
almost.
Margin 12%. Okay, and the most important question is, what sort of funding are you looking for? What investment are you looking for?
For funding, we need around 8 million rupees right now. Pakistani rupees.
8 million rupees. And what percentage of shares are you willing to give for that?
I'm willing to give about on the profit margin, I can share 30 to 40%.
You mean the shares within the company, not just the profit, obviously.
Sorry?
You mean shares within the company. It cannot be just profit, can it? So you want an investment in the company. So
yeah. That's
for 8 million rupees, you want to give up about 30% of the company. Is that right?
Yeah, 30%. Yeah.
Okay, and just last question. So who is the company? Is it you? Who else is part of the company?
I'm the founder and the CEO of the company. I have no co-founder with me.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just right.
Thank you so much. I'm not really going to ask too many questions because Khurram and I know these questions, but what I will say is one thing. This session actually demonstrates the heart of what Pakistan needs to do, which is the value chain development in terms of creativity and innovation through our institutions like universities, etc., and creative minds. We need to bring together, which we were doing. The three things that we, the panel, represent is the overseas Pakistanis and those people who want to actually really get hold of this. Unfortunately, and I'm not being derogatory about the politicians or the bureaucrats, that they simply can't do that. They haven't got the training, they haven't got the mindset. And the three things that we want to give these SMEs in the 12 sectors that we've picked is access to markets, funding, and developed human capital. When we do that, and more importantly, every time I hear a pitch, it's more about marketing and the branding and the network of distributors who actually understand the market. So I'm so happy that we've got people on here who really understand that, and we really need to keep doing this. But you guys actually carry on and ask the questions. I just wanted to make that point, that the way forward to transform Pakistan is through this model that we've adopted here at Jumpstart Pakistan.
Okay, just quickly moving on to Shafat Bhai, because we have like almost 4 minutes left. Please go ahead, Shafat Bhai, if you have any question.
Sure. I mean, I'm completely confused what you guys do. I haven't seen any product. I think it's a dream. It's a wish list. So is there a possibility you could share any of your products with us to begin with?
Sure, I can share the link of the website, but there are a few products listed there that are live right now.
Okay, and my second question is, where are you based in Pakistan?
Karachi. Here's the link.
You're based out of Karachi. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. That's pretty much about it.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Asif Bhai, if you want to actually have any question.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. A couple of questions and couple of comments also. So, good work. You're doing a lot of things. This falls in my domain also because I'm really fond of gadgets. Two of my favorite gadgets are Nest. Nest is basically the home automation system. Automation is like a huge thing where you can control temperature and stuff. So, if you can focus on like a couple of things. My other favorite product is Ring, which is like, a bell system where, you can see the video and you can control that from anywhere in the world. Also Nest, you can control anywhere from the world, because energy management is a big thing. So these companies are like multi-billion-dollar companies. So the key is to come up with a product which is really needed and creates value for people. And also with quality, the market is phenomenal. So what you need to do is to focus on R&D and then research these companies too. Like, when you talk about vacuum cleaners, Dyson is a company where Mr. Dyson invented this vacuum cleaner, which is the best vacuum cleaner. So if you're going to do a product, it has to be the best product with the best quality, and then world is your market. It can be a multi-billion-dollar company. Similarly, there is a gentleman I know in Chicago. He manufactured Higgies, which is a device which calculates your blood pressure and those things. This company is valued at pre-IPO $1 billion. So there is a huge market and there is huge value, but you need quality and good prototype and then good production and then scale it. So that's what I suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif Bhai. Anybody else has the question?
Yeah, hold on. I've just looked at the website. Mariam, you don't even have a product. What are you talking about here? There's no single product on your website. It's all over the place.
These are just the images on the website. Yes.
There is nothing. I'm sorry, it seems completely fake. I'm so sorry to say that, but this is what it seems to me, unless you prove me otherwise.
Yeah, I think I'm having internet issue, but I got your point that you could not see the product, the actual video on the website, right? This is your point?
There is nothing on the website, my dear.
Yeah,
is
that's
no product.
the temporary
Shafat
website.
Bhai, your voice is breaking up. We can't hear you very well. Sorry, can you come again?
So it's unfortunately there is no product, Khurram Bhai, on our website, and I don't think this is even a real business or anywhere close to being a real business. Not a single smart home product or robotics or face mask temperature testing. There is nothing. There is nothing.
Yes.
I mean,
as I told you.
Sorry,
that, can you hear me?
It looks very bogus to me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mariam, you got the feedback on that particular point. So I think, I mean, I'm sure, like, if you're,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So if you're saying, like, you know, doing a $15 million, 15 million rupees revenue, I think that should reflect into your sales and the actual product line and everything. I think on your presentation, it shows very well, you know, but the product pictures and the website has to actually, you know, say that. So yeah. So thank you. Unless anybody else wants to make a comment, I think Zain bhai, go ahead.
I would just like to add that I agree with you know, what Asif Dawla said. It's absolutely correct. This is a humongous market. It's a massive market. I would focus on Pakistan on the Romba kind of version, a cleaner, because there's a lot of dust issue in Pakistan. Dust, and servants never clean up the dust. किसी को भी जाकर बोलते हैं वो मम्मा तुमने निकाला नहीं है कोने से नहीं निकाला. You know, that thing will just clean it. We use it all in my office everywhere. It's a product you'll sell in millions. Very huge market. That's all I'm saying.
Khurram, if I may, I tend to actually agree with Shafat bhai on this thing. You know, Pakistan as a nation, and we as overseas Pakistanis and those, we face a huge problem in terms of image. And particularly, I've been trading with Pakistan for the last 40 years, and believe me, whether it's seafood, packaging, whatever, right, you know, it's a torrid time trying to get the quality right and the consistency. You know, we have to put, you know, we source product from across the globe. Right? क्योंकि हम जुनूनी पागल हैं पाकिस्तान के साथ काम करने के लिए, so we go the extra mile, put the extra effort. So what I would say to the young lady is, don't take Shafat's word as negative. He's trying to help you, and we're trying to help you. For God's sake, get you know, bulk of your pitch is right, but if you're doing what you've said to us at the XMR of sales, and Shafat bhai has taken the trouble of going on your website and you haven't shown, and there's Kamran is saying there's no product pictures shown in the presentation. You know, these people are watching on, and you know, we as Jumpstart take the pleasure of doing this. You know, we've made it a life's vision, and all these people who are on the panel, they do it free of charge, they do it voluntarily. You know, we're helping you. So please, for God's sake, help us to overcome the difficulties. Don't make our difficulties even more. So show the products, go on the website, you know, make sure your website is professional. You know, when you are saying that you need X amount, 8 million rupees, right? Then I agree with Shafat bhai. Make sure that everything is ticked off. And don't take it as negative. This is a learning curve from us to you. And inshallah, you'll come back a better person, a more competitive person. And if I were you, I'd reach out to Shafat bhai, you know, rather than, you know, have that mental blockage against him, because he's one of the most professional people and honest and transparent people I've known who wants to help, you know, young people in Pakistan. But, you know, he's smart, intelligent, and he's got scars like all of us on our backs from doing, you know, entrepreneurialism for the last 30, 40, 50 years. So please don't take it personally.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry, we'll take a leave from here because we are running already 2 minutes over for the next session. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking out time or listening to the startup pitches. Tomorrow, we're going to have like a lot more. I think about 6 of them about the same time. So thank you very much. Now we have you know, opportunities in finance and funding in Pakistan. Thank you, Zain bhai. Thank you, Asif bhai. Thank you, Asad bhai, and Shafat bhai for joining in.
Everyone.
Inshallah, please do keep stay tuned in. There's a lot more to come in finance, tourism, and agriculture after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, guys, from this point onwards, we're going to be moving on. We have a amazing, you know, panel. So I'm just going to be bringing in one by one. But before I actually do that, let's listen to this message.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we're blessed. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
So it's all about changing Pakistan and changing Pakistan through the entrepreneurship. And we are looking at those opportunities in which the overseas Pakistanis can actually invest in. And not just overseas Pakistanis, but all over the world, the people can actually look at it as a potential place where, they can actually increase their wealth. And that we're going to be doing through the, multiplying or investing in and taking the opportunity and converting those opportunities into problems into opportunities. So we have a very distinguished panel with us. I'm going to be actually starting with Mudassir Khan. He's the CEO and MD of the PMRC. Assalamu alaikum, Mudassir bhai. Could you please go ahead and we'll go one by one.
Wa alaikum assalam. Khurram, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. How do you want
just a little bit introduction about yourself and the background, and then just within 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm a investment banker, corporate banker by background. And a development banker as well. I've had a career with starting with Citibank and Bear Stearns in New York, in Pakistan, then the World Bank also, where I spent almost 14 years of my life carrying out development banking in about 11, 12 countries in Africa, Pakistan, South Asia region, as well as Middle East. Then I've decided to move back to the private sector. So I've been in banking in Pakistan, spent about 9 years with HBL, Habib Bank, which was the largest bank in Pakistan, along with this transformation post-privatization. Then moved on to National Bank, heading retail and commercial banking and digital banking side. And now I'm, the last 2.5 years, I've been with this DFI, which is called Pakistan Mortgage Refinance Company as MD. It's a new concept in Pakistan, basically trying to replicate what has happened in the rest of the world, including North America, as well as in Asia and South Asia as well. Companies like Fannie Mae, Chagamas in Malaysia. So PMRC is similar to that. We are a secondary liquidity facility and providing liquidity to the banking industry for onward lending to the housing sector. But that's the background. So
thank you. It's not just that; it's a lot of background. So thank you. We'll move on to Ali. Ali, please, if you could introduce yourself quickly.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. So my name's Ali Kasim, and I'm a global financial advisor at an international investment bank called Rothschild & Co. So I've advised on cross-border mergers and acquisitions totaling over £8 billion, advising private equity houses, venture capitals, multinational corporations on investing in companies and exiting successful investments as well. And prior to that, I was at PwC, trained as a chartered accountant, and got the best exam marks in the world in my accountancy exams. And I'm also the global ambassador for ICAW, which is a chartered accountancy profession. and One Young World, which is one of the preeminent forums for young global leaders to solve some of the most pressing issues.
Thank you, Ali. A very distinguished profile at such a young age, and we're going to be learning a lot from you. Next, we're going to be moving on to Harun Bhai. Harun Bhai, we can't see you. It seems like your camera is off. Can you hear us? Your voice is also breaking up. There seems to be a problem. I don't know. Can you hear us well? We can't hear you very well. It's, it's very noisy, I think. Would you be able to actually disconnect and connect back again? That could probably solve the problem. In the meantime, we'll move on to Omar. Omar, could you please quickly introduce yourself, and we'll move on.
Yeah. So my name is Omar Ghani. By the way, before I introduce Mudassir bhai, आज मुझे पता चला कि आप भी Bear Stearns में थे. So I spent a fair bit of time in Bear Stearns myself. But anyway,
for a very short while
Sorry?
in New York, and then I was a very short while in New York, and then when we were setting up a JV in Pakistan, I moved back with the team, Arif Sarfaraz and myself. And
Arif Sarfaraz is my mamu. So we'll talk with the other.
Small world.
Small world. So anyway, I come from an actuarial background. I'm an actuary by profession and got into investment banking.
We are not having luck with connections, I guess. God knows what's happening. Ali, can you hear me well?
I can hear you, Karim.
All right. So I don't know what seems to be the problem. I think Assalamu alaikum, Harun bhai, can you hear us now?
I can hear you, but I don't know if my voice is going.
Now it's fine. Now it's perfect. It's great. Good to have you here. And thank you for taking out time. Really, it's just amazing to have you here in this great panel, and we're going to be discussing about in terms of the financial opportunities in Pakistan. If I could take the opportunity, if you could briefly in 30 seconds, little bit tell us about your background. I mean, I know, but in your own words to the viewers, please.
जी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
I think we are having a similar issue what we had before with Harun bhai. Your picture is frozen again.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Omar. But in the meantime, actually, Harun Saab actually came and he started speaking, and then it got stuck in the middle again.
All right.
Harun bhai,
so we'll tag.
I think you both. I don't know. There is something. Maybe in Islamabad this is what's happening, and we had earlier on a problem with one of the persons as well. Harun bhai, your picture is like totally stuck, and we can't hear you. Omar, can you go ahead? I think it's the same issue at Omar's end as well.
Technology is not being our friend.
Yeah, we had earlier on an issue with one person. Omar, please go ahead if you could introduce yourself.
Ji. So, I come from an actuarial background, got into investment banking, set up my own fund out of London, Luxembourg, grew it to about 50 million sterling. Arif Habib Jahangir, notable investors. Ultimately had the ex-Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shaukat Aziz Saab, join my board. Moved to Dubai, and literally a month after I moved to Dubai, Dubai defaulted. Things weren't moving in the right direction. So I thought at some point I need to move back to Pakistan and look at things in Pakistan. Pakistan, I had never worked. I was faculty in LUM since the age of 2021. So that was my only exposure to Pakistan. Moved back in 2012, set up my investment advisory firm with a lot of discouragement from a lot of people. Why have you moved back to Pakistan? I decided to do what I knew. In 2 years, we ramped up the whole multinational segment. 90% of the multinational companies became my clients, starting from Unilever, British American Tobacco, IBM, GlaxoSmithKline, Lotte, PRL, Shell. Engro was the only local company. Asad Umar Saad back then was the CEO. I was his investment advisor. So we were managing classic discretionary, non-discretionary retirement fund portfolios. Around 2014, I got approached by a global advisory firm called ShoreBank. They were looking for their South Asia regional head, and they selected me. I had no idea about development sector, and I moved to Islamabad, and since then I've been in Islamabad. And the last 7-8 years, I've completed about 27 national level assignments, completing almost majority of the key economic sectors. And some of the projects that I did form the basis of some of the key strategic initiatives this government is pushing for. So that's my quick background.
Thank you. Good to have you, Harun Bhai, back. Please go ahead.
If you can hear me, I'll be very quick. So I bring 30 years of experience of financial markets, public policy, a little bit of politics. So 18 years with international institutions, World Bank, UK's Department for International Development, previously Development Financial Institutions, Securities and Exchange Commission. And my last assignment was as Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment. Currently, I'm leading a think tank at University of Sussex.
Thank you, Umar Bhai. Umar and Harun Bhai, thank you for your quick intro. Now we're going to be moving on our topic at hand. Basically, this whole investment initiative is about finding opportunities in Pakistan and placing them in certain sectors, which is going to be ultimately identifying those opportunities in which people can just simply come in and look at the book of opportunity and they start investing or start executing those very opportunities. And our panel is going to be discussing about the actual financials, the financial markets, the banking sector, the digitalization of the whole sector itself. So we can't cover much. I mean, we only have about 50 minutes, out of which we have spent about 10 minutes anyway on the intros. And so my first question from Harun Bhai, you spent a bit of a time in BOI, and your primary directive probably would have been, or the mandate would have been, to sort of bring the FDIs into Pakistan. I'm not going to be focusing on the actual, the challenges you faced in order to actually convince people to come in, but you must have come across those opportunities where those investors could invest in. I would love to actually get you to shed some light on those opportunities so the people can actually hear, and then ultimately we can work out for them or convince them to come in. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Very quickly, in Pakistan, what I have experienced over the past several years, it is largely the financial market is a bank-based, commercial bank-based market. Now, what has happened is when I was visiting with the Prime Minister to different jurisdictions in the region, China, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, so when I was visiting, so I saw a lot of pool of capital available, and they were keen to look at investment opportunities in Pakistan, including, the technology sector, the financial sector. I'll be very honest, the banking sector I saw in Pakistan was less interested in more capital from the region, whereas the other sectors was quite keen. So what I would like to highlight here is that there is liquidity available in the region. There is professional expertise available like Mudassar and others in the market. But the question is that, do we want to come out of our, the banking hats and come into innovative financing instruments, because we'll have to design and reach out. So one opportunity is that setting up, larger sector-specific funds. For instance, Middle East is quite keen on a food sector fund because they import everything from the food security angle. Similarly, lots of countries like China are looking at Pakistan to help them a little bit, raise the game on the service backstopping of technology sector. Thirdly, there are people, but the question is, like, international companies and funds will not physically move here. They need, professional partners to manage their money. Currently, I'm advising UN Secretary General on few things, and that is where we have made a group of some 40 investors who are looking at infrastructure, who are looking at technology, who are looking at knowledge. But again, I'm advising them that, we'll try and bring you in through partnerships in Pakistan. So I'm just highlighting that the banking sector in Pakistan is less keen. They are quite, in my opinion, comfortably sitting, large banks in their comfort zone. But there's a huge market because they capture very limited market. So innovative financing, food sector, agriculture, technology, and on the capital market side, there was a lot of interest reaching out to smaller areas. Our stock market at the moment reaches out to only 250,000 people, which is nothing. So if we want to expand the outreach and depth of the market. And finally, I would like to highlight as an introductory comment that Pakistan's savings and investment rate is one of the lowest in the region. And that is where financial market comes in. We are below 15% for both, where are our competitors like Bangladesh and India and Cambodia and Turkey, they are in the range of 25 to 30% of their GDP. That means there's a huge opportunity of private capital in Pakistan, but we need to perhaps, create incentives for smaller, more innovative instruments in the country to attract that capital. Money is available, managerial, individual expertise is available, but perhaps, we need to, government needs to focus by opening up this sector to the investors.
So, Mudassir bhai, is that so? Because it's easy money for investor to actually come and open a bank account and then, just sit back, relax, and then just earn money. So, this is why it is. They don't want to take the pain. They just like open two branches. But at the same time, does the market hold that kind of scalability in a way? Up till now, like in 70 years or whatever, obviously I wouldn't count all the way, from the beginning, but at least past couple of decades, total number of accounts is about 50 million, which is 1/4. And I presume that, only about 2/3 of them is going to be actually individual accounts. So because you have like a business account, people have double accounts and multiple accounts. And even now, Dhobi wala and Ready wala and Dahi Balle wala has the account. So, but in a negative tone. So, do you agree with this? On this point that it's a free, easy money, and people are not going into the main sector, other things. Sorry, your mic is muted.
Sorry. Yes, I would agree with you and Harun, both in terms of the reasons why banking has been basically, status quo sort of in the past. I think they haven't really, as you said, they were very lax, enjoying high returns from government, investing in government securities, and why work hard? So that's how the banking basically, and that's the reason why the penetration in banking, as I've also pointed out, has been very low. So if you look at even, as you said, 50 million accounts, but there's a lot of duplication, corporate accounts aside. Each individual has 2-3 accounts. So I would put banking penetration at below 20% in Pakistan. And compared to that, if you look at telco sector, that's almost 70, 75, 80% penetration now in Pakistan. So that's really the ease of, getting a SIM, although now it is required that you cannot even have a SIM issued without a biometric done with Nadra verification done. So even despite all that, you have that. Now, I think there is, while having said that, I think the market is changing now. In the last few years also, and I think the State Bank has been behind this support in terms of digitization and opening up of that sector. And a lot of focus in setting up, particularly towards interoperability. So Pakistan was one of the few countries in the beginning where we had a not only a central switch, one link, which provided interoperability in terms of banking fund transfers, and implementation of PRISM, which was a real-time gross settlement system for large value accounts. So those were implemented. I think RTGS was done in Pakistan back in 2008. And but now the central bank has moved forward. I think they have set up RAS, which is the a similar switch, but for retail level payments, the low value payments as well. And it is supposed to be completely interoperable. So you would have from merchants to businesses to SMEs to financial industry and government departments, everyone onto that switch, and they can do transactions which are seamless across any institution. So that would pave the way for, I think, future growth and sort of a leap frog sort of an approach in terms of financial services. So I think that's the future, and I think that's the right direction to move in, because banking as we know it would change drastically. So you would move away from the brick and mortar branches and complete into digitization and online banking and branchless now the State Bank has come out with a digital banking regime as well, and it is under discussion right now before it gets finalized, but I think that's the way forward. And you will see, I think with Pakistan, just one comment, I think then maybe we can move from that discussion, is that Pakistan, as you know, I mean, the population of Pakistan with 220 million, but young population, as everybody says, which is the prime potential for Pakistan, due to which everybody says that Pakistan is a huge market, growth market, because our young generation, people below the age of 30, are almost 60% of the population, which is a huge opportunity and potential. And but we need to move in that direction. I think if you look at the financial services and in terms of digitalization, why we have huge growth. I think the governor was on CNN just 2 days ago, I think, and he mentioned a figure that the last COVID year, our mobile banking transactions have grown by more than 150%, of nearly 200% in 1 year. So that's a huge growth. I mean, you can't imagine mobile banking transaction growing by that much. The only problem there, again, is that a lot of those transactions, particularly when it comes to services sector, are on COD basis, which is cash on delivery. So the Pakistan now, and the central bank now, and the financial industry now needs to focus on how they can improve the security around this, quality around this, the legal framework around this, and the quality of merchandise that gets delivered around it. So once the people have that sort of a comfort level, then I think we will be really branching out into digital.
I think
services.
you raised a great point, Subhay, on this particular point. I think because we keep saying that the 60% population is below 29 or something like that. Why not start the banking at the age of 16? I mean, this is the biggest problem in entrepreneurial world, that my kids, they started banking at the age of 16. By the time he'll graduate, he'll have the 8 years of experience to actually embark on a journey of entrepreneurial journey, where he's been using a bank, looking at the bank statements, looking at the financial sheets and customer facing and all that. So I'll come to that, by the way, but let me go to Ali on this particular. Ali, you actually tried to set up, the fund. You interacted with the Prime Minister as well. I see youngsters, from PwC, McKinsey, Deloitte, DLA Piper. I mean, they want to do something, although they weren't even born in Pakistan. They have the roots in Pakistan. Their parents were Pakistani, and they want to do something about Pakistan. But what stops them? Can you share your journey and why you want to do something for Pakistan?
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting point. So I had early discussions, and then COVID happened, so the world sort of stopped and then changed. But you're right. My colleagues and friends, they all look at Pakistan, and the future growth is going to come from the East, right? Because it's an emerging economy, like mentioned. 60% of the population's below the age of 30. That's larger than the population of Germany. So the opportunity there is incredible. all we have to do is take successful business models from the West world and implement them in the emerging markets like Pakistan. A lot of the successful individuals from Pakistan typically have moved overseas. The concept of brain drain, but what I've seen recently is the reverse. People are going back to Pakistan now because they've upskilled, trained in the developed world, and now they see the opportunity in Pakistan because, like you say, the penetration of banking is what, 20%. You have digital banks in the UK being valued over 1 billion, and if you just think about the opportunity that exists in Pakistan, any intelligent individual will say, well, why are you not going there? All of these companies should be in Pakistan. I think the difficulty of why people haven't done that yet is there's a few reasons. One, awareness and education about the opportunities that exist. Two, there's a perception reality gap. The reality is better than the perception to the outside world. And how do we fix that is the issue, right? Because people think doing business in Pakistan is difficult. Now, look, we are getting better. The ease of doing business in Pakistan, we're improving, but there's a long way to go yet. We need to have a legal infrastructure that is fit for purpose. Because in the UK, in New York, in Berlin, there is an infrastructure there where things go wrong, you know what to do, you know that there will be justice. But from an investment perspective, you need to have the confidence that if things go wrong, the infrastructure will support that. So I think that Pakistan is making progress because you've seen all of these VCs, Sarmayakar, Indus Valley Capital, Fatima Gobi Ventures, they're raising money. So we are seeing progress, but institutional capital, that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. So I think we're making progress. That's the key point for me. And look, the future of Pakistan is exciting. So let's see where it takes us in the next few years.
That's a great point. And for me, for everybody who's actually living outside Pakistan too, these are like music to ears. That there is a reassurance that that something is happening, and I've seen it myself. Last 2-3 years, this drastically has been changing. I'll come to Umar. Umar chose to move back to Pakistan, and recently have been actually involved on different levels, especially investor portal and a few other things. So Umar, we all see opportunities in Pakistan. What is stopping us to actually move forward and start executing?
Right. Our inability to work collectively and collaboratively in one line, if I want to say something, that's the reason that's holding us back. But some really interesting things Harun Bhai said, and I want to build upon that. And also from my early introduction, I told you about the entity I joined in Islamabad and moved to Islamabad. So this entity in particular is a really interesting entity. This entity is the entity that's known for having created organizations like Grameen Bank that won the Nobel Prize in 2006. And majority of the microfinance institutions in Pakistan were behind their creation. So there's tremendous experience this institution, Shore Bank, had. And when I joined these guys, I inherited all of their knowledge. I had no idea about development sector, and what I've learned from these guys. One of the projects that I ended up doing out of the 27 national level assignments that I did was doing a feasibility of the diaspora fund, in which I went and mapped about diaspora networks in about 6 different countries, including UAE, Saudi, Malaysia, UK, US, Canada. And the detailed feasibility has been sitting there, but I can guarantee that none of the successive governments which have come have had the chance to review any of the work that was done in that study. And a lot of efforts have been done in connecting with diaspora, and they've been misguided because they were not backed by research, and perhaps that research that was done in previous governments was not shared with anyone. But so I, after having worked with State Bank for about 8-9 years, developing a couple of PFIs for State Bank, including the SME Credit Guarantee Company and some other work that I did with State Bank, I started working on a concept on creating a model of a fund that will ultimately help us address a major market failure in Pakistan. What is a major market failure? Investors in Pakistan are very happy hunky-dory sitting, keeping their money in unproductive assets, real estate, jewelry, cars, whatever. But when it comes to putting money in impact and innovation, they shy away. And for multiple reasons, their risk appetite, but also on the demand side, the companies themselves, their investment readiness is also an issue. So, and this, if you've got to tackle this problem and you've got to transform Pakistan into a knowledge economy, I mean, knowledge economy, everyone talks about it, but how to plug this knowledge in the economy to deliver impact, that's where everyone gets stumped, right? So my main effort for the last 2-3 years since this government came was to actually build this entire transactional ecosystem that can help facilitate transactions in the knowledge economy. And I identified about 4 or 5 key state institutions that need to be worked upon. And SCCP was one of them, State Bank was one of them, HEC was another one of them, and Ministry of Science was another one of them. So initially I lobbied with the key people, ministers and state ministers and SAPMs and whatnot. And I realized, they were too caught up with their, priorities and issues. So I basically went on my own, and last year you must have heard about a Pakistan Innovation Fund that was announced by Minister Ahmad Azhar in the budget speech. Interestingly, none of the ministers knew that fund will be announced. I had to work my way up through the section officer, move the file up, even though some of the ministers knew that I'm working on it, but no one bothered to even write to anyone and communicate with anyone and collaborate with anyone on what needed to be done. Luckily, this project has been picked up by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and you were part of the session 2 days back, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now driving this effort. I've created a very detailed structure, and I'd be very happy to share that with you guys also if you'd like to see the structure. But that's just one of the efforts that I'm doing. Another one of the efforts that I've pursued is infrastructure is a major issue in Pakistan, and we can't rely on foreign multilaterals, bilaterals, and Chinese coming and building our infrastructure. A lot of the domestic capital needs to be mobilized to build our domestic infrastructure. And so I've set up Pakistan's first infrastructure investment bank, Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. And we are now aggressively going around talking to a whole variety of institutional, local, international investors to join hands. National Bank, Bank of Punjab, Mizan are 3 institutions in Pakistan who are very interested, and we're in advanced stages of discussion with them. But we'd be delighted if there's more support we can garner from others internationally, especially Harun Bhai. In your position, you met with a lot of people who have a lot of extra capital. We have the structures in place. We have led innovation on some of the most advanced markets globally, Wall Street and London. And there's nothing that we can't structure here. It's just a matter of, I think, putting our heads together and joining hands and doing something that we need to do for Pakistan. And lastly, Pakistan National Investor Portal that you talked about, Khurram, is my private initiative platform I created primarily because I felt the new ventures coming in the market, they are struggling in executing transactions. The process of a transaction is not very well understood by these young companies and startups that are emerging from our ecosystem. So I've digitized the entire transaction workflow. What we've done is basically we've created 4 tools: business plan builder, company valuation calculator, term sheet builder, which structures your transaction and creates your legal agreements. And once that's done, we basically showcase that on our startup showcase. Investors around the world, whether in US, whether in any part of the other part of the country, they can simply come and look at the term sheets on our showcase, press the binding terms, giving us the permission to take money out of the account, put it into our escrow, which is managed by Central Depository Company. We don't touch investors' money. It flows seamlessly from investors' account into startup account after third-party verification is completed and custody of shares is taken by CTC and share purchase agreements are done. The money is transferred to the startup account. So that system is now fully in place. And I'm also driving the knowledge economy transformation for HEC. I've set up about 4 grant funds in HEC, Grand Challenge Fund, Local Challenge Fund, Technology Transfer Fund, that's focusing on supply of research, technologies, and startups. But in the past, a lot of this work has been done in creating the supply of a lot of this research, technology, and startups, but complementary work has not been done on the demand side. So when this research comes out on the market, the industry and the investors are not ready to take it up and take it forward from there, and it goes down the cliff. So PNEP is going to serve as that one sort of single window, mobilizing investors locally, internationally, in industry that can take that supply and take it from there onwards. So, I mean, these are some of the things that I'm doing. Yeah.
So thank you. You actually mentioned in quite a detail. So Arun bhai, again, we had all those problems in terms of the actual FDI that, because of the perception, because of the infrastructure and all that. Why didn't we look into actually sort of like going unorthodox approach in terms of actually bringing in small investments? I mean, countries have actually excelled by taking that approach when they couldn't actually go and convince and bringing in millions and millions of dollars going into the infrastructure or, treated as FDI. Why didn't we? I mean, was it like it just we couldn't see that, or there was no innovative mindset in financial sector?
Okay, I'll be very, honest here in explaining. If you look at Pakistan's financial market, either you focus on very large corporate sector or you focus at the poor. So the middle sector, actually, frankly speaking, there's nothing. If you look at our response to COVID, we basically offered cheaper loans, that employees should not be fired, new projects, but that was only to the people who already had a credit history. Then we went through a SaaS program. We had a network, so we reached out to the very poor. So the retailers, the middle level, the small and medium enterprise, that is not necessarily, we don't have an intermediation arrangement. So that's a structural flaw. And the development financing as a whole, after the privatization of almost more than 70% of financial sector, we don't have project financing institutions anymore. And that worries me a lot when I look at our competitors. All of them have, public-private partnerships for long-term project financing. The way it was mentioned, infrastructure, financing facility, but we need to scale that up for Pakistan. Digital financing is a good thing, bringing more people into the net of banking. But what worries me is that this is basically facilitating small transaction. It does not really facilitate savings and credit, which the country needs. So what I had been talking to the Prime Minister and others when I was in the government, there are 4 or 5 things would answer your question in a bigger way. So SMEs, basically small investment, does not excite the politician, because that's not a headline news that we have brought in $50,000 or $100,000. Okay, frankly speaking, in the system of the state, it does not even excite the bureaucrats, because the workload is the same for $100,000 and $100 million. So that is basically an incentive structure question. But what I said was that, for instance, when I was negotiating with China in CPEC, and we signed the memorandum of understanding on industrial cooperation. So one of the 2 things I had basically put into that. One is financing for small and medium enterprise and priority sectors. And we had 4 sectors. We had emerging technologies, we had agriculture-based food, we had textile apparel, and then China was quite keen to relocate, some of their industry. So there is a gap there where, if Pakistani financial sector experts and institutions come forward, I can even, set up $500 million facility for SMEs here, but that has to be managed by Pakistan. Second part is that, at the stock market side, it is pathetic. The word is pathetic. 250,000 investors in Pakistan Stock Exchange. Government should talk to them, SECP should negotiate with them, raise it up to at least 2 million investors in smaller cities through technology. And that will open up a number of financial sector opportunities, because, you just don't reach out. We keep on playing as a club. Similarly, in infrastructure, government's debt situation is unsustainable. Private sector has to come forward. At the moment, why can't we float, $1 billion worth of infrastructure bond, a debt instrument at the capital market? So we need to come up to support Pakistan and raise the capital formation. My 2 other suggestions are basically, which I had been pushing and still I write about it. The technology and smaller companies basically don't only need financing, they also need hand-holding. And that is where the financial sector comes in. But for commercial banks, mind you, will never do it. So we need to create incentives for intermediaries who could do it, who are not necessarily state-owned. Okay, and finally, the two sectors which Pakistan could actually be the regional leader are the agro-based food. We need to invest in that. And second is where Mudassar is trying to help is the long-term mortgage market and housing finance for the smaller customer. So I actually, that's the financial market model if the country has to develop and catch up with the rest of Asia in next 15, 20 years. We need to look at that. Now, how do you do that? I will close on that. The doing that is that no regional or big investor is going to come here and structure an institution for you and run it for you. We need to put our act together and coordinate and basically come up with a value proposition. Money is there in the market, but we don't have commercial value propositions. And that is where I think government needs to think very seriously, use private sector skills, because government ministries, I can write you, they can never ever do it. They have never done it. And that will not happen in the state sector. But so government has to create a space for people who could give them commercial transactions and they facilitate the money coming in. So this is the kind of opportunities I see, huge opportunities outside the main urban areas. We have not touched those markets. I get surprised even our industrial hubs like Gujarat, Sialkot, Gujranwala, how little penetration you see there. If these guys need to raise the game, we need to have lots of sports structures there. And that is where state's role in partnership with private sector becomes imminent. People are looking at Pakistan as an opportunity, but we need to put something on table.
There's some great points, Harun bhai. This is exactly what our approach is, sector-based growth. And if we are able to actually, go in that direction, then that would be great. And I think we can see the results. We are in the last 5 minutes of the actual conversation. Wish we had more time and we would discuss that. Mudassar bhai, I just quickly wanted to have a specific question from you. You worked in a World Bank, so we are talking about like the international bank. Then you worked in a private bank, so you saw that there. Then the government institutions, so you saw pretty much the whole triangle right there. And this is where the money moves, literally. This is where the circle is. Now, if I come into Pakistan and I have like whatever, let's say I want to start something with $1 billion into financial industry, what the hell State Bank has to do with it? Yes, this is my money. I want to have like something very extraordinary, out of the box, and I want to go all digital, branchless and everything. And here I have to actually just sit there, go all through those regulations and cap and, why?
Well, I think before I respond to your question, if you just allow me 1 minute to make a few statements.
Sure.
Because everybody made, I think Harun made some very, very excellent points. And I agree with almost everything that he has said. However, I would add to those things in a different way. One is that, while people think, my own assessment, as you said, I've worked with the World Bank, international bank, development banking, private banks, international banks, everywhere. Large corporate sector is not bad at all. When we start to focus on SMEs, we say, it doesn't have to be one at the cost of the other. So when we talk about growth of the industry and the corporate growth, I think large corporate sector has a very important role to play, and it has played that role internationally in a lot of countries, right? And if large corporate sector is successful, it helps growth of the SME sector as well, because that's where the value chain comes in, and that's where you see that be it cement sector, be it automotive sector, be it construction industry. Whichever way you look at it, all the large corporates have this value chain where the SMEs develop. So if you have a successful, growing, booming large corporate sector, that would ensure that the SMEs grow as well. So that was one point. The other is that financial markets, we did a study once quite a while back in terms of efficient financial markets. So if the banking sector is efficient, financial markets operate efficiently. Harun mentioned about savings and rate and credit rate in Pakistan, which is very pathetic, which is very true. So if financial markets were to work efficiently, that alone can add about 2.5 to 3% to GDP. And lump that up with digitization. There's a recent, I think, some survey done, and with that, efficient financial market with digitization can add almost 7% to GDP growth. That's phenomenal. If we can just look at that one sector. And that was my second point. Third point, when we talk about foreign investment and we talk about a lot of other, why and which sectors, we need to look at why would a foreign investor, be it a small investor or be it a large investor, why would a foreign investor come to Pakistan? What would they look at? I have always said they would look at, first they need to look at the local investor. If the local investor is investing in Pakistan, they are comfortable in investing in Pakistan, foreign investment will automatically flow. If the local investor takes their hands off, foreign investor will never come in, right? So we need to create an environment to encourage the local sector to invest in Pakistan.
With the exception of China.
That is true. I agree. And the other is last point that I wanted to make was that the government needs to, and the government has been focusing on, and I think we started out very well in terms of FBR reforms and revenue collection side. And that sort of stalled. Unless we can focus on and generate enough revenues where the government doesn't remain the largest borrower, the private sector growth will never happen, because that flow from the banking industry or from other financial industry will never come to private sector because the government remains the largest borrower. So that we need to solve this, and we need to address. I think I heard at one point initially PM Imran Khan mentioning that if we can't restructure this FBR, we'll shut it down and we'll set up another FBR, a new FBR. I think that's where we need to go. The FBR, I remember doing, in the World Bank a project with FBR, and people there, at that time, I don't know if things may have changed now, but one person said 99% of people in FBR are corrupt, and 1% who say they are not lie. So if that is the state of affairs, how can we expect? I think if you can just make revenue collection just efficient, probably you would have double the revenue collection easily, the leakages that we have in the system. So
this is we are short of time. So just quickly, thank you very much. I'm just quickly want to take Ali and Omar just for a minute each. But this trickle down, approach, the Shaukat Aziz approach, that once the corporate sector is going to actually become like really strong, the SMEs is going to be. I would say, just why can't we, for the one time in lifetime, could look at the other way around? Just look at the other way around. If the SME sector will get strengthened, they'll become the corporate sector. And that's what I say to bankers all the time. Literally, for the once, try this policy rather than other way around. Because anyhow, we won't go. We don't have much time, but we'll have this discussion again once more, and I'll care more time for that. Ali, please go ahead. Make final comments.
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting point. I think it's because of the lack of successful role models that we have, which we can call smart money, smart capital. How many successful exits have there been for the SMEs in Pakistan, which can attract institutional capital? Because like Harun Bhai said, the work is the same if it's a 1 million investment or a 1 billion investment. But it's a long-term thing. People need to appreciate that venture capital and private equity, it's not a 2-3 year game. It takes time, but the returns will come. So we need to find the unicorns in Pakistan. That will have to come from SMEs. So like I say, it goes back to the education point of investors, entrepreneurs, and the institutions. There's a bit of a perception reality gap missing. So I just think, if you look across the border, how many unicorns have come across from India? So why can't that be the situation in Pakistan?
I think the merger and acquisition is the way forward, and if that culture is, because we are at early stage of the ecosystem, and that's why. Sorry, Mudassir, you want to say something?
Just one very quick comment what Ali mentioned, and I think Harun will probably second me on that, is that while you said try the different approach of the SME, if you look at China, agriculture growth in China came from large corporates. It didn't happen through small agriculture farmers or small SMEs. And that changed China completely. That agriculture revolution changed China completely. So not saying that SME growth cannot happen, it can, but that will take a long, long time. So the larger corporate sector is a quicker way of promoting the SME sector growth as well.
Yeah, but Mudassir bhai, the larger corporate sector in China was...
Just 10 seconds thing. Mudassir, the issue in Pakistan is that the family-owned corporate sector will not expand. So we need to pick winners in corporate sector which can actually, become real corporates. I'll stop here. Carry on.
Yeah. Harun, you're spot on. I mean, the problems we all know. We all understand the problem, but I think for every problem, there's a solution also. And Mudassir bhai, yes, China did grow on the large corporates, but those large corporates were state-owned enterprises. Here we have our family offices which are not willing to grow and can't grow. And our state is, kind of clueless and hopelessly, floating hopelessly in all directions. Someone says they move here, someone says they move in the other direction. They have not been able to form a specific direction how they want to grow the economy. But recently, I had the opportunity to chair a committee for the government. It's a cross-ministry committee on agriculture, and so we got about 5 different ministries together and different institutions together, and I've created a program on apiculture. And the program, essentially, it's a public-private partnership. We create one state company that buys back with buyback guarantees from all the beekeepers we are training. Same model I'm applying for other value chains as well, in dairy and other sectors as well. Government's role is there to create the environment, to bring all the actors together, and over a period of time, exit from that entity once it's played its role. The key role has to be played by the private sector, and the value chain has to be integrated through and through. It's a very thought-through program, and I had the advantage of actually inheriting the knowledge from my previous organization, which implemented a similar program across Africa, connecting the apiculture value chains with the European markets. One of the key challenges that we found was a lack of standardization formulation labs, certification at the beekeeper level, and the beekeeper's ability to take that honey and sell that honey. So we created this holding company structure, which we believe can go to scale, and ultimately you can even list it. There are solutions to every problem. We just have to work together and make sure that we bring in all the key actors to perform their role. Right. Thank you.
Collaboration is key, as Umar said. I think that's very, very important.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking out. This is exactly what we're going to be discussing in next section, agriculture. So next 50 minutes is about agriculture. You're most welcome to actually hear the the panelists and the experts on that. But thank you very much once again, Harun bhai, Ali, Mudassir bhai, Umar. Thank you for taking out time. It was a great conversation. Love talking to you, and I think I would have to schedule another one. This was indeed, I think it was should have been like at least hour and a half or 2 hour discussion on this particular point. There are some great talking points we have taken away from it. And I think on this particular point, whether SME to corporate or corporate to SME, I think we have to actually ponder a bit more on this, because this is the foundation of the next industrial revolution if we want to actually bring it in Pakistan. So once again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Love talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much.
So, guys, that was the panel discussion on the finance, and heard you guys heard the whole conversation. We have Amjad Bhai here, who's going to be actually taking over from me on the panel discussion of the actual agriculture. And this is about actually bringing about or identifying those opportunities in agriculture. Pakistan is an agriculture country, and we want to actually present to you these opportunities that where you can actually come in and capitalize on it. So over to you, Amjad Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have with me today Brother Asif Sharif with me, who I believe who I met in 2019, 20, when we were doing our Lift Pakistan conference, and then obviously Invest in Pakistan. He's probably one of the most innovative, thought-provoking person in Pakistan, who unfortunately, by the institutions and various other stakeholders, has been neglected. But I think the key point of today is not to point fingers, because what Asif Bhai has done in agriculture, through practical work in the fields, and alhamdulillah now he has thousands of farmers across Pakistan who've converted over to his system, and even across our neighbors, which we call our competitive and enemies, people are following his methodology and reaping rewards. Now you've just heard, if you were tuned in earlier on, to Mudassar Khan Saab, Umar Jawad Ghani Bhai, Harun Sharif Saab, and Ali Qasim Saab, some of the most distinguished policymakers, financiers, who understand finance, who understand how things can be done to transform. And they all agreed that Pakistan has the potential not just to feed itself, but the region, if not the whole world. So without actually taking any more time, I would ask my distinguished, my beloved friend, Asif Sharif Saab, to introduce himself, because I cannot do justice to the extremely exceptional work he's doing and the amount of hard work he's doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, across the globe and in Pakistan, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce Asif Sharif Saab, who will first introduce himself and the methodology that we're adopting, he's adopting. I have actually, on my small scale, after listening to him, adopted to his form of agriculture. So Asif Saab, thank you very much, first of all, for joining us and taking the time out and talking to viewers and overseas Pakistanis particularly, who are absolutely genuinely about trying to transform Pakistan. Particularly, you're going to talk about the opportunities in agriculture and where the investments can take place to have the transformation that we all desire about our country. So Asif Saab, over to you, sir. We're having problems hearing you. It's breaking. You're breaking up, Asif Bhai. Can't hear you, Asif Bhai. Asif Bhai, do you want to actually leave and come back again? So if you exit and then come join again using the same link, we might have a better reception. I can't hear you. So whilst Asif Saab joins us with the technical problem, I will talk you through why we at Jumpstart Pakistan feel that Pakistan should focus one of its key priorities. Asif Saab, welcome back.
Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's perfect now. It's perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Amjad Gurre Saab, for inviting me over to share my thoughts and share my passion related to agriculture. I am a passionate agriculturist since last 48 some years. In agriculture, industrial agriculture was introduced early in 70s by us in Pakistan region, and that's why the whole region is the best known agriculture producing area in Pakistan. that is Okada, Dipalpur, Pakpatan, Arawala, and Saiwal area. So it is because we created a model showcase and followed by
We can't hear you. Do you want to exit again and come back? Your picture is frozen and we can't hear you. Apologies for this. We talk about technology. We want to, digitize everything. But the foundations of a digital economy is that you've got to have a really good broadband width. And unfortunately, that is not the case in Pakistan at the moment. And we're not the only ones who face this problem across the globe. When I attend conferences, unfortunately, some of the time this happens. But inshallah, let's see if Asif Bhai can join us again.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum.
Hello. Is it better now?
जी अब ठीक है. अब ठीक है.
अच्छा जी. I don't know where I was when I was not.
You were talking about your when you were in America and came back to Pakistan.
Okay, all right. I after graduation from Government College Law, I went to the United States and there I did my MBA. I joined Ford Motor Company there, and I was posted in their agriculture machinery division, which was tractors and harvesters and all that stuff. And I was posted in North Carolina State. And North Carolina State is similar to Punjab. And weathers are same, so therefore more or less the crops were same. And I learned agriculture from there, industrial agriculture, which was a new thing for Pakistan at that time. So because of some reasons, I had to come back to Pakistan, and I started agriculture back in 1972, hands-on farmer as an agriculture, and we introduced the long Persian-leveled fields and introduced sugarcane, cotton, potato, spring corn, sunflower, and a lot of machinery in association with several other companies. So this whole thing actually kick-started the industrial agriculture in Pakistan, and particularly the region which is next to Pakpatan area, Dipalpur, Kada, Harwala, and this region actually grown in agriculture sector, and this most promising and the most productive region in the area because of the showcase that we created over there. Since in I would say 1982, 83, I moved from farming, not moved from started agriculture nominated by Ford Motor Company as the manufacturer for 4 tractors in Pakistan. I introduced combine harvesters in association with the Zarai Taraqqiyati Bank and sugarcane harvesters, cotton pickers, and so many other machines, silos, and wide span buildings, and seed plants, and so on and so forth. So we've been doing quite well. And back in 2008, I was invited to Brazil by a friend of mine who's world's largest producer of organic sugarcane. He has about 260,000 acres of organic sugar. He was facing some problems, and the problem was that there was a vine which was climbing up on the sugarcane plant, and when they mechanically harvest it, so the vine will wrap in the rotors, and the machine will choke and stop. So I had to design a machine for them, and after I finished my work, I went to Amazon rainforest, and I was totally taken aback by the nature. The forest, which is known to be there since last 400 million years, is thriving without depletion of any resource and without depletion of phosphate, any fertilizer, or any impact on pests and diseases, and there was nothing. And everything is growing so beautifully together that biodiversity is amazing over there. So I learned a lot of things from there, and there are four factors which we are doing against natural algorithms of soil fertility and vegetation. One is that we made upland for vegetation and lowland for aquatic life, and we turned upland into a lowland by making borders around the fields and then flooding the fields with water. So the whole soil system actually collapsed because the microbes which are meant to produce and convert sustainable form of minerals to plant available forms, they drowned and they died away. Second was that since 400 million years, there was no disturbance in soil, and nature has its own system of soil fertility and water retention and water absorption, and so therefore the soil should not be disturbed. The third part was that there is not a single inch of soil which was found naked there. Either there's a vegetation or there's a droppings of the plant trees. So the organic mulch actually create a barrier between soil and the sun, and the radiation is stopped, and the organic mulch is like an insulation material, and the soil temperature is maintained, which is necessary for the plants as well as for the life in soil. So fourth was biodiversity. So when I came back, I started working on this, and it took us almost 13 years to perfect the system whereby we have removed these 3-4 impediments from the conventional industrial agriculture, and results are amazing. Amazing means that we can grow better crops, which is high yielding crops, higher yields than conventional agriculture, industrial agriculture, and much better quality nutrition dense crops, and without any fertilizer, without any pesticide, without any herbicide. We can save up to 90% water that is being used in flood irrigation and a conventional irrigation system. So since last...
Asaba, if I can just stop you. So I think through the websites that you've got, the WhatsApp groups that you've got, and obviously, we as an organization have been pushing your methodology. So I think most sensible people understand what you're trying to do, and they're with you. Today, the focus is that you've got the methodology right. You've got thousands of farmers who are benefiting from this, but we need to scale this. Now, there are thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of people watching these programs or will be watching these programs of Invest in Pakistan, who are particularly overseas Pakistanis, who are genuinely about investing in Pakistan because they want to see Pakistan transform. What I want to hear from you, and Avis, Basi Saab, welcome to the program. I'll come to you later on when I finish with Asif Bhai's needs. What I want you to please tell us, what exactly is needed? You've tested it, it's perfect. You know, we could have better than organic produce. And me and you have been discussing this, that, you know, we need to create surplus. पहले तो 52% जो ईटेबल्स हैं वो हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, और जो कर रहे हैं वो इतने महंगे हैं कि जो वैल्यू एडेड हम उससे उनसे क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं वो तो कंपैरेटिव है ही नहीं. जो आपका मेथड है, मैं तो टोटली कन्विंस हूं, मेरे से भी सियाने बंदे जो हैं वो कन्विंस हैं. तो अब आप जितने व्यूअर्स ये देख रहे हैं, ये इन्वेस्टर्स जो देख रहे हैं, ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटी आपने क्रिएट की है, how do you think? Do you want to create a management company? How do other investors in their regions go on to that and benefit from that system? How do we market these products as a brand across the globe so Pakistan can flourish? आपसे आने से पहले जो है ना ये बात चल रही थी, हमारे हारून शरीफ साहब जो बोर्ड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट के चेयरमैन थे, उमर जावेद गनी साहब थे वहाँ पे, रॉथस्चाइल्ड से अली कासिम साहब से, मुदस्सर खान साहब से, वो सारे के सारे कन्विंस्ड हैं कि जो एग्रीकल्चर है वो मेन पिलर होना चाहिए ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन विद टू अदर्स. सो प्लीज हमें डिफिनिटिवली बताएं, what is it that you need in terms of investment, right? I'm to be honest with you, I think the government can't do this. They haven't got the resources, they haven't got the money, whatever it is. We as Pakistanis, a private enterprise, what can we do for you to help you? जी आसिफ भाई. Asif bhai, I can't hear you. Hello, Asif bhai. Asif bhai, I think you will have to go out again, log out. Hello, can you hear me, Asif bhai? Asif bhai? Afisa, welcome to the program. Would you kindly introduce yourself? अपने अगर उर्दू बोलनी है उर्दू बोल लें, अगर इंग्लिश बोलनी है तो मिक्स कर लें, जैसे भी हो. Just introduce Hafiz Wasi साहब.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. अमजद साहब, मैं 7 ज़बानों में बात कर सकता हूँ. सवाहिली में बात कर सकता हूँ, अरबी में बात कर सकता हूँ, इंग्लिश में बात कर सकता हूँ, तिब्बती में बात कर सकता हूँ. लेकिन मेरा ख्याल है कि ज्यादा बेहतर होगा कि मैं अपने ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानियों से मुखातिब हूँ. ये ज्यादा बेहतर है कि मैं उर्दू ही में बात करूं.
ठीक है.
अच्छा, ये मैं पहले तो आपको मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूं. ये आप भी जनूनी का लफ्ज आपने बड़ा प्यारा इस्तेमाल किया है. जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज हैं उनकी 3rd जनरेशन जो है वो भी पाकिस्तान से उतना ही प्यार करती है जितना पहली जनरेशन प्यार करती थी. और वो दे वांट टू कम टू पाकिस्तान, they want to settle their business, but unfortunately there are so many issues actually which they have been facing. They are afraid. अब they are afraid is what? अभी परसों का मैं एक अखबार पढ़ रहा था और एक ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी पाकिस्तान में आया. 4 साल पहले उसने पाकिस्तान लगाए और पता चला कि वो नैब में उसका केस चला गया और अब 4-5 दिन पहले अखबार में खबर आई कि उसको फारिग कर दिया गया. अब जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी है वो पाकिस्तान में पैसा लगाना चाहता है, उसको गारंटी चाहिए अपनी जान की, उसको गारंटी चाहिए अपने बिजनेस की, और उसको गारंटी चाहिए उस बिजनेस के प्रमोशन की. अब ये 2-3 चीजें जो हैं ये हम क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. इसका एक जमाने के अंदर ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी फाउंडेशन थी और जिसने पहले बड़ा अच्छा काम उसका था, बहुत अच्छा काम था. उसमें वो तमाम चीजें शामिल थी. जो आदमी बाहर काम कर रहे हैं वो अपने पैसे को पाकिस्तान में एसएमईज के जरिए कैसे बेहतर यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, उनकी स्किल्स डेवलपमेंट कैसे हो सकती है, फिर रिपेट्रिएशन का मसला जो है, उनकी सेटलमेंट का मसला, वो भी उसमें शामिल था. बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली इट डिसअपॉइंटेड ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19. कोविड-19 के दौरान ऐसा लगता था कि ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी फाउंडेशन नाम की कोई चीज पाकिस्तान में नहीं है। अब जो मौजूदा गवर्नमेंट है वो इस बात को बहुत जोर दे रही है कि ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी फाउंडेशन पाकिस्तान में आए। एक, अगर नहीं आए तो पाकिस्तान में पैसा लगाएं, और वेरी राइटली यू हैव सेड कि ये गवर्नमेंट का काम नहीं है, इसमें प्राइवेट जो सेक्टर है वो अपना पार्ट प्ले करे, तो ये पाकिस्तान का भी फायदा होगा और ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी की ख्वाहिश, यानी उसकी जान की प्रोटेक्शन, उसके माल की प्रोटेक्शन, उसके माल की प्रमोशन, बिजनेस की प्रमोशन, ये तीन चीजें।
सॉरी देखें, आई विल कम टू यू। आसिफ साहब को अपना हिस्सा खत्म कर लेने दें, देन हम लाइफ स्टॉक के ऊपर और जो क्रॉप्स हैं जो आप स्पेशलाइज करते हैं उसके ऊपर बात करेंगे। सॉरी, वो आसिफ साहब अपनी बात खत्म कर लें तो फिर मैं वापस आपको आता हूँ।
सॉरी की जरूरत नहीं है, मैं आसिफ साहब का खुद भी बड़ा मुरीद हूँ, मैं खुद सुनना चाहता हूँ।
आसिफ साहब, बैक टू यू। नहीं जी, नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रही आसिफ साहब। आप यूं करें, अगर फोन से कर लें या कोई और लैपटॉप है तो उससे कर लें, क्योंकि ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम आ रही है आपकी। आसिफ साहब, नहीं, कोई आवाज नहीं आ रही, आपकी पिक्चर जो है वो फ्रीज है। तो वासी साहब, आप शुरू रखें।
अच्छा, मैं 30 साल उन पाकिस्तानियों की तरह जो इस वक्त बाहर बैठे हुए हैं, जिन्होंने सख्त सर्दी को नहीं देखा, जिन्होंने सख्त गर्मी को नहीं देखा, मैंने अपनी जान लगाई है और उसका मुझे बेनिफिट ये हुआ कि मुझ में एक जुनून पैदा हुआ कि मैं पाकिस्तान की कैसे खिदमत कर सकता हूं। अब मैं गुज़श्ता 20 साल से पाकिस्तान में मैं इस काम पर लगा हुआ हूं और मैंने एक कंपनी बनाई हुई है, उसका नाम है एग्री इनिशिएटिव्स। एग्री इनिशिएटिव्स का मतलब ये है कि वो काम जो पहले पाकिस्तान में नहीं हो रहे हैं, हम उनको स्टार्ट करें, दुनिया में हो रहे हैं। तो ये जब हम ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी की बात करता हूं तो उसमें एक बहुत बड़ी बात है कि हमें पैसा तो मिला है बाहर जाकर, लेकिन हमारी स्किल्स डेवलपमेंट भी हुई है। यानी हर वो आदमी जो पाकिस्तान में वापस आएगा, उसको पीछे वहां पर रहने के बाद उसको कुछ ना कुछ इल्म और हुनर भी हासिल हुआ होगा। तो ये एग्री इनिशिएटिव का मतलब ये है कि हम उसको इस्तेमाल करें यहाँ पर। जिस तरह मैं एक मिसाल,
आफिस भाई, तो आपने, जब मैंने पाकिस्तान में अपनी लाइफ स्टॉक गोट्स फार्मिंग शुरू की, तो मैं आपका शागिर्द हूँ। मैंने आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखा है और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारा जो फार्म है, अब आप देखें, मैं आपको एक प्रॉब्लम जो आपने मुझे समझाई थी कि सर्दियों में जो गोट्स हैं उनकी तकरीबन 30 समटाइम्स 50-60% जो बच्चे आते हैं वो फौत हो जाते हैं। और जब हमने आपका मेथड इस्तेमाल किया और जो हम साउथ अफ्रीकन और ऑस्ट्रेलियन साइंसदान से उनसे मिलकर हमने किया, तो इस साल सर्दियों में नवंबर, दिसंबर, जनवरी में हमारे पास 35 किड्स आए हैं और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उनमें से एक भी जो है वो ज़ाया नहीं हुआ, सारे हेल्थी हैं। सो पाकिस्तान में मेथडोलॉजी हो सकती है। तो मेरे ख्याल में हम यूं करते हैं हफीज साहब कि जो सेक्टर्स हैं, देखें, एक तो एग्रीकल्चर का सेक्टर है जहां पे आसिफ भाई काम कर रहे हैं जो कि पिकनिक का है, बाकी फ्लोरिकल्चर का है, फिर लाइफ स्टॉक है। लाइफ स्टॉक में भी गोट फार्मिंग आती है, बफलोज आती हैं, काउज आते हैं। फिर आप जो फीड है, फीड मैनेजमेंट जो है वो पाकिस्तान में इतनी ज्यादा नहीं, आप उसके ऊपर भी काम कर रहे हैं, हम आपसे वंडा ले रहे हैं। ये मैं एडवर्टाइजिंग नहीं कर रहा, देखें जो लोग सुन रहे हैं ना, ये देखें, नहीं,
मैं भी एडवर्टाइजमेंट के लिए नहीं आया हूं।
नहीं, मैं इसीलिए, देखिए, मैं क्लियर कर दूं कि ना हाफिज साहब ने मुझे कोई दिया है ना मैं इनसे लिया है। मैं आपको एक तजर्बा, ना मैं कोई फार्मर नहीं था, मगर मैंने इसमें रिस्क लिया, आपने मुझे गाइड किया। बाकी अली साहब हैं, बेचारे आज वो बीमार हैं, वो भी आने थे प्रोग्राम में, उन्होंने हमें गाइड किया, जो वो मक्खी चिन जो बकरी उनके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, ये जो सेक्टर्स हैं, जो सब सेक्टर्स हैं, हम पैशन फ्रूट ग्रो कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान में, इस किस्म के जो एग्जॉटिक फ्रूट्स हैं, एग्जॉटिक वेजिटेबल्स हैं, تو لوگ جو باہر بیٹھے ہیں کیونکہ ان کو تجربہ نہیں ہے بیچارے 50-60 سال باہر ان کی دوسری تیسری چوتھی پشتیں وہاں پہ ہیں مگر وہ باہر آنا چاہتے ہیں. تو یہ میکنزم آپ کے حساب سے کیا ہے کہ یہ جو فیئرز ہیں لوگوں کے کہ یہاں پہ مافیا ہے, لوگ ہماری زمینیں قبضہ کر لیں گے, یہ وہ, تو اس کو سامنے رکھتے ہوئے آپ کی تو کافی باہر کے ممالک میں بھی تجربہ ہے اور پاکستان میں بھی تجربہ ہے, تو کیسے آپ کانفیڈنس لیں گے اوورسیز پاکستانیز کے کہ جو ایگریکلچر میں آ کے انویسٹ کرنا چاہتے ہیں؟
دیکھیں بہت پیاری بات, بہت ہی پیاری بات آپ نے کہی ہے. میں اگر لندن ایئرپورٹ پر اتروں اور پہلا آدمی جو مجھے ملے وہ میری جیب کتر کر لے جائے تو میں یہ سمجھوں گا کہ سارے لندن والے جیب کترے ہیں. لیکن اگر مجھے وہاں ایک ایسا آدمی مل جائے جو مجھ سے یہ پوچھے کدھر جانا ہے اور میں اسے بتاؤں کہ مجھے اس جگہ پر جانا ہے اور وہ آئے کہ اور کہے کہ کم آن آئی ایم آلسو گوئنگ دیئر, میں یہ سمجھوں گا کہ پورا لندن والے جو ہیں فرشتے ہیں. اب یہ پاکستان میں اس قسم کے واقعات ہوئے ہیں جس کی وجہ سے لوگ ڈرتے ہیں اپنے رشتہ داروں سے بھی اور اپنے دوستوں سے بھی. ہم نے یہی ایک لوگوں کو ونڈو دیا ہے. آپ نے بڑا رائٹلی کہا ہے کہ اس مرتبہ آپ کے بچوں کی جو بکریوں کے بچوں کی اموات بہت کم ہوئی ہیں. ایسے اور بھی لوگ ہیں جو ہمارے ساتھ اٹیچ ہوئے ہیں اور ان کے بچوں کی اموات آج کی بات ہے, وہ مرزا صاحب ہیں اینڈ ہی از فرام UAE اور وہ 12 بچوں کے مرنے پر رو رہا تھا اور 100 بچوں میں سے. تو میں نے انہیں کہا کہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا شکر ادا کریں, پاکستان میں بکریوں کے بچوں کے مرنے کی آفیشیل جو تعداد ہے وہ 54% ہے اینڈ یو ہیو براٹ اٹ ڈاؤن ٹو 12%. تو یہ, اور مجھے یقین ہے اس کی بیگم بھی اس میں شامل تھی اور میں نے کہا مجھے یقین ہے کہ یو ول برنگ اٹ ٹو 3% جو دنیا کا سب سے بہترین ریکارڈ ہے. تو ہم کیا کر سکتے ہیں؟ یعنی کہ میں ذاتی طور پر سمجھتا ہوں کہ 30 سال میں نے باہر کام کیا ہے. میں اپنی قوم کو کیا دے سکتا ہوں؟ میں قوم کو جانکاری دے سکتا ہوں اور وہ میں دے رہا ہوں اور بے شمار لوگ جو ہیں وہ مجھ سے رابطے میں ہیں. اور جو کچھ میرے پاس نہیں ہوتا میں ایک اور کام بھی کر سکتا ہوں. وہ یہ کام کر سکتا ہوں کہ اگر مجھے کسی چیز کا پتہ نہیں ہے, میں کوئی مولانا مودودی کے بعد علم سارا میرے اندر نہیں ہے, تو میں ان کو بتا دیتا ہوں کہ آپ علی صاحب کے پاس چلے جائیں, آپ فلانے صاحب کے پاس چلے جائیں. جس آدمی کے بارے میں مجھے یقین ہے کہ اس کے پاس یہ علم ہے, میں آئی ریفر اٹ ٹو ہم. اگر یہ آرگینک کا ہوگا تو میں ظاہر ہے آصف صاحب کا حوالہ دوں گا. اب آ رہی ہے بات انویسٹمنٹ کی, تو میرا خیال یہ ہے کہ آصف صاحب آگے ہیں, آپ ان سے بات کر لیں, وی ول کنٹینیو.
آصف صاحب, انویسٹمنٹ کی بات ہو رہی تھی, اسٹرکچر کس طریقے سے انویسٹمنٹ لانی ہے, اس کو کیسے سیف رکھنا ہے, اور سب سے زیادہ جو بات ہے اس جو ہم بات کر رہے ہیں جی ہم نے دیکھنا ہے کہ امپیکٹ کیسے آئے گا اور جو انویسٹمنٹ ہوئی ہے اس کی ریٹرن اور سیف گارڈ کیسے کرنا ہے. تو پلیز کنٹینیو. آصف صاحب میں آپ سے مخاطب.
نہیں, نیٹ ساتھ نہیں دے رہا میرا.
آواز آ رہی ہے آپ کا,
میرا نیٹ ساتھ نہیں دے رہا.
We can hear you. نہیں جی, نہیں پرابلم ہے. آصف صاحب ہم یوں کرتے ہیں کہ آج یہ جو ہے نا آپ رہنے دیں کیونکہ آپ کا یہ سائڈ پہ کوئی پرابلم ہے نیٹ کی, تو میں حفیظ واسی صاحب سے رکھتا ہوں پروگرام آج کا. تو کل انشاءاللہ اگر آپ کے پاس ٹائم ہے تو آپ کے ساتھ ہم جو ہے نا یہ کنٹینیو کر لیں گے یہ جو آپ کا پکنک کے اوپر جو سبجیکٹ ہے اس کا. تو واسی صاحب آپ کنٹینیو کریں جی.
اچھا یہ دیکھیں, انفارچونیٹلی آصف صاحب کا نیٹ ساتھ نہیں دے رہا ہے, لیکن پاکستانیوں کا اللہ تعالیٰ بہت زیادہ ساتھ دے رہا ہے. ابھی آپ دیکھیں فصلوں کی حالت, گورنمنٹ نے گندم کی قیمت مقرر کی 1800 روپے,
جی
مارکیٹ کے اندر جو ہے وہ بک رہی ہے 1900 روپے کی. یہ میں پنجاب کی بات کر رہا ہوں. سندھ کے اندر میرے ایک اسی طریقے سے ایک اوورسیز پاکستانیز ہیں اور ان کا 400 ایکڑ پر انہوں نے گندم لگائی ہے اور میرے کہنے کے اوپر وہ چلے ہیں, اور ان کا کہنا یہ ہے کہ وہ سب لوگ گھوم رہے ہیں کہ تم نے کیا کیا ہے, اینڈ ہی از سیلنگ ایٹ دی ریٹ آف 2300 روپیز. اس لیے کہ دانا موٹا ہے, اس کی فصل نہیں گری. تو میرے اصل کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ اس وقت اگر کوئی انویسٹر پاکستان میں آتا ہے اور وہ اس کے لیے ایک بینیفٹ یہ ہے کہ اس کے پاس وہ سائلوز میں انویسٹمنٹ کرے. یہ جب فصل آتی ہے ہر آدمی کو پیسوں کی ضرورت ہے اور وہ فوری طور پر فصل کو بیچنے پہ مجبور ہوتا ہے. اب اس فصل کو آپ خرید سکتے ہیں اس ریٹ پر جو مارکیٹ کا جینوئن ریٹ ہے یا گورنمنٹ نے جو مقرر کیا ہے. 1 مہینے کے بعد اس ریٹ کے اندر لازمی طور پر 25% کا فرقہ پڑ جائے گا. اب آپ یہاں 2 کام کر رہے ہوں گے. ایک تو یو ول بی ارننگ منی, ایٹ دی سیم ٹائم یو ول بی سرونگ دی کاز آف ہیومن فوڈ سیکورٹی. یہ میں نے ایک سیکٹر بتایا. اب یہ لائف سٹاک کے اندر ریسنٹلی چائنا کی طرف سے دروازہ کھل گیا ہے جو پہلے بند تھا. پہلے پاکستانی گوشت بھیجتے تھے وایا ویتنام. اب یہ چائنا کی طرف سے وہ انہوں نے کوالیفائی کر دیا ہے کہ آپ تمام پیرامیٹرز کو میٹ کرتے ہیں, سو ایکچولی وی کین امپورٹ فرام یو. اب یہ ایک اتنی بڑا ایک سیکٹر ہے جو پاکستان کے اندر گوشت کے لیے کھلا ہوا ہے. تو یہ ہمارے جو اوورسیز پاکستانی بھائی ہیں وہ اس میں آ کر انویسٹمنٹ کر سکتے ہیں اینڈ وی کین ہیلپ دیم. ہم اور کچھ نہیں کر سکتے, ان کو راستہ تو دکھا سکتے ہیں. پیسے بھی ان کے پاس ہیں, ان کے پاس آپشنز ہم رکھ سکتے ہیں, اور یہ سوچ کر کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہماری مدد کی تھی اور ہم اپنے پاکستانی بھائیوں کی مدد کر رہے ہیں. تو اس میں کوئی ایشو نہیں ہے. اب 2 چیزیں آپ نے پہلے بیان فرمائی ہیں بکریوں کے بارے میں. آپ کا خود ذاتی طور پر تجربہ ہے. مجھے آپ یہ بتائیں, آپ نے پاکستان میں کوئی دکان ایسی دیکھی ہے کہ آپ اوورسیز پاکستانی ہے, جیب میں پیسے ہیں, آپ 500 بکریاں خریدنا چاہتے ہیں, کین یو بائی اٹ, کین یو فائنڈ اے سنگل پلیس؟ نو.
نو.
اچھا, اگر آپ اپنے آپ کو ایسے فرنچائز پہ تبدیل کر لیں جہاں لوگوں کو پتا ہو, اور یہ ہمارے اوورسیز پاکستانی بھائیوں کہ جہاں 500 اور 1000 کے ہرڈ ہو, ہم لوگ ان کو فیسیلیٹیٹ کر سکتے ہیں ان کی مارکیٹنگ کے اندر. ہم نے اس میں لینا دینا کچھ نہیں ہے, لیکن فائدہ کیا ہوگا؟ اوورسیز پاکستانی بھائیوں کا فائدہ ہوگا اور اس ملک کا فائدہ ہوگا. دوسرا, یہاں پر اس وقت بے تحاشا غیر ملکی گائیں آ رہی ہیں. فریزن کاؤز پہلے آسٹریلیا سے آئیں, اٹ واز ناٹ سیٹسفیکٹری. پھر سویڈن گئے, اٹ واز ناٹ سیٹسفیکٹری. پھر ہالینڈ گئے, اٹ واز ناٹ فاؤنڈ سیٹسفیکٹری. ناؤ ایکچولی they are bringing it, importing it from America. اور وہ آ کر اس کا دعویٰ ہے کہ یہ 35 سے 40 لیٹر دودھ دیتی ہے. اب میرا چھوٹا سا سوال یہ ہے کہ سردار آفتاب احمد وٹو اور دوسرے لوگوں کی گائے جب مقابلے میں آتی ہیں ساہیوال گائے, دیسی گائے, وہ 40-42 لیٹر دودھ دے کر فرسٹ آتی ہیں. سوال یہ ہے کہ کیا ہم اس کو ملٹی پلائی کر سکتے ہیں؟ یہ ملٹی پلائی ایک عام آدمی نہیں کر سکتا. یہ ایک اوپن ونڈو ہے فار اوورسیز پاکستانیز, اور میں ان کے لیے مدد کرنے کے لیے تیار ہوں. میرے پاس فل ایکشن پلان ہے کہ جتنی بھی ساہیوال گائیں ہوں جو آپ کے پاس ہوں گی وہ 35 اور 40 والے بریکٹ میں ہوں گی. تو یہ ویلیو ایڈیشن جو ہے اس میں ریڈ سندھی بھی ہے, اس میں پھر ہماری بھینس بھی ہے. بھینس جو ہے عام آپ کو مل جائے گی 8-10 لیٹر والی, لیکن جو فرسٹ آئے گی, جو فرسٹ آتی ہے وہ 32 لیٹر والی ہے. سوال یہ ہے کہ کیا کوئی ٹیکنالوجی باہر ہے؟ ایمبریو ٹرانسفر ٹیکنالوجی ہے. وی کین ڈو اٹ, وی کین ملٹی پلائی اٹ, لیکن اس کے لیے ایک انویسٹمنٹ چاہیے اور ایک جنون چاہیے. یہ دونوں چیزیں ہوں گی تو اٹ ول بی اوکے.
حفیظ بھائی,
تھرڈ چیز جو ہے وہ ساری چیزوں پر حاوی ہے. آپ کے صرف 12 بچے کیوں مرے ہیں؟ پچھلے سال 54 کیوں مرے تھے؟ وہ تھی فوڈ سیکیورٹی, اینیمل فوڈ سیکیورٹی, اور اس کے اوپر ہم بہت زیادہ کام کر رہے ہیں. اس میں وہ ونڈا ہی نہیں ہے بلکہ اس کے ساتھ سائلج بھی ہے, اس کے ساتھ ہے بھی ہے. اور ایک اور چیز میں کام کر رہا ہوں, وہ کام ہے ہائیڈروپونک فاڈر کا. ہائیڈروپونک فاڈر ان لوگوں کے لیے ہے جن کے پاس زمین نہیں ہے لیکن جانور ہیں. تھرپارکر ہے, پوٹھوار ہے, چولستان ہے, وہاں پر وہ بڑا اچھا کام کرے گا. انڈیا کی گورنمنٹ نے 15,000 سیٹ اپنے فارمرز میں مفت تقسیم کیے. تو یہ میں چاہتا ہوں کہ اس کے اندر کوئی آدمی میرا ساتھ دے.
دیکھیں وہ حفیظ بھائی, دیکھیں جمپ سٹارٹ پاکستان صرف ایک ایونٹ مینجمنٹ کمپنی نہیں ہے. آپ کو پتہ ہے کیونکہ تو آپ تو ہمارے اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں, شروع سے ہمارے ساتھ رہے ہیں. تو جو میں ویورز کو یہ بتا دوں, وہ جمپ اسٹارٹ پاکستان ایک اوورسیز, پرائمریلی اوورسیز پاکستانیز کی ایک موومنٹ تھی اوریجنلی. اب تو پاکستان میں جتنے انسٹیٹیوشنز ہیں, چاہے وہ گورنمنٹ کے ہیں یا پرائیویٹ انسٹیٹیوشن ہیں, الحمدللہ وہ ہمارے ساتھ جڑے ہیں, اور ہم اوپن آرگنائزیشن ہے. دیکھیں کوئی بھی اگر آپ کام کرنا ہے تو جو باڈی رسپانسبلٹی لیتی ہے, جیسے ہم جمپ اسٹارٹ پاکستان, انویسٹ ان پاکستان کا کر رہے ہیں, تو آپ جیسے آصف جیسے بھائی جان جو اور بہنیں, there are a lot of women who are doing excellent work in these fields as well. تو ہم نے یہ کرنا ہے کہ اس کا ایک سٹرکچر بنانا ہے. اور سٹرکچر کیا ہے, میں سبھی کو سمجھا دوں تو کہ آپ کو تو پتہ ہی ہے. وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم نے 12 سیکٹرز چنے ہیں, جن میں سے ایگریکلچر ایک ہے. اور ہم یہ کرتے ہیں کہ ان سیکٹرز میں سے جو سب سیکٹرز ہیں, جس میں آ گیا آپ کا لائف سٹاک کا آ گیا ہے, جو آصف صاحب کام کر رہے ہیں, اس کے پاس آپ کو پتا ہے کہ ہم نے گلگت بالتستان ثاقب صاحب سے, وہ بھی ہمارے وہ فلوری کلچر کے اوپر کام کر رہے ہیں, ویٹ بک کے اوپر کام کر رہے ہیں, وہ فروٹس کے اوپر کام کر رہے ہیں. اچھا عمر صاحب جو ہیں, عمر جاوید غنی صاحب جو ہیں, وہ پچھلے پروگرام میں تھے, وہ آرگینک ہنی کے اوپر کام کر رہے ہیں. تو ہم یہ کر رہے ہیں کہ جتنے بھی سب سیکٹرز ہیں ایگریکلچر کے, ان کے ہم ہیڈز ڈھونڈ رہے ہیں. دیکھیں اگر کوئی کاروباری انسان ہے, جیسے آپ ہیں, میں, آصف ہے, اگر ہمارا پروفٹ موٹیو نہیں ہوگا تو پھر سسٹینیبلٹی کہاں سے آئے گی؟ دیکھیں پروفٹ ود پرپس اور رسپانسبلٹی جو ہے وہ ہمارا حق بنتا ہے. ہمارا دین جو ہے, اسلام کو اگر دیکھیں ہم, تو وہ جو ہمارے فاؤنڈرز تھے وہ بھی سبھی تجارت کرتے تھے, مگر ان کی جو ویلیوز تھیں وہ ٹھیک تھیں. تو جمپ سٹارٹ ایک ایسا ادارہ ہے کہ ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ انٹرپرینیوریلزم جو ہے وہ ویلیو بیسڈ ہو, جو لوگ ایکسپرٹس ہوں آپ جیسے, وہ ہمیں گائیڈ کریں. یہ نہ ہو کہ ہزاروں لوگ مارکیٹ میں آ جائیں, تو اس طرح یہ جو کرپشن ہے جس کی ہم پہلے بات کر رہے تھے وہ آ جاتی ہے. تو اگر کسی نے جو سن رہے ہیں, تو آپ یوں کریں کہ ہمارے جتنے بھی اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں, 30 چیپٹرز ہیں اکراس دا گلوب, تو آپ یوں کریں, ہم سے کانٹیکٹ کریں. تو اگر آپ حفیظ صاحب, واسی صاحب کے سیکٹر میں آتے ہیں, یعنی کہ یہ سائلج کی بات کر رہے ہیں, گرینز کی سٹوریج کی کام کر رہے ہیں, پھر گوٹس کی بات کر رہے ہیں, ہمارے گلگت بالتستان میں بھی لوگ ہیں, کچھ لوگ ایسے ہیں جو کہ اب گرین ہاؤسز میں کام کر رہے ہیں. یعنی کہ جو آپ فیصد جو آپ بات کر رہے تھے فوڈ سیکورٹی کی, وی نیڈ پروڈکٹس آل دا ایئر راؤنڈ. جیسے ہالینڈ ایک چھوٹا سا ملک ہے, تو وہ دنیا کو کانکر کر رہا ہے جی, آل دا ایئر راؤنڈ. وہ میلنز پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں, ٹماٹوز پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں, کیپسیکمز پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں. دنیا کو انہوں نے کانکر کیا ہے, جو ان کے فلاوری کلچر ہے. سو دس از دا میتھڈالوجی. تو آپ یہ جو دیکھیں, آپ نے جو بات کی ہے نا کہ اسکیسٹی ہے اپنے جو اینیملز ہیں ان کی, مگر اس کے بعد ایک اور سیکٹر ہے. دیکھیں گوٹ کی جو چیز ہے وہ دنیا کی جو چیزز میں ون آف دا موسٹ ایکسپینسو چیزز آتی ہیں. جو گوٹ کا ملک ہے اس کی جو ہیلتھ بینیفٹس ہیں وہ دنیا بھر کو پتہ ہے. اچھا وہ انڈسٹری پاکستان میں بالکل ڈیولپ نہیں ہے. تو اس کے اوپر تھوڑا آپ واضح کریں کہ جو لوگ دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ کس طریقے سے, صرف یہ نہیں کہ آپ نے بکریاں رکھ کے ان کو ذبح کرنا ہے یا شوق کے لیے رکھا ہے, وہ بھی ٹھیک ہے, مگر ان کے ذریعے ہم ویلیو ایڈیشن کیسے کر سکتے ہیں, جو امپلائمنٹ ہے اس کو کیسے اوپر لا سکتے ہیں, اور جو پاورٹی ایلیویشن ہے وہ کیسے کرنا ہے.
اچھا دیکھیں, وہ مجھ میں وہ 30 سال کے اندر ایک جنون پیدا ہو چکا ہے, جو آپ میں بھی ہے اور میرے دوسرے دوستوں کے اندر بھی ہے. میں نے اپنے کچھ دوستوں کے ساتھ مل کر ایک کتاب لکھی ہے, وہ انشاءاللہ تعالی رمضان شریف کے بعد آؤٹ ہو جائے گی. اور اس کتاب کو لکھا ہے ایک فارمر کے پوائنٹ آف ویو سے, اور وہ کتاب اوورسیز پاکستانیوں کے بارے میں ہے. اور اس کے بارے میں لکھا ہوا ہوگا اوپر کہ جس کسی نے پاکستان میں آ کر لائف سٹاک کا یا گوٹ اینڈ شیپ کا بزنس شروع کرنا ہو, تو دس بک ول بی اے بائبل فار ہم, کہ اس کو وہ ضرور پڑھ لے اپنے کام کو شروع کرنے سے پہلے. اور اس کے اندر وہ لکھا ہوگا کہ یہ کس طریقے سے آپ نے اس کا ایکشن پلان کیا ہوگا, اور الٹیمیٹلی آپ نے کہاں جانا ہوگا. تو یہ اس قسم کی چیزیں جب آپ ایک کام لے کر شروع کرتے ہیں تو بے شمار لوگ آپ کے ساتھ شامل ہو جاتے ہیں. نیت، انٹیگریٹی، دیٹ از ویری ویری امپورٹنٹ. تو میں چاہوں گا کہ ان چیزوں کے اوپر اس زبان کے اندر جس زبان کو میرے اوورسیز پاکستانی سمجھ سکیں اس زبان کے اندر کچھ کتابیں اس بزنس سے متعلق مارکیٹ آئیں. اسی طریقے سے میں نے بتایا جی
حفیظ صاحب آپ کی بھی آواز کٹ رہی ہے تو میں آپ تقریباً 2-3 منٹ رہ گئے تو میں آخر میں جو ہمارے ویورز ہیں ان کو جاننا چاہوں گا کہ دیکھیں آصف صاحب جو ہیں ان کا جو میتھڈالوجی ہے وہ پروون ہے. حفیظ واسی صاحب بھی جانتے ہیں اور دنیا بھر میں ان کا جو چرچا پھیلا ہوا ہے وہ دنیا کی جو بہترین یونیورسٹیز ہیں وہاں جا کے ویسٹ کو سکھا رہے ہیں کہ یہ طریقہ کس طریقے سے ہے. تو ان کا جو کہنا تھا کیونکہ ان کا ذرا نیٹ ٹھیک نہیں ہے تو میں ان کا جو حل ہے وہ میں لوگوں کے سامنے کرنا چاہتا ہوں. وہ ایک کوآپریشن بنانا چاہتے ہیں یعنی کہ ایک مینیجریل کمپنی جس میں مشینری ہو جس میں سیڈز ہوں جن میں ایکسپرٹس ہوں اور وہ جو ہے جتنے چھوٹے کیونکہ 90% جو فارمرز ہیں حفیظ صاحب وہ پاکستان میں وہ اسمال ہولڈرز ہیں ان کے پاس کیپٹل نہیں ہے ان کے پاس سکلز نہیں ہے. تو ان کا یہ آئیڈیا ہے کہ یہ جو کمپنی ہے اس کی سب برانچز یعنی سندھ میں جیلم میں جہاں بھی ہم یہ کام کرنا چاہیں وہاں ہم وہ سب برانچز کھولیں جن کے پاس یہ مشینری ہو اور وہ فارمرز کی کوآپریٹو بنائیں. تو جو آلریڈی فرض کریں کہ میرا گاؤں ہے اس میں اگر 5 ٹریکٹرز ہیں 1 لیولر ہے یا جو بھی ہے اس کو ان ایسٹس کو اکٹھا کیا جائے تاکہ وہ وہاں پہ ایک کوآپریٹو بنائی جائے جس کو وہاں پہ سکلڈ اپ کیا جائے تاکہ ان کو یہ جو طریقہ کار ہیں وہ اچھا پھر جتنا پروڈیوس ہے وہ ایک سینٹرل ہب میں لایا جائے وہاں جہاں پہ اس کی گریڈنگ کی جائے اس کی پیکیجنگ کی جائے اور اس کی برانڈنگ کی جائے. اور جو ہم لوگ باہر بیٹھے ہیں جیسے ہماری فوڈ کی کمپنی ہے وسی صاحب تو we will purchase those goods. کیوں کہ ہمیں بھی وہ چیز کمپیریٹیو مل رہی ہے ہم بھی گرو کریں گے اور جو پاکستان میں فارمرز بیٹھے ہیں وہ بھی گرو کریں گے. تو اس لحاظ سے میرے خیال میں یہ جو آپ کی بات کر رہے ہیں جیسے علی صاحب کام کر رہے ہیں ہم لوگ کام کر رہے ہیں ہم نے ابھی آپ سے سیکھا ہے. تو ہمارا ماڈل جو ہم نے آپ سے سیکھا ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ میں نے میرے خیال میں 50 بکریوں سے کام شروع کیا اب الحمدللہ اوور 200 بکریاں ہم نے 8 جو پاکستان کی ٹاپ نسلیں ہیں وہ ہم نے رکھی ہیں. تو ہمارا ماڈل حفیظ صاحب جو آپ نے ہمیں سکھایا وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم آگے جا کے جو یہ بیچارے غریب لوگ جو گریجویٹ کرتے ہیں ان کو جابز نہیں ملتی پرٹیکولرلی جو ایگریکلچر یونیورسٹیز سے آتے ہیں تو ان سے یہ ہم نے یہ کام کرنا ہے کہ ان کو 20 اینیملز دینے ہیں ساتھ ایک بریڈر دینا ہے ان کو ٹریننگ دینی ہے. جیسے آپ نے کہا کہ آپ ٹریننگ سکولز بھی رن کر رہے ہیں ہم نے بکس بھی لکھی ہیں آپ یونیورسٹیز کے ساتھ بھی کام کر رہے ہیں تو ہم نے ان کو ٹرین کر کے جیسے ہم نے ویجیٹیبلز اور کراپس کا ایک ہب بنانا ہے ہم نے اینیملز ویلفیئر کے لیے بھی ایک ہب بنانا ہے جو کہ گاؤں میں جائے. یہ نہ ہو کہ ہم اسلام آباد کراچی میں بیٹھے رہیں اپنے ایئر کنڈیشنز میں.
اگر ایک منٹ رہ جائے تو مجھے کنکلوڈ کر لینے دیجیے.
جی بے شک بے شک.
اچھا دیکھیں میں کچھ عرصہ پہلے ہالینڈ گیا. I was invited there. وہ جو فریزین ان کی ایک ان کی یونیورسٹی ہے وہاں پر میں گیا تو وہاں میری ملاقات ہوئی ایگریکلچر منسٹر سے. میں نے اسے بتایا پوچھا اسے میں نے کہا یہ پورا یورپ جو ہے اس میں انڈسٹری بہت زیادہ مقبول ہے کہ کیا ہوا کہ ہالینڈ جو ہے وہ انڈسٹری کی طرف نہیں گیا ایگریکلچر کی طرف گیا. اس نے بڑا تاریخی جواب دیا. اس نے کہا کہ دوسری جنگ عظیم میں جرمنی نے ہمارا بیڑا غرق کر دیا تھا. نتھنگ واز لیفٹ. اور جو اس وقت کی گورنمنٹ تھی اس نے یہ سوچا کہ دیکھیں جانور ہمارے پاس ہے زمین ہمارے پاس ہے پانی ہمارے پاس سو لیٹ اس ایکچولی گو ٹوورڈ ایگریکلچر. لہذا ہم نے پوری کی پوری سوچ اور پورے کے پورے ریسورسز ہم نے ایگریکلچر پر لگا دی. اب ایگریکلچر جو ہے اتنا بڑا واسٹ فیلڈ ہے کہ جس کے آپ جس کونے کو آپ ہاتھ لگائیں گے وہاں آپ کو اپرچونٹی نظر آئے گی. اینڈ دیٹ از مائی پوائنٹ. وی آر ہیئر. تھینک یو ویری مچ.
ओके जी, हफीज साहब बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अच्छा, मिताक साहब कह रहे हैं कि हफीज साहब को कैसे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, तो those of you who want to contact Aviz Wasi Sab, so contact our website. We will then pass you all the details of all the panelists. We're an open organization. हमने कोई अपने पास कोई चीज नहीं रखनी। हमारा मतलब यही है कि आप लोगों तक जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस है वो पहुंचे। तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हफीज वासी साहब, एंड थैंक यू टू ऑल आवर लिसनर्स। वी विल, और मैं आपको ये बताऊं हफीज साहब, ये जो हम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कर रहे हैं ये सिर्फ एक प्रेल्यूड है, यानी कि ये ट्रेलर्स हैं, जैसे ग्लोबल रोड शोज हम कर रहे हैं। जो एक्चुअल रियल कॉन्फ्रेंस होनी है वो पाकिस्तान में इंशाल्लाह हम कोशिश करेंगे कि मई के आखिर में, सब्जेक्ट टू कोविड रेगुलेशंस, हम 4 दिन ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं। इंशाल्लाह वो हम अनाउंस करेंगे बाद में। So बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
I really salute you and to your team.
Thank you।
देखिए ये जनूनियों वाला काम है, ये हमें इस दुनिया में नहीं मिलेगा, आखिरत में इसका अजर हमें जरूर मिलेगा।
बहुत शुक्रिया जी, बहुत शुक्रिया। अल्लाह हाफिज, अल्लाह हाफिज।
Pakistan is a country with great potential. Now, Pakistan, in my opinion, is ready. Right now is the best time for investors to come to our country.
Now, Pakistan's stock market is booming. Stock prices are at their highest level ever, and investments are pouring in.
Spending more than $50 billion on energy and infrastructure in Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. Now we have a session on the tourism. And the tourism, one of the sectors like agriculture, everybody talks about that Pakistan has to offer a great deal in tourism. Everybody talks about that. But what exactly are the opportunities on the ground which ultimately going to be presented to the world that they can actually come in and exploit those opportunities? I'm going to invite Naveed on the stage, and then ultimately he'll take over from there. Assalamu alaikum, Naveed. Your mic is muted.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Khurram. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry to keep you awake at this late hour in Singapore. But inshallah, we'll go from here. Here are your guests. And Assalamu alaikum, Sadia. Assalamu alaikum, Omar bhai. Over to you, Naveed.
Okay. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And today I have a very distinguished panel. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Naveed Durrani. I'm based in Singapore. I've been working with travel. I'm working in travel domain for over 22 years, and I work closely with Singapore Tourism Board, and I'm working with a Japanese travel company for the past a number of years. And I'm also working with the Asian Development Bank for their initiative of development of ICTs in developing countries. So that is me, and then let me introduce my panel to you quickly, and then I'll let them introduce themselves. I have Mr. Ammar Jaffrey, who is the former DG FBI, and he's the founder of Digital Pakistan. And I have with me Ms. Sadia Babar, which is a CEO and founder of Experience Pakistan. So maybe I'll start with Mr. Ammar to introduce himself quickly. Yeah, Mr. Amar, can you hear me? I think maybe his video is paused. So maybe we can start with Sadia first, if you can.
Is Amar back, or shall I continue?
I think
we've lost him. Okay, so while we wait for Amar to join, let me quickly introduce yourself. So, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm really privileged that Khurram has asked me to be on the panel. So, my company is Experience Pakistan. I set the company up about 3 years ago in May 2018. So I'm still kind of quite a young startup, looking to obviously grow and scale up. But ultimately, I set the company up because I wanted to showcase the best of what Pakistan has to offer and educate people, changing and challenging their perception. Myself, whilst I've lived most of my life overseas, I spent some years in Pakistan, and because I'm from Shah, I got to travel a lot. So growing up, I was quite lucky. I saw Pakistan very differently to fellow Pakistanis, both in Pakistan but also in the UK. And so for me, it was a case of actually, as an overseas Pakistani, what can I do to give back to Pakistan? So I spent 15 years working with multinational brands like Coca-Cola, Fanta, Dr. Pepper, and then on as a consultant with the likes of P&G and Next, all the time growing their brands. And I think you get to a point in your life where you sit back and you want to do something that's meaningful to you. So for me, it was actually the way I can give back to Pakistan is if I can promote Pakistan and tourism specifically. But, coupled with that, the company I've created is all about social development goals in terms of female empowerment. So for me, it was also about how can I empower fellow females in Pakistan, but also the local communities who would really benefit. And the best way to do that is tourism, because tourism creates jobs, it brings people in, but most importantly, it educates people. And the West often, unfortunately, depict us, or have done in the past, post 9/11, as terrorists or a dangerous country. And I'm a mother of 3 boys, and I didn't want my children growing up thinking negatively of Pakistan. I wanted them to be proud of their heritage. So Experience Pakistan is my way of doing that, of making the overseas Pakistani proud of what they have, but also kind of, sharing the wonderful hospitality that Pakistan has to offer, the beautiful country, with not just overseas Pakistanis, but non-Pakistanis. And I think that's the best way that we can also, improve the business relationships. It's like India's strategy. You bring people in through tourism, they open their eyes, they have a different perspective. From that, it opens avenues and channels for business. And inshallah, the whole economy and the generations living there benefit from it. So that's a bit of a long introduction, but that's what I'm all about. That's what my company's all about.
That's perfect. Let me check if Mr. Amar is back. Mr. Amar, can you hear us? I think we still have some technical difficulties with Mr. Amar.
I think, the people in Pakistan today, earlier on in a couple of sessions, we had the similar sort of problem. So it could be, it's his net issue. We connect fine, but after a while it goes okay.
Just in the interest of time and while people are here, what I'll do is, I know, Vipa, should we just maybe kick off with the first question and I'll give you my perspective, and then hopefully Amarbai will be able to jump in because connection will improve.
Yeah, yes, sure, we can do that. And then, yeah, basically, as you know, whenever we talk about tourism in Pakistan, we always have a lot of issues that come in front of us, which mostly relates to infrastructure. And if you look from the hindsight, basically this is an opportunity for people to come in and fill the gaps, and then pick the low-hanging fruits, and then add value to the tourists in Pakistan. So do you see it as an opportunity rather than a challenge?
So to be honest, it's interesting because I speak about this with many people. The beauty about Pakistan is that at the moment it's a blank canvas. We have the luxury that whereas other countries are now going to have to retrospectively reassess their strategies for tourism, post the world that we live in, post COVID, we are actually we have the opportunity to spearhead and be thought leaders in how tourism should be designed to make it future-proof. And going back to your question, you said low-hanging fruits. There's a long list of investment opportunities, but the most obvious low-hanging fruit for me, and whilst it's not glamorous, is that of a kind of service station concept or clean toilets. If you think about it, Pakistan is a Muslim country. So I, back in 2019, did a road trip with my family, but predominantly I did for work, where I did the whole trip from Islamabad, Hunza, Punjab, Tikrar, Masood, just because I wanted to evaluate the different situations and different accommodations for my clients. But what was surprising is that despite it being a Muslim country, trying to find a mosque or clean toilet facilities is almost impossible. So for me, I think of actually there should, in my mind, be a kind of a mosque with a clean toilet facility every 60 miles. In doing so, the model I think of always is about the PTDs model, is the way the government have done that, where it's been built by the government but now leased out. For an investor, there's a fantastic opportunity to come up with a kind of a green environment, a green mosque. It doesn't have to be huge, a small mosque with clean toilet facilities, but it also provides like a chai stop with some basic snacks. And if the investor builds it, the model is very much that you lease it out to the local community. And then it's like you have a franchise model. So you have certain standards that they have to adhere to. And if they don't adhere to it, they will lose the right to own that and work on it. Because two things are achieved. The local community is more motivated in that sense to keep standards, because they know that there are standards they have to maintain to be able to keep that contract. But also they feel a sense of empowerment. And from the investor's perspective, it's fantastic because it's low-hanging fruit. The initial is finding the land, is getting the government approval, building it. But again, even building it, you have to almost just do one master, but then the labor force is all there. And once you have that kind of almost that market plan or prototype, it's easy to roll out and open the others. So from an investor perspective, yes, there's initial work, but moving on, you can almost think that that's actually kind of self-running, self-sustaining, and actually a really good win, both for the tourist, the local economy, and obviously for the investor.
Okay.
I can see Amarva is back.
Yeah, Amarva is back. I think we spoke too quick.
I think निविसा आवाज आ रही है आपको मेरी?
Yes, we can hear you.
अच्छा, मैंने अभी अपने सेल्फ को ज्वाइन किया है, चले ये ज़्यादा बेहतर लगती है जी. Please go ahead.
Please do your introduction.
Right जी. My name is Amar Jaffrey. I am former additional traditional FI. Currently, I am leading Digital Pakistan. So, with reference to the current topic of tourism, I would just like to say that I think landscape is excellent. All four.
Sorry, Amar. I think we cannot hear you. Yeah, I think we still cannot hear you. Your picture is also frozen and sound is not clear.
Amarva, you might want to try to disconnect and rejoin.
Yeah, it must be the high period in Pakistan at this time, and everybody must be using the internet
अब कोई अच्छा ड्रामा लगा होगा ना, ये खबरें सब देख रहे
maybe
होंगे.
that's the reason.
Okay, so while
Yeah.
we don't have Omar, I'll just go on to talk about a few other opportunities that I see from an
Yes.
investment perspective.
Yes, sure.
So one of the things is obviously, so I speak from my personal experience. You know, when we travel, we're a couple and we have 3 children, and the biggest challenge in Pakistan, and I have this when I'm working with clients who have families and they want to stay in one room, is the model that exists in Pakistan in terms of hotels, whether that's in the city or up north, is that of a very old school gig. You have 2 beds and then you can have a mattress, which in the olden days worked. But actually, from an investment perspective, if I had money and I would do it, I would be creating self-catered apartments or serviced apartments, because you know the COVID is here to stay. You know, it's still going to take a few years to normalize, but I think even after that, there comes a point where when people are going on holiday, they want to kind of be confined in their own bubble. And when you have your self-catered apartment, which has your own kitchenette, your living space, and you know your living room, it gives you the space to do that, and it's also more cost-effective than having 2 or 3 rooms that you have to book. There's a really good example actually in Naran. There's Maisonette, so they have the Maisonette hotel. They also have Maisonette serviced apartments, and for me, you know, from what I've seen, that's actually quite a good model to look at. But I think it can be improved. You know, one of the saddening things that I found is that up north, you know, we are surrounded by trees, we are surrounded by natural materials. Yet Naran, if you go to see Naran now, compared to what Naran was when I went 16 years, when I was 16 years old, which was many years ago, it was beautiful because it was raw beauty. You could enjoy the lakes, you could enjoy the trees. Now, when you go, it's a cement factory. Every person's opened lots of hotels, no thought process is gone, and it's full of cement buildings. And that's kind of where I think, if you think of Switzerland or Germany and you look at their northern areas, you know, their mountains where they have ski slope, they're protected by creating based on the eco environment, or kind of houses which look beautiful, but are also self-sustaining and clean to the environment. So I think there's opportunity for investors from that perspective to bring learnings from the likes of good case studies from Switzerland, Germany, and apply them to Pakistan, because we have the resources there and we have the labour force. And I think from a government perspective, there's a real appetite to want to do stuff like this. And the biggest benefit of this, I was reading a report just yesterday, which says that 1 in 3 consumers now is more likely to travel to a country that they know applies the SDG values and is socially responsible. So if we can start implementing those things now, that's a big kind of marketing tagline that we can all use, you know, overseas or whatever, when we're promoting Pakistan as a tourism destination.
Yeah. So it's a pity to hear that people in Naran see value in putting cement factory there and not from the natural beauty they have. So that is really the case, that people have that amazing resource at their hand, but they don't know how to make use of it. And then what they're doing is I mean, cement factory can be established any place, not in Iran. And yeah, so
sorry, Naveed, when I said cement factory, not literally, it's lots of hotels, but they're all made from cement. So it looks like a cement factory. It's such ugly and poor design, with no thought given about the natural environment, or you know, where you used to have the local bazaar where you could have the pakore, the karai gosh. Now it's all just a car park, or it's people who have got money or some government contacts who have quickly put something up. There's no greenery, there's no garden space, there's no beauty. So that's what I mean.
It's a concrete jungle.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So basically, coming to our next point. So now you mentioned about COVID and then post-COVID in the post-COVID era. So we know that COVID is going to after vaccination is going to get better, but for business continuity, people want to design their business in a way that if it happens again, they are more ready and they are not caught in the same situation as before. So same thing goes with the traveler behavior, that they don't want to go to those places which are very crowded. And even the destinations as well as the hotels, they are trying to avoid crowds at, like, there's no more buffet in the hotels anymore. They are serving your meals in the room. So after COVID, what do you see? Where does Pakistan stand? Because people are looking for new destinations. So do you see an opportunity for Pakistan to position itself in a way that it becomes more attractive for people to consider traveling to Pakistan rather than going to a destination which is overcrowded?
So it's interesting. I have 2 tours that I have organised. One for end of August, which inshallah by then, Pakistan will be off the red list, certainly for the UK, and one for November. And the marketing line and the way I'm positioning it is all about that if you want to go somewhere off the beaten track that's less congested, Pakistan is a really good destination for you to think about. So I'm obviously already using all of that in my language. But I think, from a kind of infrastructure perspective, if one thinks about, one of the things that how the businesses in the UK have adapted over COVID is that, we know that when you're inside, you're more likely to spread the virus. But in the outdoor space, probability decreases significantly. So I think, if we start thinking about buildings and building for the future to protect us, is thinking about ventilation, thinking about having stuff which has outdoor space, so whether you kind of when you're building the hotel, you're building having a lot more windows to allow for the ventilation. For me, the obvious one in the short term is for hotel chains to be operating the PCR test. The biggest challenge, the biggest hindrance at the moment for the next 2 years is that if families have to continue to do PCR tests, both going and coming out, that's not just an added expense, but that's an added hassle. But if, and this is something that my company is looking at, is that we can collaborate with a unit that does PCR tests so that we can offer favourable prices to our clients, but also it becomes a one-stop shop. We do everything. If the likes of Harshad Group or Serena or even small hoteliers do the same, where if you're about to catch a flight in 48 hours, you can do the PCR test within the hotel, that's a big plus point of why someone would want to go to you and stay with you, because that takes a big hassle out of the whole process. So, so these are small, like kind of, as I said, operational aspects that we've done. I think one of the other things that the positive that's come out of COVID is that Zoom and all of these these kind of like we're doing at the moment, a virtual conference, has really escalated, and increasing businesses who weren't that tech savvy or were reluctant to become tech savvy have actually had to do that and realize that actually, you can work remotely. You don't have to be physically in the office 5 days a week. And actually post-COVID, certainly in the UK, most businesses have turned where employees only have to go into the office 2-3 days. That then brings the opportunity of a new concept called workations. So workations is something that's been happening quite big with your vloggers, bloggers, or your freelance journalists. But the question is, and I'm approaching lots of kind of multinationals here in the UK and working with the HR departments and saying, well, actually, technically, your team now can have a 2-3 week vacation somewhere, of which they spend 2 weeks working and 2 weeks on holiday. But, because logically, with tech and with Wi-Fi, you can do that. That for me, is an opportunity for Pakistan. You think about Hunza, you think about some of the beautiful areas where you could actually want to go for a month and work from there. But what that means from an investment perspective is we need the right investors to go to these areas to ensure that the Wi-Fi is there and the broadband is there so that people can do that, and we can position Pakistan as a country for people to do workations. South America is a very good case study, and I think there's a few places in Thailand, Bali, which I think we could get learnings from of how to go about doing this.
Yeah. So exactly, this is what we have seen what Thailand has done, as well as Bali has done. So Thailand has, because of the quarantine requirement, they started with quarantine at the golf course, and then you can quarantine at the golf course, and then you can spend 14 days there golfing and working, and after that you can go and have your holiday. And they also started with yacht quarantine, so you can be quarantined at yachts. Private yachts, and then same thing with Bali. So they have a lot of villas and you can go and quarantine at a villa which has its own pool and everything. So people can work for 14 days, and then after that they can have their holidays. So it works very well if you have the infrastructure ready. I see Mr. Amar is back, so let's see if he can join us. Mr. Amar, can you hear me? I'm sorry, we still cannot hear you. Sorry, Mr. Amar, we cannot hear you. Oh, okay, we lost him again. So coming back to just now, we are talking about digitalization. So we have seen COVID speed up digitalization in every place. So everything was going digital, but when COVID came in, it speed up, and then it did speed up by a few years, and few years is a lot in the digital world. So even in Singapore now, it is very normal for people to work from home. Before COVID, it was not the case. So in Pakistan also, with education moving to online channels, and people are more familiar with online shopping and online payments, online deliveries. So what opportunity do you see in online distribution of travel products in the domestic market? Is there any opportunity?
See, for me, that's a difficult question to answer. That's a difficult one. In on paper, yes. In practice, no. Amarbai is a classic example where we're trying to get Amarbai in, but it keeps losing connection. So I think it's one of those things that digitally an app, yes, lots of travel apps exist, and I'm on a couple of different distribution portals here in the UK, and it frustrates me that sometimes with my Pakistan clients, I still have to do things manually. I can't use some of the digital stuff, but that's predominantly where, once it's escalated, until we don't have the infrastructure to have good Wi-Fi, good it's just not viable. So it's not me to be trying to be negative. I think it's more a case of actually we remember most of the tourism still exists in rural areas. Whether that's down south or whether that's up in the north. So therefore, at the moment, I think it's still too early. I think, but I'm not too worried about that, because I think there are bigger wins to be gained. As I said, getting the accommodation right, getting the toilets right. Beyond digital. The big thing that I've noticed, actually, what's changed is, more and more people now, it's not just about e-commerce, it's about social commerce. And I think actually there are a lot of good Pakistani brands and Pakistani companies that use Instagram quite effectively. And Clubhouse is another new social domain. And I'm in quite a few travel forums, and I'm in a lot of Pakistani groups. And I know Jump also has a Clubhouse of its own, which is a really good way of connecting and telling people about your products and stories.
Okay, so this just now what you mentioned brings us back to the first point which we had, that there is challenge for people to be digital, but at the same time it brings an opportunity. So because now the customer awareness has increased so much, they expect services on demand. So they want to know that if they will be able to join some destination. Okay, I think okay. So let me check with Amar Bhai. Amar Bhai, can you hear us now? So we quickly get you back in. No, sorry, we cannot hear you.
So just Naveed, I just want to, as you say, going back to the first point, about kind of investment and the opportunities. So I think, as I said, let's park digital for now, because I know that at the moment, you know, everything's talking about fintech or health tech, etc. But there are some really easy wins. So when I think about, you know, holidaying here, and certainly, you know, remember Pakistan is attractive mainly, or what I found when I'm working with my, you know, international customers, is the retired empty nesters, the older group who don't have children responsibilities. Now, if there was a company that was actually hiring out camper vans, and what I mean by camper vans is, you know, like it's not a separate caravan that's attached to the car, it's a motorhome. And you can almost see, you know, you arrive in Islamabad, and actually, yes, you have the driver who's driving it, but when you have a camper van, then it has its own toilet, it has its own kitchenette, it has its own thing, and actually, you know, you are going to the destination and you can park up in these specific, you know, camper vans park. That doesn't exist in Pakistan. Yet that's an easy win, because actually all it means is finding the appropriate plot of land where you can park this camper van and having some shower facilities there, so that people can wash. But actually, you know, it's like kind of from an investor's perspective, you know, what it requires you to do is basically buy, you know, a select amount of these camper vans, which already exist, and have them arranged to be shipped to Pakistan. And so again, you know, if I think as an investor, and if I had the money, that's what I would do. Because yes, there's the maintenance of the transportation, but ultimately, once you've bought that capital and you've got the driver and you've, you know, trained them with the appropriate mannerism, that's quite a good investment. And you can see that return on investment, both from an international consumer and also domestic consumer, being huge, certainly in this post-COVID world that we live in.
Yeah, exactly. So we have another trend going on here, which is glamping. So it is glamorous camping, and then we have a lot of hotels offering that, and they're selling that sometime twice the price of the the best room in their hotel. And then people are paying for that because this is something new, is something different. And but for Pakistan, of course, is a different scenario. People want a clean personal space, which they can enjoy their time, and then which is cost effective also. So amazing opportunity there.
I mean, and as I said, you know, I was in Pakistan in 2019, and Serena have glamping, and there's a really good one called Hunza Glamping Resort, which is in Hunza, set up by a couple of guys from Lahore. You know, beautiful, and I was so pleased to see it. The customer service was fantastic. The stand people was great. But I think Naveeba, it goes back to your point, is the big, you know, for investment, the more we have, the more, you know, the more marketable it can become, because there is more demand than supply. Therefore, sometimes when I'm wanting to look at working with some of these resorts for my clients, the prices becomes too high, because obviously there's a whole demand supply thing. But that again is a fantastic, you know, kind of opportunity, and I think that's a trend that certainly with the youngsters in Pakistan, they're all also wanting to experience.
So basically, the supply and demand issue is there in Pakistan for quite some time, because the demand is definitely there, and there are amazing places up in the north, but either people are not aware of them, the destination information is not there, or is the same issue that I cannot get it on time when I plan. There's no way for me to confirm that I can get a room there, and then people will not travel so far without a confirmed arrangement. So as and when this digital, I mean, they become digitized and they can put their inventory online, and people can get to know that there are rooms available. So I think there will be the things will get better. But anyway, there are other amazing destinations in Pakistan which need to be explored in the south, the south of Punjab, and it's a lot of places there. And I think Amar Bhai really wanted to discuss about that area, but unfortunately, this due to the connection issue, we could not hear him. So I just want to bring in one more point. Just now we were talking about as and when the tourism demand grows. At the same time, there is need for professional and qualified staff to be there. And then, you know, the Pakistan society is not basically a service-oriented society like Singapore or like Japan or Thailand. So they are so for trained and qualified staff, that will become another challenge for Pakistan to sustain the demand that it generates if we build the infrastructure. So what do you think about the opportunity of creating institutes or training environment for these resources?
Okay, so I'll quickly answer this question, Naveed, and then I do want to go to the question about which Amar was going to cover, but also I want to cover, which is about experiences and thinking laterally about tourism, because I think you're right, sometimes we're too fond of thinking too much about the north. Actually, you know, there's lots of components to tourism. So, Amar, you've just come. Do you want to speak?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly now, Amar.
Okay. I'm really very sorry. It never happened. I don't know why it's happening today. And thank you very much. In any case, I'm back now. So I think the point which I wanted to say is that we need to create some ecosystem here in which some new things are, attractive things are here in Pakistan. For example, I would like to stress about medical tourism, because I think there's a lot of tourism in terms of cultural tourism, medical tourism, agriculture tourism. So now I'm saying about SDG tourism, in which people come from different SDG projects to visit Pakistan. So these are all those conditions in which we can attract the foreigners into Pakistan. Now, the main point is that when they come here, there must be some enabling environment. There must be an attractive environment, because Naveed bhai, I was listening to you. You already said that we are not a service-oriented country. Traditionally, we don't believe in serving others. Traditionally, so so we need to change our mindset, and I think that can be filled if we have some professional institutes which could train the people about the basic dynamics of service industry. And next point I would like to put forward is about personnel with special abilities, what we call PWDs. Actually, no, most of our actually third or fourth category restaurants, they are not PWD enabled. There's no wheelchair track and all these things. So we will have to explore those things. And I was also listening about creating some knowledge economies in Pakistan, because if we have some, let's say, resorts in Pakistan, which could have the satellite-based internet like 5G, and then they can attract good instructors from abroad, then we can ask our, like Madhya was just saying, that we can have them, okay, you can have a 2 weeks holiday, and you can have 2 weeks of training. So if these people who are coming to Malam Jabba or some, let's say Kalam, and they are being trained into some international certification, because now there'll be two attractions. One is for their families to enjoy and enjoy the tourism, and second is to have some international certification. For example, there are some certifications which are mandatory for the organization. For example, right now in Pakistan, number of organizations are now getting into cloud services. So to enable executive to work with the cloud services, you need some international certifications like AWS, Azure, all these services. So once we have these infrastructure in Pakistan, then maybe the neighboring countries like Russian countries, like Afghanistan, like Iran, people can come to Pakistan for those certifications. So what we are talking about is to have some hub in which people can come to Pakistan with different reasons and different understandings. For example, I think in our soil, especially in the north part of Pakistan, where we have wonderful mountains, there are some herbal medicines which were traditionally used by the even Greeks in that time. So I know a place near Islamabad. It's called Buddha Cave. I think there's a wonderful cave. If we can attract Buddha civilization people there, we can have the number of values. So I think Pakistan is an amazing country now, and the good news is that there's appetite in the foreign investors coming to Pakistan. Government of Pakistan has created number of what I would like to say, the bureaucracy-free initiatives. You know, the new MD of Pakistan Tourism Corporation, Mr. Aftab Rana, is a purely professional person. Purely, he's a very good friend of mine, and he is in the tourism profession for the last 20 years. So it's a good sign that instead of putting a federal secretary there, now they have appointed a person who has the domain knowledge of the tourism. So I think there are a lot of good news in Pakistan, and I think God has His own ways of helping the nations. And this time, due to CPAC, especially due to BRI, we can see a wonderful opportunity coming to Pakistan from Gujarat to Gwadar. Now it's up to us that how do we respond to these calls. And I think this is an amazing opportunity. And if I could miss something during your talk, I think I have missed some 20-30% part of your talk. If you can have any question, luckily I got the connections now, so I'm ready for that. Navisa, over to you, please.
Well, Amarva, it's really, sorry, Naveed, did you want to say something?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
So it's really interesting, the angle, all the points you've said, because so at Experience Pakistan, the way we approach things is experience-based. We don't look at a destination, because as I said, my objective was to educate and showcase people the best of Pakistan. So, we do things like golfing holidays, because it's to, and when I say to people golfing holidays in Pakistan, their first response is, do people in Pakistan play golf? And I have to say, I said, my father is a big golfer. He plays in all the tournaments all around Pakistan, and he always sends me pictures and videos, said, show this to your clients. And that's the part of, sometimes people have a perception of Pakistan that it's just shanty town, it's a ghurbat. Yes, I know it's a ghurbat, I know that. But, part of our responsibility in tourism is to show people the unexpected, educate them. So, PSL, the fact that PSL was played, I was so excited that overseas cricketers were coming, because sports tourism is a multi-million-dollar business. Yet Pakistan has no share, and that is something that I'm trying to engage the PSL board on. That inshallah 2022 things will be normal, and let's put together a PSL cricket package which entails tourism, but also people get to see the cricket matches. I know there's investors potentially listening. I work with two incredible companies. One is Sheffling Tales. So if someone's looking for an investment opportunity, she is a young female entrepreneur. And what we've done is collaborated with her and developed food tours. So she has trained some, women working in Hunza, working in Chital. So they're home chefs, but she's now trained them so they can make a living from their work. From a tourist perspective, it's fantastic. It's an authentic experience. They get home-cooked food. They get taught, educated about the recipes. It's an engaging experience. For that community, it's fantastic because they're generating an income. They're earning. And this is the kind of tourism that we promote at Experience Pakistan, where it's not just about us making the money or the giants making money. It's working with, Madhia Hamid at Sheffling Tales, helping her grow her experience-based business, which I think is fantastic. So as I said, I'm doing a bit of a plug for her. If there's people looking for investment, she is open, looking for investment to scale up and work with more home chefs in Multan, etc., to train them. But for my clients, they come back saying, because look, I disagree with both of you in the sense that we're not service oriented, but we are hospitable. Everyone who comes back from Pakistan says, yeah, people of Pakistan are so warm, so welcoming. So we have actually the smile, we have the heart, the welcome thing. What we now just need to do is fine tune it, make it a bit more sophisticated, and that's what she's trying to do with these home chefs. It's educate them of how to do it. The other experiences, that we look at is we're working with the Swat Valley Guild, the refugees in Swat, where they do some amazing embroidery. So we approach fashion students at college and universities and encourage them to go to Swat Valley Guild. So they do some sightseeing, but they do a 2-3 day workshop with them, learning about the embroidery, learning the dyeing process. And the long-term perspective is that today's students will be tomorrow's couture designers. If we can get Pakistan on their radar now and showcase some of the stuff, inshallah, in years to come, when they become the big fashion designers, that will bring business into Pakistan. So, tourism and business, when we approach tourism, we should do it hand in hand and think laterally of how we position tourism beyond just a hotel and a car, because just bringing someone to go to a hotel and a car is not benefiting the economy of Pakistan anyway. It's not benefiting the local community. But if you do experiences, just another example, we do cricket. So, we organize cricket with the local street children or the people. For our customers, they love the experience because that's what Pakistan's all about. You go to Pakistan and har gali mein everyone's playing cricket. But then we say to our customers, can you just tip them 1,000 rupees? so that rather than us just give charity, they feel they have earned their money. And we're trying to encourage the people of Pakistan to be enterprising and think of, of everyday things that you might think is mundane, turn it into experience. We will market and package it and help you make money.
Okay. I think we are running out of time, so I will just give Amar Bhai to quickly close the session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will just like to add one thing. Only yesterday there was a party in Islamabad in which the gentleman presented the old traditional games of Pakistan. And actually he is from Swat, he's a retired army officer. It was so amazing that actually he documented at least 50 traditional games of Pakistan which were played in our streets, like Lettu, like Bante, like Chinjo, and it was so amazing. So I think these things need to be portrayed, and like our truck art. So I think it has been a wonderful discussion. I'm sorry that I have to be out due to reason beyond my control. I couldn't do it, but it is really amazing, and we must thank Khurram Saab and everybody who has managed it. It's a wonderful effort, and I think we must put our fingers crossed to have the second round of this discussion. Thank you, Amit. Over to you now, please.
Okay. So I'm not sure if Khurram is going to come back and take over.
Of course, I'm going to come back.
Yeah.
I think we should.
I was right here.
Khurram is there to take over. Everybody is there to take over.
I have to sit here.
I'm sorry.
Last time it was 10 straight hours. Now at least we cut down 2 hours. So now it's 8 hours and over 2 days, not 4 days.
Okay.
So, but mashallah, we had a great discussion, and I'm glad that you were able to actually connect back. Wish we could have like more time with you. But inshallah, I'm going to do one-to-one with you. So we're going to have like a long chat.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking our time, and we would love to actually hear stories of your travel, and especially northern area and the other part of Pakistan.
So thank you, Amarji. Nisab, I think it's over from our side, I think.
Yes. Thank you very much for having us, and then thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It was a great discussion.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Love to see you.
Thank you, Sadia, for joining in.
No problem. Take care.
So what is Jumpstart? Jumpstart is a movement to solve the problems of Pakistan through entrepreneurship. There are tons of problems, thousands of problems. All you have to do is pick up a problem, find an innovative solution for it through technology or no technology, and then convert that into a business. Start doing it, and 3-4 years down the line, you'll see that you are contributing in solving problems of Pakistan. Not just only that, you'll be creating a lot of jobs, and that's what we need the most. If you want to solve problem of Pakistan, create wealth for this country, and that wealth creation is only possible through the entrepreneurship. Everybody taking this pain, they have to go through it, and that's necessary. You have to set the foundation on which this country will ultimately build a huge, few hundred-story buildings, and that everybody has to put in. It's not one organization, not the government, not one person can actually do this. We all have to come together, play our part in it. That would change and show the world our perception. To be changed, and after that, this would be the country where everybody would come in and would love to live here, and that's what ultimately Jumpstart will achieve.
السلام علیکم ایوری ون. کیا حال ہیں, کہاں پہ ہیں مرزا بھائی؟ بڑا ہل رہے ہیں.
السلام علیکم خورم بھائی, السلام علیکم, کیا حال ہے؟ آواز آ رہی ہے میری؟
ہم بڑا ڈیشی لگ رہے ہیں یار.
سر میں روڈ پہ ہوں, اگر میرا سیشن ڈسکنیکٹ ہو گیا تو
مجھے تو بالکل ایسا لگ رہا ہے جیسے آپ F-16 میں اس وقت.
نہیں سر,
ریڈی ٹو
F-16
ٹیک
پر
آف.
زمانے چلے گئے آپ. اچھا صحیح.
چلے گئے,
السلام
لگ تو
علیکم
وہی
ساری
رہے ہیں,
ٹیم
گلاسز بھی
کو.
وہی ہیں. So basically this session is about just to chat, to sort of like have a catch up on the whole day. کیا کیا, کیا کیا ہوا, کہاں کہاں پہ ہوئے. کچھ لوگوں کے چہرے لٹکے ہوئے ہیں, خاص طور پر کاکی بھائی کے. آپ کا بین ہو گیا فیس بک یا نہیں؟
نہیں سر, ابھی تھوڑا ٹائم ہے, میں دوسرے سائڈ سے دوسرا اسٹریٹجی اپلائی کر کے کام نکال رہا ہوں.
تو آپ نے کاؤنٹ کیا کتنے لوگوں کو آپ نے ٹیگ کیا ہے؟ کوئی تقریباً میرا خیال ہے میں کاؤنٹ کر رہا تھا کوئی 200 بندے تو ہوں گے
سر, کیونکہ سیشن ایسا ہے کہ اس طرح پلیٹ فارم لوگوں کو مل رہا ہے جس سے فری میں بندہ سیکھ سکتا ہے ایکسپیرینس بندوں سے. تو اگر میں نے ٹیگ کیا تو ان کو خوش ہونا چاہیے اور شکریہ ادا کرنا چاہیے میرا کہ میں نے اتنے اچھے سیشن میں ان لوگوں کو ٹیگ کر دیا.
ہاں کرنا تو چاہیے, لیکن 200 بندوں کو اگر بندہ ٹیگ کر دے ایک ایک کر کے, وہ بھی نہیں کہ اکٹھا کر دے, اگر ایک ایک کر کے کرے تو ان کے دل پہ کیا گزرے گی یار. We have Asad bhai with us. Walaikum salam Asad bhai. So we just wanted to actually converse what's going on with the team and everything, and how everything happened in the background. So Salma, share your story.
well, مجھے تو بہت مزہ آیا. لاسٹ ٹائم انویسٹنگ جو تھی اس کے مقابلے میں تو اس بار ہمیں زیادہ آڈینس نہیں مل پائی, لیکن یہ ہے کہ اگین اس بار پلان بھی نہیں تھا ہمارا کہ ہم آن لائن کرنے والے ہیں, اور آئی بلیو کہ یہ ایک پری سیشن ہے, جسٹ اپنی جو آڈینس ہے اس کو اگین سے یاد کرانے کا کہ بھئی ہم لوگ ابھی تک ہیں, ہم آنے والے ہیں. ٹھیک ہے, انشاءاللہ مئی میں ایک پراپر کانفرنس کریں گے اگر ایک دفعہ کورونا ہمیں اجازت دے دو. بہت مزہ آیا, بیک ٹو بیک سیشن چل رہے تھے, زیادہ کام تو خورم بھائی آپ ہی نے کیا, میں تو جسٹ آپ کے ساتھ سپورٹنگ رول پلے کر رہی تھی. تو کافی اچھا لگا, اتنے ایکسپیرینس لوگ آئے, انہوں نے اپنا ایکسپیرینس شیئر کیا, اتنے مزے مزے کی چیزیں دیکھنے کو ملی. اسپیشلی ایس ایم ایز کی جو پچز تھیں وہ سپرب تھیں. میری سائڈ سے اتنا ہی.
صداقت آپ کیا کر رہی تھیں, مطلب کیا کیا کام, کیسا لگا, کیسا رہا؟ I think people are having a trouble like actually in Pakistan in that.
جی خورم بھائی, اس لیے ہم کہہ رہے ہیں کہ فزیکلی ہونی چاہیے.
ہاں فزیکلی کرتے ہیں, like we'll do physically. So Bashir bhai, you are an avid supporter of Jumpstart, so tell us what attracts you about Jumpstart.
اس دفعہ میں نے ایک دو سیشن اٹینڈ کیے ہیں, تو آئی تھنک اٹس اسٹرکچر کافی اچھا ہے ماشاء اللہ. ابھی جو ابھی روٹ لیول پہ اس کے لوگ اسی ورٹیکل میں زیادہ ملیں گے تو انشاءاللہ اٹ ول گرو فردر. جیسے آپ کا آئیڈیا کہ جو بھی آپ کو پرابلم کا سولوشن ملتا ہے آپ اسی سے شروع ہو جاؤ, اٹ ڈزنٹ ہیز ٹو بی بگ آن دی ویری فرسٹ ڈے. تو اسٹرکچر آپ پرووائڈ کر رہے ہو, آپ ماشاء اللہ. آپ میں تو ان پرسن فرسٹ ٹائم ملا تھا ابھی آپ سے, تو میں نے جو دیکھا ہے کہ آپ جو بھی آپ کو سیک آؤٹ کرتا ہے آپ اس کو پہلے میں دوسروں سے آپ کا فیڈ بیک سنا تھا. I'm not saying it on front of you because you are here. تو میں نے اچھا فیڈ بیک دیکھا تھا. میرا پرسنل ایکسپیرینس ہوا تو وہ بھی کافی اچھا رہا. کیسے کر لیتے ہو یہ تھوڑا سا میں سیکریٹ بتا دو تاکہ we can start passing on to other people. That would be my question back to you actually.
بس یار مقصد بڑا ہونا چاہیے, as long as you have a higher aim. اگر مقصد بڑا ہوگا تو پھر اللہ تعالیٰ مطلب ہیلپ کرتا ہے, لوگ ملتے جاتے ہیں, چیزیں آگے بڑھتی چلی جاتی ہیں. تو آہستہ آہستہ بس چل رہا ہے یہ. اس کا کوئی خاص جواب نہیں میں دے سکتا کہ کیا ہو سکتا ہے, لیکن that's what it is basically. اسد بھائی آپ شیئر کرنا چاہتے ہیں؟
پہلی بات تو ہے I'd like to congratulate everybody because I know alhamdulillah Khurram is a perfectionist, اور یہ جو کچھ چیز کرتا ہے چھوٹی چیز نہیں کرتا, he does it something big. I was really fascinated the fact that this is technology, this is what it's all about. the shows that you do on the road, or the shows you do through in big environments, arenas, they're different. But this is 21st century, what you've done today. And this is very important for people to realize. दूसरी बात है जो हमने ये पिचेस देखी हैं, it makes us realize that पाकिस्तान में कितना talent है. There's so much talent. लेकिन it's a fact that they don't know how to show that talent. But the preparation, the background, the marketing, the reach for the international audience, it's missing. It's always been missing. And today what happened is, looking at those pitches, and if I compare those pitches to the one in Lift 2019, pitches were, there were better products, there were more technology-based products, there's more innovation. Lekin वही बात आ गई है that the marketing, the process, even the fact is how much they're looking to raise and what they're looking to give, the homework wasn't done. And I think that is where Jumpstart Pakistan is going to play a huge role. All of a sudden, aapko nazar aayega, inshallah, I'm sure that all these companies, all these startups, SMEs, they will realize that this is something that Jumpstart Pakistan can offer. So inshallah, I'm looking forward to having the main Lift function. Inshallah, I think this year is going to be bigger and greater than ever. And hopefully, I'm sure that we'll be doing that work in the background. Because, you know, wo samne aaya tha, the product is there, and you know exactly, for us, where we're sitting, we know exactly what is missing. We know what ingredients it needs for it to take off. It's as simple as that. So I think I'm looking forward for the next session, inshallah. Very, and once again, huge round of hands for everybody. Fantastic event. Well done.
And Asad bhai, one thing you probably would have noticed that Pakistanis always turn up like half an hour late. In order to make sure, like one stream, that one panel actually disappears literally at the minute or like a minute or two afterwards, and the next panel is ready. This is just like amazing that we are actually dot on time, back to back. I mean, and all the people from the next panel has to actually line up beforehand. And there is a great effort in the background, I think, from the whole team to make sure that they line up. They make sure they in the background they're working, pushing them that you have to log in. This is your time. I mean, at some times, like there are about 6 people in the panel. So getting the 6 people 5 minutes before the actual panel and then getting it ready. Sorry, you were going to say something.
I think the reason for that is, pehli to baat hai that your team, you've trained them really well. The दूसरी बात जो है, when you've looked at your audience, the thing is, look, what you've achieved and what you've done is you've not gone for the masses, you've gone for the cream of the cream. Those people abroad, जैसे हम हैं, right, we know, like मैं तो 1 घंटा पहले तैयार, I was waiting, my wife says, what are you waiting for? I said, I've got something in an hour. She goes, how come you're waiting 1 hour early? But we're prepared, that's the way it is. And that is the quality of investors that you will find, because that is the most important thing. To me, there's nothing better than punctuality. If somebody cannot be there on time, there's no point talking to them. And you're right, Pakistan, government, ministers, everything else, that urgency is not there. It's never been there. It's in the DNA, I suppose. But what you're getting together, what you're collating, the audience, the investors, the SMEs, the overseas companies, I think that is what's going to help change Pakistan, and I think that's our mission statement for Jumpstart Pakistan.
Precisely, Asad bhai, precisely. Mureed bhai, you would like to say a few words? I think everybody is having a trouble, like in Pakistan, especially in Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Aruba, go ahead.
I think everybody's streaming on this session, that's why.
Aruba, you want to go ahead?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Aruba Aslam is here.
Walaikum assalam. Good to see you.
I joined Jumpstart in 2018, and it was a really great journey for me from 2018 to 2021. And yes, I learned a lot from Jumpstart or investment का जो है part है. So inshallah, looking forward for the great journey of entrepreneurship सो बेसिकली मैं भी एज अ ग्राफिक डिज़ाइनर जो है प्रोडक्ट के साथ काम कर रही हूँ। इसके अलावा अपना इरादा है कि एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की पूरे वर्ल्ड में इंटर होने का। तो यस, लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर द ग्रेट।
So I think, Asad bhai, we're going to encounter this problem, especially in Islamabad. I think everybody is having some of the, the guests had the similar sort of issue. Fawad, can you hear us or no?
There's something happening, obviously.
Yeah. We can't hear you guys. We have Shafat bhai here. He's in Lahore. I think he's going to be fine while he talks. So.
Walaikum assalam. How are you?
Loud and clear, mashallah.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you too. Well? Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Alhamdulillah. It's the same thing. Like, goatee, but the hairs are like, touching way down, going down. So, yeah.
That's all right.
So, mashallah was great, but apart from like actually having a trouble, few of the sessions has got the people from, especially Pindi Islamabad. I didn't have the, we didn't feel the problem in Lahore or Islam on Karachi. Those guys were fine. So basically, we had a couple of pitches today. So tomorrow is going to be about 6 pitches, I think. So those are like really good ones. Unlike last year, I think this year we actually made sure, that there are like some good, companies come. As for the second one, I think one thing we have to understand, I think they are in the process of, upgrading stuff and everything. And here it comes in the middle of it, like they have to actually pitch. But I have actually talked to that team. And I think they are doing a good revenue. They just need a little bit direction in terms of actually outwardly how to present themselves, as Asad bhai was saying earlier on. So, yeah. So what's your take? Were you watching the whole stream or?
Yeah, I watched bits and pieces. And I think that, you guys were spot on. They need brand marketing support in most of the places. And I'll sit with you separately to see how we can support together to all these startups do with the brand marketing from our agency and everything. But ये था वो जो एक खातून थी ना एंड पे क्या उनका URL अभी भी खुला हुआ है. I think Asad bhai remembers her. What was that?
Mariam, the AI smart devices.
AI soul,
AI soul.
Man, that was bogus, huh?
नहीं वही तो उसी का तो बता रहा हूँ यार. It's not bogus. It's basically they haven't presented them themselves like on the website and all that. They have a genuine revenue of like about 15-16 million a year.
I think that it could be genuine, but the fact is that they had. She said that she's had 10-15 million pound of revenue.
No, not 10. No. 10-15 million rupees.
Rupees, yeah, sorry,
a year.
Rupees.
So
Yeah,
I've
got the note say ज़्यादा तो नहीं है, लेकिन the first thing people need to educate themselves is the first thing people do is go on the website. For God's sake, that's your shop window.
Right.
And if you don't have a shop window, right, what's the point of coming? She missed a huge opportunity because if she had done her homework, the first pitch was amazing. She'd done the homework. She knew what she was talking about. A lot of interest. There's a lot of money they're looking for, but you could see the potential there. The second one, they didn't do the homework. It's a great loss.
Yeah,
and
they're importing the products. Either they're importing the products. I don't think they're manufacturing the products locally, because Murid bhai and I know for a fact that we are looking for people in AI in Pakistan, and we could not find a data scientist or an AI graduate because there is no AI institute teaching AI in Pakistan. So I don't know where all these guys are coming up with artificial intelligence solutions in Pakistan, because there is no institute teaching them this.
Right. So for the first one, I know the whole journey. I mean, they started back in fact, like when they started back in, I think 2016, I listened to the whole page. There were just only 2 guys. They were the co-founders. And these are like really good. I mean, even at that time, when I actually looked at the machine, like it was very indigenous in terms of actually, build the components and everything, and it was pretty good. And it was actually built in a steel case. वो आपने पता नहीं पाकिस्तान में कभी स्टेबलाइजर देखे हैं? जब स्टेबलाइजर नहीं होते स्टील के केस के अंदर, like off-white color and everything. So they were like very primitive, but the inside was exactly the same, like what she showed you. And that's what we have to actually focus on more, so that we actually go for something which is, manufactured in Pakistan. So that's why we have like this manufacturing vertical now. And tomorrow we have the panel discussion. So some of the things like we actually saw, recently we visited High Tech University in Taxila when I was in Pakistan, and it's just amazing. Some of the stuff they have actually built indigenously is just amazing that work can be done and has been done in Pakistan. We just have to commercialize it. So that's just my take on it.
It was quite high ticket price as well, because they'd valued at $50 million.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where these numbers are coming from, to be honest with you.
Asad bhai, the problem is, it was, I think the moment she spitted the number out, I think she just looked at our faces and she thought, okay, let's ask for 15 million. That's what I think happened, to be honest. I don't think that she even had any idea how much she's going to ask, number one. Number two, she has a product which is already out there. There is nothing distinct about it, and there is a lot of competition. There's a price war. Let's look at the COVID vaccines, to be honest. There's a whole political game going around AstraZeneca and Sputnik by the US guys, because the US is not selling, because of the coal supply chain. So the same thing, you try to bump face to face with Johnson & Johnson and all these big boys, they're not going to let you play, isn't it? So they're getting into a space which is very competitive without any clear, distinct competitive edge, except for quality. And quality claim is a claim which everybody makes, starting from a cafe and a restaurant, from guys selling burgers, that my quality is better. So, with keeping all of this in perspective, I think that the best part which I saw that this girl had, it's not the idea, it's her and her team, which is investable. And she has a pipeline of products, and this makes us very confident. I think once we sit across the table, we'll realize that it was not US dollars, it is probably PKR. And if it's PKR, it's going to work out.
Definitely, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, this is what we wanted to do, just have a quick conversation, unless you guys have any particular point. These guys, I was really hoping that, the background team could actually communicate and, contribute and just tell us a little bit about their stories, that how they actually sort of like came together to, exercise this. And tomorrow we have to do the same thing again, because on the go, there are like so many graphics needs to be made, the text needs to be written, and few paragraphs for each text, and that needs to go onto the actual website, and then social media, and then you have to chase the people to come online and this and that. So I really wanted to hear their story. Sorry, go ahead.
How much team do you have who's looking into this?
It was roughly about, it was about 10, 11.
10, 11? So here's my take. I'll give your team a 5-star dinner in Lahore after the conference is done, as a gesture for their support. And that's going to be a 3-course meal, starting from prawns to whatever. No caviar.
We just need, the team needs butt kadai, not the prawns.
यार हम उनको steaks खिलाएंगे, butt kadai खानी है वो खिला देंगे, whatever they want. But my option is open. Happy to invite your 15 people from Jumpstart team. Beautiful dinner, and I'm gonna give away something to all of them as my support to your venture, man.
Thanks, Rifat bhai. I was just kidding. So inshallah, next time we'll have the physical one. We'll, where during the lift is just like so fun. Asad bhai will watch for it. You just it's a special time. Like you're actually working 24 hours. And then at the same time, there's so much, like this youth has got full of passion, and, they just want to do something. They just needs to be actually shown a way. that this is the way forward. So it's like it's just so much passion, so much vigor, and
I've never seen nothing like that. जो लाहौर में मैंने देखा था ना, the way they were working, 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was a room, and all I could see is heads, nothing else. And they were sitting everywhere, on the floor, on the sofa, on the chairs, and everybody had a laptop, and they were just. I thought, what's going on here? And it was just adrenaline. The energy in that room I couldn't describe it.
Wow.
Yeah, and the thing is that's how the miracles happen. I mean, we looked back, and we there is a time like when you actually look back and see, okay, how could that come about? I mean, they're like a bigger organization who's got like a multi-million-dollar funds and everything, and anybody can do that. Like telcos can do that, banks can do that. I mean, they can pull all that. I mean, for them, it's just to pay for everything, and then everything will happen. But that doesn't happen. So there must be something. There's some special sauce we put in, or like everybody comes in. So yeah, I mean, it was pretty late for this conference also. This is only pre-sessions. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we decided that we should, in order to actually, have a momentum, we should have something for the investing, because this time we wanted to do physically, because the whole, point of doing this was to create a real value. So imagine that you would be hearing this pitch of those two pitches in a physical location where there are about like 300-400 people, and then and there you're not going to be just walking away listening to the pitch. You're going to be sitting with them for next 4 days, and then you're going to be correcting whatever they are asking, and then the moment they leave and you leave, they're going to be actually on the path of growth. So it's like a boot camp. It's not like just you're listening to the lecture and going away, and somebody told you, okay, you're doing wrong, and then you just go away, or like get depressed, or you try to correct it. Either ways, but these people would be able to actually help you with it. So that was the whole intention to do the investing. So unless somebody has to add something, I think we can wrap it up at this point. And inshallah, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pakistan time, we will reconvene, and then we have 6 more verticals, panel discussions. We have Smeda, head, who's going to be participating. We have DG Tadap, who's going to be participating. We have so all the major players. We have the Consul General of Manchester, Trade Commissioner as well. So some of the key people, the decision making, the decision maker is going to be actually there tomorrow. And the verticals we are covering is creative industries, drama, arts, culture, music, all of that. Good. Yeah, so that's a vertical, whole panel discussion on that. Then we have a space, precision engineering and space. So that's and future technologies. So that's another panel. Then we have manufacturing. This is what it's all about, manufacturing. So that's going to be a detailed discussion. Then we have, textile. Very detailed discussion. Textile has actually shown a great, trajectory in the last year or so because of the COVID. Pakistan exports has gone up in textile. And then property and construction. So that's another major vertical which everybody gets interested in terms of property and everything. So there is a great lineup for tomorrow, inshallah, and we'll be discussing that. Nice. Yes, we are online, Shafat Bhai. That's why we're just going to actually end this. Unless somebody wants to make.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that we were online, so I came across cracking jokes and just pouring my heart out.
No. So, this show is.
I thought we were offline, and I laughed it off. So yeah, I mean, no offense to any of the startups. I mean, it was I thought it was a private discussion. So sorry for that.
Don't worry. You're the headlines tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I make blunders like Trump. It's all right.
Sorry, Murid Bhai. Sorry, Murid Bhai, we couldn't make out what you were saying. So, and Kaki as well.
If you allow,
sorry. Go
like
ahead, Shafat.
I'm so sorry I'm cutting you out. I want to add, since we are online and we are live, everybody who's watching and at the panel and beyond in Pakistan and beyond Pakistan. Last year, I happened to attend Jumpstart Investing for the first time, got connected with Khurram Bhai. I really got connected with a beautiful family, and I'm not saying it because I'm here marketing it or anything. It's just because this is my heartfelt feelings, without any financial or monetary gains or that I have to brush up somebody's things. Not like that. I came across and met amazing people, lovely investors, people who are really willing to do something for Pakistan with a very clear, distinct vision that I haven't experienced in majority of such organizations. The coherence, the direction, and the organization, everything is brilliant. Not only this, because of Jumpstart and because of this family, I happened to meet and make new friends. And apart from that, we also happen to invest in some startups, which I came across last year. And not only investment, we also became partners. I was also able to fetch some clients for my companies. So, I think it's a forum which we should support. And I really would like to call out everybody within Pakistan or outside Pakistan to that this is something which has got the potential, and it can be a game changer. It has changed the dynamics of the startup ecosystem. Yes, we might not be carrying those big names of big sponsors, but how Khurram and Amjad Bhai's journey, as much as I know, the amount of money, time they've invested, the passion, the vigor, everything put together, I personally and professionally endorse this platform live today. And I wish you guys all the best, and would also like to commit that we're with you through thick and thin, Khurram Bhai, and the chairman, Amjad Parvez Bhai, and all the other directors. Asad Bhai is one of the board members as well. So we are with you, and all the startups out there should really benefit. Get yourself registered, and yes, there are real investors sitting here, and there's some real beef, and there are serious people who are really looking forward to help you guys grow. So, Khurram Bhai, just a closing remark, personal experience. I sit today as a board member in 4 different startups, and Bukhari Saab knows about it. And between me and Bukhari Saab, we are now partners in another 2 companies, all thanks to Jumpstart and Investin. I never knew Murid Bhai, from anywhere, although we both lived in the Middle East. So, thanks a lot, Khurram Bhai, and wish you all the best for your conference, upcoming days. My offices, my support, my staff, everything is at your service, sir. So have a great day, and a big applaud for. Oh, I've got a cigarette. So a big applaud for all the team at Jumpstart.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shukriya.
Thank you, Shafat Bhai, for such a kind words, and definitely those appreciative words actually keep us going. And Jazakallah for all the support from everyone, from literally everyone, the whole team and everything. Asad Bhai, could I please ask you to say final words and conclude, and then we'll end the live discussion.
I would just like to once again, Shafat Bhai words, repeat them. Huge amount of congratulations to everybody. A lot of excitement. I think this online conference, like I said, is a 21st century event. I've not seen many like this at all. Happening for investments and opportunities in Pakistan is a huge thing. It's a way forward. And I think a lot of congratulations to Khurram for keeping it live and letting people know that there's a lot happening in the background. The pitches that we saw today, it just shows you the amount of talent, the amount of opportunities. Pakistan is a golden land as far as I'm concerned. And the people that are part of Jumpstart Pakistan, we are passionate about Pakistan, especially overseas Pakistanis. We want to see Pakistan as a success, not only for Pakistan, for our own sake and for our future. So inshallah, we're with you all the way. Inshallah, we're looking forward to the live event and looking forward to the lift, inshallah, 2021, where it'll hopefully, inshallah, be bigger and greater than even the last one. Bahut shukriya.
So thank you, guys. That was it. This is the concluding for the day 1. Inshallah, we'll reconvene here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pakistan time. And I'll leave you with some of the memories. Because of the COVID, we could not actually have the Lift 2020, which we planned that is going to be happening in 4 or 5 cities. But we could not have it because of the limitations and everything. So inshallah, in 2021, we are planning to actually have the similar plan for in 5 cities, the Lift Pakistan in November. So please pray. And then we want to actually have the Invest in Pakistan conference at the end of the May. And we pray and ask you to pray as well that, the situation on the ground actually gets better. So I'm just going to leave you some memories from Lift 2019 and Allah Hafiz from me from here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे दिल मांगे मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे सबको गिला है क्या मेहनत का यहाँ सिला है जुल्म जबर गुर्बत अफलास मायूसी है चारों पास क्या जीना गैरों के सहारे कौम की गैरत को ललकारे बदल तरीके बदले तो दिल मांगे और दिल मांगे मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे के पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे दिल मांगे मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे के पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे दिल मांगे मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे एक पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे आगे मुश्किल वक्त भी काट न होगा दुख औरों का बांट न होगा कितने दिनों का है ये मेरा आखिर होते रहेगा सवेरा मुश्किल वक्त भी काट न होगा दुख औरों का बांट न होगा कितने दिनों का है ये मेरा आखिर होके रहेगा सवेरा मिलजुल कर जब साथ चलेंगे रंगों में हम आप ढलेंगे खुशियों का आएगा दौर दिल मांगे और दिल मांगे मांगे ऐसे बांधे प्यार के धागे एक पाकिस्तानी सारे मिलजुल के हम जाएं आगे